intention was to allow the General to respond to each item of the directive. And I think the remaining item is the moratorium on crime intelligence that's also part of the memorandum. And under this particular heading, General, you've mentioned Major General Khan, and my colleague has asked you about your vetting in crime intelligence, and you've mentioned General Khan as a big obstacle, and that past and present divisional commissioners has had a challenge to get their vetting clearances. And I think it begs the question that I first would like to establish, because I think the name keeps coming up and not much has really been said about him in the ad hoc committee until I think today, really. So if you could maybe just explain to the committee what the relationship or what General Khan's role is, first of all, in crime intelligence, and then maybe also the relationship, because I think in the memorandum, what is suggested that there is a relationship that General Khan has with politicians and members of parliament. If you could also maybe just speak to that.
I said when I started earlier, honorable members, that some of our politicians, yourselves as leaders of society, you get thrown into the wrong that we do. And you get trapped into that. And you end up siding with them when they do wrong. Crime intelligence has always had this type of people that are evil, that do wrong, but they make use of the people in high position, in powerful position, to manipulate. I cite General Khan here for few reasons. One of them is that, and this is something that comes from his own mouth to me at times. Maybe before that, we have seen an amendment of regulations in the South African Police Service over time. Police regulations, employment to be specific, and ranks. To the extent that the ministers in the past changed these regulations because they were influenced by certain things. Minister Mkhwanazi, the late, went against the Constitution of the Republic, where the Constitution says there shall be commissioners in the police. By Minister Mkhwanazi at the time, introduced the rank titles of generals. We are generals today. But the Constitution doesn't call us generals, it calls us commissioners. Regulations were amended, that violates the law. That is but one example. Other ministers came after that. We know of how Minister Mkhwanazi benefited the wall that was built in his house by crime intelligence. We know the former president with a swimming pool in his house, justified by crime intelligence that it is a fire pool, amongst others. We know of the new regulations that have been published by the former Minister Mbalula, where he then says, I'm taking these powers away from the act that says the National Commissioner must appoint. But the minister says you shall not appoint on senior management, not unless you consult me. That's what Mr. Mkhwanazi used to freeze this post. It's a regulation against the act. It's the powers that the minister granted themselves that do not belong to them, because the act does not give them those powers, but they took them through the regulations. Minister Mbalula, when he first changed these regulations, he was responding to what he deemed as an abuse that was happening in the police. We had a Lieutenant General Motiba that was acting. A person who joined the service in 1991, Major General Khan, was promoted overnight to become, from a colonel, to become a major general without advertising a position, and he skipped the rank of a brigadier. There was no justification for that. So, but Motiba felt he must promote him from this rank to this rank. And Khan became a general. We are calling him general today because of that. But
sorry, Chair, if I may, apologies for interrupting you, General. May I ask just a quick question for clarity, Chair?
Yeah, I think I'll allow him to conclude the response and you will come up, because she just asked you a very short question.
100%.
Yeah.
So Major General can't get promoted by General Mutiba at the time, obviously with the support of the HR. But then I think the minister was upset about that. It looks like there were some things that intelligence were doing that might have been used as a reward to Khan, which a minister was opposed to. Then the minister, through secretariat, decided to change the regulations. And from that time, we had to then go via the minister for us to fill the vacancies. Again, changes because of Khan. He had worked in different areas until this PSS division was started and he became part of it. It is there where he became closer to politician. I'm sure majority of the people that are in the building, let me not say the African National Congress, honorable members, but the people that are within that building of the headquarters of the ANC knows Khan very well because he brags about it. He moves up and down that building. Members of EFF will come and say they know Khan very well because he's very tight with the lead of EFF. So Khan is this person who has played politics to get his way. And that's a danger that Khan brings into the picture. I said he's in charge of counterintelligence in the police. He was in charge of the vetting section where all the profiles of everyone sits. So he's a person who's been that powerful. So Khan started fighting with Khumalo, and he will come to me and complain about Khumalo. I will ask Khumalo. Khumalo will simply say, Khan's appointment is this post, which is support. The only thing I'm asking him to do is to go back to his post. He doesn't want to, because Gerald Jacobs had moved him, or before that, he had moved him away from there to counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is where activities are happening. And he wants to stay there because that's where the investigation of these hijacking, kidnappings, drugs are happening. So he wants to be there. But the fight with Khumalo is only about the position. That he doesn't want to be here, he wants to be there. So Khan remains a person that causes a lot of issues to date at crime intelligence. In the past, it was not him. There were many others. But at this present moment, it is him, the key player. And we believe it is Khan that influenced IDEC to behave in the manner they behave. Yes, others might have came in. For your information, at one stage, Khan, if I'm not mistaken, no, not Khan. Someone presented here that Atis Mokhoti, who said, I had myself and General Nhlanhla facilitated a tender for one company in KZN to be issued tender, and that is Magma Security. That's when I realized, after reading that, and I said, okay, now it's clear. Mokhoti is just an information peddler. He gets told by Kat about our meeting, but he thinks the meeting is in the Provincial Commissioner's house. He doesn't know where the meeting is. He claimed to have been following Mandlanga for that. He hears things about this, he claims it's his. He hears things about Thabo Bester, for instance. He claimed he was part of the Thabo Bester. So he claims a lot of things, Mokhoti. One of the things he claims is this one of Magma Security. Then when I saw that, beside me having received WhatsApp messages from Mokhoti on discussions of crime intelligence, that only person within crime intelligence can share that, Mokhoti writing to me and say, Khan is going to update me. It became clear that Khan is a big player in crime intelligence. Now I know him and the Inspector General are very tight. Now come Khan here, I was talking about the issue of Magma Security as an example. I'm going to wrap up quickly. When I arrived in KZN to come and act in 2018, I did not know Magma Security. Khan introduced me to Magma Security. And when I met with Magma Security, and he was breaking about what they're doing, that they are helping with CIT cases and many other cases in the country. And I happened to see ex-police officers that are now working for this Magma Security. And when I arrived there, places there was in the news, a lot of murders. Magma Security showed me the whole chart of the syndicate that's operating in place there. We're able to deal with those criminals thanks to that Magma Security. So I built a relationship with that Magma Security from that day. Now, Khan knows their capabilities. He knows what they're capable of doing. So I believe, thinks that a lot of things maybe that are happening are assisted by Magma Security. They are a good team. I must say, sometimes they provide information more than what I get from intelligence. And being a private sector, it is Khan that is introducing. So in intelligence on almost everything happening in their intelligence, Khan is in a center. So I was trying to indicate that regulations are changed, it's Khan. The member of parliament, Mr. Adams, runs around all these other places to open cases. He said to you here, he decided to go to Soweto because he loves Soweto. Soweto is hundreds of kilometers away from both airports, Lanzera or or Tambo. He had no reason to say he's going to Soweto. I can tell you. He went to Orlando because there is a member of crime intelligence in Orlando that works with Khan, that walked with him to a police station to go and open a case. One of the ROC members, the member that is in the list of the people that Ket Matlala paid for to come to the January 8th statement. As we see the evidence from Matlala's bill that Mkhwanazi gave him, he said, these are the people who must book their flights. That Colonel is in that list. And it's a Colonel that works with Khan like this. And it's no mistake, I'm presiding over a case against Khan of drugs and Gauteng. In that case, I cleared him because the people that were wrong, that arrived there, that I felt that the organization should have dealt with, they were not dealt with, but they were dealing with Khan. But what was strange in the testimony is that, Honorable Chair, a member of Flying Squad in Soweto, after learning of what's happening in Eratin, that member decided to phone Khan to come to the scene. Khan arrived in the scene being mobilized by a member from Flying Squad who works in Joburg. Why did that member choose Khan of all the people to come and attend the drug issues? I said to you, and I'm saying it again, big consignment of drugs were found there. Khan left it with the PCI. The question remains, did all those drugs arrive at forensic? Were all those drugs destroyed? The modus operandi can tell you. Don't steal on the crime scene. Take it. En route to forensic, we swap it. When it gets there, it's diluted, and the forensic analyst will test only 10% of it. So you might be clear-headed of not having done wrong, but you know you're going to benefit out of this same thing. So in all what is happening that we see nowadays, honorable members, information lending with the honorable members from crime intelligence, it comes from that office that still has General Khan in the mix. I don't know why it does not have a security clearance. You asked me earlier. It still doesn't have, but it's there. So it's majority of the things that I feel, the not filling of the vacancies directive of the minister is because Khan wants to dictate who must control where. Because these are senior positions of crime intelligence. If they are filled by Kumalo, they won't have control over them.
I just have one last question on Khan, because we've seen Khan's name come up
Can we
in.
take the follow-up from Honorable Camera?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Advocate. Apologies, Chair. I'll be very quick. The first one, just for the record, General, you said it was Major General Khan that was promoted overnight. Was there wasn't there another one? They were both promoted overnight, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not 100% sure, but what I know, what angered the minister Mbalula at the time, Khan's name was the one that popped up. I don't know who else might have been promoted at the time, but I'm sure the organization can provide that information.
And well, I can qualify it with both General Khan and General Moodley. What was their relationship with Richard Ndluli at the time?
Honorable Chair and members, I cannot tell. Khan at the time was junior, the time of Moodley, but Moodley was a general already in KZN, the time of Moodley. So at the time of Ndluli. So I really don't know the relationship. But what I became aware of is that they were operating in opposite directions.
Okay.
They were in different camps, the two of them. They didn't get along very well. I don't know now whether they are colluding somehow, but from what I heard is that they were in different camps.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
My closing question, Chair.
Yeah, it must be the last.
Yes, Chair. General, you mentioned Khan's disciplinary hearing, and we've heard it from Mr. Adams. Honorable Adams has spoken about General Khan's disciplinary hearings. We've heard it from Brown Mkhwanazi as well. And we've seen in the WhatsApp chats that Mkhwanazi and Matlala were also talking about General Khan. and there was reference that money should be asked from Khan. Are you aware of a relationship between General Khan, Mr. Mkhwanazi, Mr. Matlala, and to a certain extent, Honorable Adams? I mean, he mentioned, and I don't know if he just happened to have known about the disciplinary hearing or whether he has a certain relationship with General Khan.
Look, in the relationship between Khan and Mkhwanazi, other than the messages that Mkhwanazi gave me, sent to me, which in some of those messages, he had presentation of classified information from crime intelligence, where crime intelligence were presenting their policies. So he took a screenshot, or there was a screenshot taken from there and was sent to Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi then sent it to me, that screenshot. When I asked him more details about that, Mkhwanazi told me that Khan will brief me. So that's how I got to know that means Mkhwanazi and Khan are in talks. Other than that, I don't know much about their relationship. The other relationship, but again, this one is suspicion, it's not confirmed with anything other than what the Chief of Staff, Kabinde, told me. He said, Khan has been trying to get to the minister, but he has not been allowing him. But Khan found a way of using Mkhwanazi to get to the minister. That was when I asked Kabinde, who is Mkhwanazi? And then Kabinde told me, no, he's a person who's close to the minister. That's how Khan got into the minister through Mkhwanazi. So that's all what I heard about the relationship. Between Ket Matlala and Khan, I don't know anything except what I heard from Mkhwanazi, from Matlala himself, saying that he used to give Khan money as well. But Khan was demanding money. He was not just giving him because he didn't done something to him. He was always demanding money, that he must give him money. But again, it came from Matlala. I cannot necessarily come and be 100% sure about that. The Khan and, you said it's Mkhwanazi and Khan and?
I asked about Honorable Adams.
Oh, Honorable Adams.
Yeah, because you've mentioned him here.
What I know between Mr. Khan and Honorable Adams is that where we connected first was this case open in Orlando. That's where we connected. And we connected Mr. Adams with Mkhwanazi because the person that Mr. Adams went to see in Orlando is the same person that Mkhwanazi flew down here. That's where we connected them. But beyond that, is the visits that have been happening at the Inspector General of Intelligence by Mr. Adams and Khan visiting there. That's how we got to know the relationship between the two of them. Those are the relationships that I could confirm that I know of between them. Other than that, Honorable Chair members, there will be a lot of connection from members of crime intelligence with other players that might be associated with Mr. Adams. I made mention earlier of Mr. Adams having traveled to KZN, the facilitation and the whole trip, how it came about. It involves people from this intelligence community and the police.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The person that you must thank is the chief whip behind you. Because you know that before he arrived, the honorable members have said that you must wrap up at 1:30. So he was, through the charm of his office, he was able to convince honorable members to allow you to the time that you had earlier requested, between 3:30 and 16 hours. We have now come to the end of presentation of evidence. We are going to take just over 10 minutes break and come back at 15:30. The members of the committee are going to stand in front there for a photo session just outside this building. And when they have taken their photos as a committee, they will be joined by everybody who wants to be part of this memory. Can we immediately stand up and go to the place that the chair is directing you to? I'm saying this because I'm looking at you, how you are dressed today. I see that if there is any valuable award we can give you, is to take a group photo. Yeah. You must have a sense of occasion. You don't have to be told by. You don't have to be told by anybody. You must just have a sense of occasion. Honorable members, we must proceed. We must proceed, and we are going to proceed this way. When we take the next break at because we are going to take the next break at 5, and the other break will be at 7 or 7:30. When we break at 5, the support staff of Parliament and your support staff from caucuses have raised a grievance with me that honorable members have taken pictures that exclude them. And they are the ones who support you every day. They are the ones who make you. And they further said that they even suggested how you must come dressed today. And so now you disappointed them because you just stood there for a minute and you left. So I said I will come and plead on their behalf, and I see that all of you are agreeing that at 5 o'clock we must go and correct that mistake. Thank you so much. We are going to allocate every speaker, the full-time speakers, full-time members, 30 minutes. And we have said that if there is an overlap, it may not go beyond 45 minutes. We are allocating we're allocating alternates between 20 minutes and 25 minutes. Can I get an indication who is starting in the African National Congress? Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much,
It's
Chairperson.
now 15:33.
Thank you very much.
You
Chair.
will start at 15:35 and your time will expire at 5 minutes after 16 hours.
Thank you very much, Chair. General Mkhwanazi, good afternoon.
Sabona.
Do you love to park?
Second,
Do you love to park?
do I love to park?
Yeah,
Yes, I do.
you do.
Yeah.
Why did you send General Spear a song that says we'll kill them at night whilst they are sleeping?
I did not send it to Sbe.
Isn't it too?
It
Should
is
be.
now me understanding that the person whom I had sent that song to was Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi sent it to both
No.
Steve Mutsume and Spear.
Sergeant Ngosi says you sent him a song that says last motherfucker standing. Breathing, sorry. Then the other one you sent either to Shibiri or Spear, I don't know, but the Spear was complaining about it. That you send people midnight songs that you'll kill them at night while they are still sleeping.
No, I did not. He can show you his phone. I did not communicate with Spear and send him anything. So
But you
he
did send
might
the
be
song.
reading something from somewhere. What I believe he might have read or listened to the song that I sent to Nkosi, because Nkosi looks like Nkosi did send it to him.
Okay. No, that was in passing.
Yeah, he's a good artist. He was a good artist.
Chair, I think in respect of what the general has submitted relating to what would be seen as an affidavit handwritten by him. My worry firstly is that it looks like it will be hard for us to question the general around the contents of that affidavit on the basis that he does confirm that he got it from someone else who gave it to someone else who took it from someone else, and he can't surely verify or confirm the contents that are contained in that affidavit. And if you check the nature of the affidavit, Chair, it's an affidavit that has not been commissioned. It's handwritten. It has not been commissioned. Yes, there is a signature at page, I think page 8 at the end of that affidavit. And looking at the contents, Chair, it contains a lot of serious big allegations against a number of people who are presiding actually over a number of institutions of government. So I would suggest, Chair, that we first seek for a confirmatory affidavit from this prime person, and two, we request the National Commissioner of Correctional Services to confirm in detail to us if there are people who would have been in at Hosimaburu Correctional Center who requested to see Mr. Prim in relation to this matter. Do they have in their record any form of visit to Mr. Nhlanhla on the 9th or 10th of September 2025? Because the allegation contained is that it's the lawyers of the minister who went and to see Mr. Nhlanhla in a way of trying to do some affidavit. I'm sure the affidavit was meant for the appearance, according to the allegation, was meant for the appearance of Mr. Nhlanhla before the committee. So I think, Chair, from where I'm seated, was he himself will find it difficult to confirm some of the contents in respect of that affidavit. Moving forward, Chair, I want us to go back, General, to the Mlotshwa issue. The evidence leader did ask some of the questions.
Before you go ahead, must just concretize this and make sure or ascertain that the request that you place on record here has been captured by the Secretariat. Because I did. When when you were still out, the honorable member has placed a request on record for some information to be requested from correctional services. Okay. But I just wanted to make sure that that the request is recorded. Honorable member, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. That was confirmed. So, Mr. Mlotshwa, General alleges that you unlawfully arrested and detained him on the borders of Mozambique without any form of a warrant, whether it's a search and seizure warrant or a warrant of arrest. He says to this committee, you called, or when I'm saying you, I mean you, maybe you or one amongst your team, called the authorities in Mozambique that he must be delivered to you at the border. So he was made to walk across the border through barefoot, being transferred from the Mozambique authorities to your team. And when he was in Mozambique on the basis of working as part of his business operations. What's your comment on that?
Yeah, well, I cannot confirm in terms of how in details he was arrested. What I know is that when they conducted the departmental investigation at his workplace, they had to confirm his legal status in Mozambique. And it was confirmed that the man was in Mozambique illegally. The Border Management Agency submitted a statement where they confirmed they don't have his records crossing the border. The police in Mozambique participated in assisting with that investigation. They engaged with the office, South African High Commission office in Mozambique to help bring the person back. And as a result, the South African High Commission that side issued a temporary passport, one-way transport, for him to be brought back into South Africa. So how did he get to Mozambique? I'm told by the team that they say he was running away with a victim. They took him to Mozambique. That's why he did not clear at customs. So if he was on business, he would have stamped his passport to go across. He came here and he said his passport was taken. But for me, the passport was not the issue. The issue was the authorities that are responsible for stamping the passport, they register you in the system. His name doesn't appear there. So which means, indeed, he did not cross legally.
Okay. He played a video of you here in relation to the burning of his house. And he says it is not true that the house was burnt by the community. You guys are doing a cover-up. The police or whoever was working with the police at the time, including a private individual who's a brother to the alleged person who has been kidnapped, connived and did a cover-up, burned the house and said the house was burnt by the community. And he actually brought an affidavit, handwritten affidavit, that he claimed was from the ward councillor. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware. However, I saw the videos that were played before this at the committee. I watched them.
Okay. So he says also, there is a shop just across, close to the property that was burnt. And the police there's a camera in that shop. So police went to the owner of that shop and paid 2,000 rands for them to get the footage and destroy it. What is your knowledge about that?
I have the footage from that shop given by the same police that he alleges they destroyed.
Do you know about the 2,000?
No, I don't know about the 2,000, but I know about the footage and I shared it with the evidence leaders. It's a footage that I was saying that we can fly to there if you so wish. If the team investigated and destroyed it, why did they share that with me? Because they claim that it is part of their case.
Okay. He also alleges that you, amongst the people who drove them to a farm, tortured them, made them strip naked, made mockery of them. And he said, your attendance in the torturing was confirmed by his co-accused. That someone who was in the room or in the house or wherever it was in the farm said, was his eyes were wrapped up. So someone said to the co-accused, please tell your co-accused who has arrived. And that person said, is the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, General Mkhwanazi, who has arrived in the scene where they were tortured. What's your comment on it?
Well, there's a total lie. What I'm glad is that if there is a case open to investigate, it would uncover those things. Because from what I was told is that I was implicated to be with the team the entire period, not only in one area. From what I gathered, that I was in the burning of the house, and I was in the arrest in Joburg and every other place. But as I said earlier, the case is investigated by DPCI. DPCI. So I don't know the details, the date when they came in, how they booked them in and out of the correctional facilities, and what did they do after that? I don't have the details.
So okay, that's fine. I think let's pass this. Okay, the issue relating to. He says he is a co-complainant in the Nengi case at IPID against you. Are you aware of that?
That's what I was told, that all three of them that were arrested, they opened a case. That's what I was informed by Judicial. So I have not seen a docket, neither engaged with the investigating office. So I don't even know who the complaint is, except what Judicial told me.
Yeah, he also says he got a confirmation from Nengi that you sent Matlala to speak on your behalf that the complaint must be withdrawn.
Honourable Member, what I can confirm, what I can tell you is that there is an allegation that the Nangi story was discussed at the meeting at Umhlanga. I've presented before this committee that the Nangi story is Nona that told me about how he and Ket Matlala communicated with Nangi. So if Nangi, beyond that, shared the message with that member about it, that indeed there's something that Matlala was talking to him about, it's up to them. I don't know. I don't know what's the story. Like I say, I've never been consulted about that case, so I don't know anything about it. To say there's a case, a story, the details of it, I don't even know the case number sitting in.
Okay. Who is Mr. Mutsumi?
It's $1 million question. Honourable Member. I'm glad you're asking that question because Jahara Sinona, who was in a meeting with me, Matlala, when they told me about Mr. Mutsumi, the Mutsumi's property, the location and everything, and how he and Spear operate, they were afraid to read the name. He was afraid to read the name when he appeared at Mandlanga Commission. And that made me realize that when they were afraid, at the time when they were telling me that I must not disclose that, and eventually when it had to be disclosed at Mandlanga, they were worried. We listened to the evidence at Mandlanga, how the name of Mutsumi keeps coming up. We hear from even Nkosi as I was testifying, how the name of Mutsumi. This morning I spoke to Nkosi, he phoned me. I asked him, I said, who is this Mutsumi? Why do you share my details to Mutsumi? What is of an interest? Mutsumi was mentioned by Cartel at Mhlanga. To me, it seems like Mutsumi is a big player. I then engaged, of course, after hearing them with the team in Gauteng investigating. So I don't want to give details about that, but his name is somewhere in the mix and very prominent for that matter.
So one would be justified to quickly make an assumption that he may be part of the big five cartel we're speaking about on the 6th of July.
What I can tell you that Mutsumi seems to be a powerful person within the police and outside the police. Very powerful.
But not in the employ of the police.
When I'm talking about the police, the stories are saying that it looks like there's some influence on appointments of the head of DPCIs in different provinces.
It looks like he is the one who may have expanded or extended the capture amongst police, senior police officials.
Yeah, well, his name, the way it comes out, and when you see the media not profiling the person and putting him out there, it just tells you the extent of perhaps the influence that the person has in our country, that even the big trusted journalists don't talk about.
Okay. Let's now pass and talk about your reporting line as the Provincial Commissioner. Who is your immediate boss?
General Masimula.
General Masimula.
That's correct.
General Spear alleges that in terms of the structural arrangement at SAPS, you are supposed to be reporting to him, and that's not the case. He makes it appear that you're supposed to report, but defiantly, you are not reporting to him.
No, I do not report to any of the generals in the police except the National Commissioner. Neither any of the provincial commissioners report to anyone else except the National Commissioner.
Okay. Let's take it back to the meeting between a police official and a criminal, as you call it. General Spear testified that the meeting was successful to an extent that the mediation was signaled to be successful by the gesture that you even shook hands there at the meeting.
Honorable Chair and members, what I can indicate on the meeting, when the minister started introducing the purpose of what the meeting is about, the question I asked the minister was, Minister, you are calling this meeting a few months after we hosted the Interpol police chiefs in KwaZulu-Natal in Durban when they came to celebrate the police day with us in January. You are now a few months later inviting us to come and forge a peace between me and Spear. The Spear that I was hosting in KZN in January, sitting, I even took him on an excursion on a boat, sitting with him next to the boat to give him comfort in the water, enjoying the refreshments that was provided. He was talking to me, all was good. For every other meetings that we meet at the POC, we talk. Sergeant Kosi, kept coming to me and said he wants to arrange a meeting between me and Sbia. Sbia is asking to meet with me. So I kept asking Kosi, I said, what is it with Sbia? Because I go to the meetings in Pretoria. We interact there in the meeting. Why doesn't he tell me what he wants to tell me if there's something? So I did not understand what is this peace talk about. So because it was proven in that meeting that it's not clear as to what the fight is about. So that means we must go back and work as we're supposed to be working. So that's how the meeting ended. But I learned later that Minister Mkhulu did good to speak about the meeting. Actually, the meeting was supposed to be engaged by Minister Cele before. Because Sbia had approached Minister Cele and Sbia had approached the National Commission to arrange the same. But the reason I'm told that Cele and the National Commission did not do that meeting is because of Sintumule, who told them that Sbia told him that Mr. Balula from the EFF is the one who he spoke to organize the meeting.
Balula from the EFF.
Mr. Mbalula from EFF? Oh, sorry, yes, Mr. Oh, yes. Malema from EFF. I'm bad with this mixing up of names. My apologies. Mr. Julius Malema from EFF was going to
I have a problem with names today. You always twist them around.
Mr. Julius Malema, these are allegations. Mr. Julius Malema, Sbia has spoken to Julius Malema to arrange a meeting between me and Sbia. So there's no need for the Minister Mcele and the National Commission to arrange. So this I hear from the National Commission. Why do I say this, Honorable Chair? Is that after Sbia testified before the Mandlanga Commission, Sbia says to the Commission, I recorded Sintumule because the National Commission had confronted me about what Sintumule told him that I said. And as a result, Sbia felt that he must record Sintumule. Hence the recording we're listening to here. That was Sbia justifying why he recorded Sintumule. So when I asked the National Commission, I said, Sbia is saying this, is it true? The National Commission said, yes, it's true. We were sitting in a police jet. And Sintumule told both, I don't know how the conversation came about, but he told both Cele and the National Commission, he said, no, Sbia he said he's sorted, he has asked Julius to help him to set up a meeting between himself and General Mkhwanazi. So maybe there's no need for you. That's when the Minister Cele and the National Commission said, we're no longer going to be part of that. So I then discovered that means this peace talk was not starting with Minister Mkhulu. It's something that should have been done back then, was not done. But then in my own analysis, where this peace talk come from, in the main, I think it comes from the fight that we had over the AKA matter. That investigation of AKA, which Sbia wanted to interfere with. I suspect, I don't know the reason for that. But subsequent to that, I believe that the other things happened in Gauteng, and he felt that maybe I'm closer to General Khumalo and the other people. Perhaps to have him getting things done, he must come through me. I don't know.
Did you shake hands?
Well, I cannot remember whether we shook hands on the day, but we spoke.
You smoke a peace pipe?
Not peace pipe, we spoke.
Do you consider General Sbia a criminal?
From the evidence that I had picked up before the July 6th and what I've heard now, what Nhlanhla told me about him is true.
And you still maintain that there can never be peace between you as a police officer and him because he's a criminal?
Well, there was, at the time I made a statement of peace between a police officer and a criminal, not necessarily saying Sbia per se. I can tell you now that there cannot be peace between me and General Sbia.
Okay. Now let's take matters to the PKTT.
Yes, sir.
Amongst issues that were testified here by both the minister and General Sbia was that amongst a lot of reasons that has led to the directive of the 31st of December is a work study of 2019 that has enlightened the department to do away mostly with non-permanent structures. Hence, it led to the dissolution of the PKTT. Are you aware of the work study?
When the minister came to display it here before the ad hoc committee, but as a senior manager in the police, I was never briefed about that work study.
Okay. Then amongst other things is the fact that it became too costly to run the PKTT. And amongst issues that were cost drivers was issues relating to overtimes, issues relating to subsistence and travel, issues relating to laundry, even laundry, issues relating to accommodation for members of the PKTT. Would you agree with such assertions?
Allegations were made and they've been disputed by the Chief Financial Officer of the South African Police Service that appeared before you. So it is not true.
Okay. Now, part of what would have been testified before the committee is that this thing of some senior SAPS top management members appearing surprised with the 31st December letter is actually a fiction, because there would have been numerous meetings that sat between the ministry and the top management of SAPS, who actually worked towards a plan for the dissolution of the political killings task team. So have you been part of those meetings? If not, are you aware of such meetings and all that?
Well, I was never in any of the meeting that sat and discussed the dissolution of the task team. Hence my effort to try and reach out to the minister in January as soon as I learned of the letter, which was not successful. I've been in the meetings where the minister has been chairing. One significant meeting that drew my attention, and I started because of the past experience, where I started questioning the motive behind, was a meeting that was held in Pretoria at Kivitsgrund. That meeting, when it was sanctioned, I think it was a Friday in November somewhere, 21, if I'm not mistaken, the date. I was in KZN with the Minister of Public Works. There was a event there at ICC. The minister was there. When that meeting ended, the minister then spoke about this meeting that it was going to be in Pretoria. And I told him I'm not going to attend. And he pleaded with me that I must come. And I said, no, but I need to be in engagement in Pietermaritzburg. Then I cannot go there. I was summoned to be in Maritzburg. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem. So he then asked me to negotiate with those people not to attend. And I still said to him, but minister, you want all the generals there, but the two generals are in China. And I think they're coming back on Thursday or Friday. They won't be able to attend the meeting. Then he says, no, well, he's going to check. And he came back to me and said, yeah, no. The two generals are landing on Thursday, and on Friday, they're going to be there in the meeting. So I then also got a permission to be excused in the meeting I was supposed to attend. I went to Pretoria because all the generals and the police were invited. So we went to Kivitsgrund. The surprise that happened at Kivitsgrund is that other generals were there, where the minister was there. When General Nhlanhla walked in, next thing, the instruction was all those generals from head office are not needed in that meeting. They were excused. He is one of them. They had left their offices, canceled their diaries because of this invitation. When they arrived there, I think because of the presence of Khumalo, things changed. So they were all kicked out. It was only the minister, the national his deputy, the national commissioner, head of DPCI, ourselves as provincial commissioners, and the deputies that were there. Only. But what was discussed in the meeting that was of concern? We were given a lecture by Vusi Pikoli, who's a legal advisor of the minister. He gave us a lecture about the Constitution, about the Act, that we, for the past 30 years, we've been enforcing. He was lecturing us about it. The powers of the minister, this. Because I had been part of these transitions in the police over time, I could tell that something is coming. I concluded that something is coming out of this. And I'm going to invite the ad hoc committee to invite the DG, the Director General, who's responsible legally that you have created a structure of government to oversee and guide the Minister of Police in the writing thing. And there's a DG at the Civilian Secretariat. Mr. Sboyi, in all what you're talking about, there is no DG in part being involved, being consulted, being engaged, advised that he gives. There's nothing. But you go to the Police Act, you find the Civilian Secretariat supposed to do a certain functions. Minister has not been engaged in them, including the letter of December. That DG doesn't know about the letter. And yet legally is appointed to give this advice to the minister. But the only person was directing the minister was Advocate Pikoli. So that lecture, that meeting indicated to me there's something coming. But beyond that meeting, I don't know, up until eventually the letter came out, which itself was not sent to me.
So the lecture did not indicate that it's preparing for the dissolution of task teams or a task team.
No, it didn't. The emphasis on that letter was to remind us about the powers of the minister. That was the point that we were driving. The minister has the powers. The section of the Constitution gives the minister powers. This is the powers of the minister. These are powers of the minister. So at all time, that was a message that was cutting across. That's why I could conclude that I was the senior manager in the police from 2012, or from 2011, actually. So I've seen it all. I could read that something big is coming out of this, although I did not know what it is. So later, when the letter came out, I then started wondering that could it be the build-up to this?
So you're also not part of the 1st November and the 22nd November 2024 meetings?
No, I was not there.
You're also not part of the meetings that were dealing with the organizational structure of SAPS?
Honorable Chair and members, the disease that we have in the South African Police Service, again, is that the Police Act gives the powers to the National Commission to organize the service, not the minister. So for the minister coming here and say he was part of the structural thing, he gives himself powers that he doesn't have. So the discussion they were having, I was not part of. And I'm sure all the provincial commissioners that are there in terms of the Constitution, they were not invited to be part of it. The only engagement we've ever had regarding the new structure, which the minister was referring to, is when we invited in Pretoria the Board of Commissioners. The person who was presiding over the meeting was General Nhlanhla, if I'm not mistaken, with CB sitting on the high table. The rest of us were in that conference. What was presented in that meeting was the new structure. A new structure that my comment was, we cannot just keep on restructuring without applying our minds. You created division because you want to please someone. A lieutenant general, you're going to pay 2 million rand salary plus the vehicles that you must have, plus the staff in the office. The cost of one lieutenant general, it's a lot of money. So you can't keep on creating structures, blocks that are not well informed. So that was engagement. I'm sure you can find minutes of that. That is the only time where we engage on the structure. But we said, in any way, we are talking about the structure that only National Commission has the powers. The structure presented to us is already signed. So we are just discussing after the fact. We can't do anything about it. So what led into that structure being the blocks is put and the National Commission signing was preceded by a meeting with the minister, we were not part of it, at least provincial commissioners, I can speak on their behalf.
Okay. Now, the evidence leader asked you about a funeral of Mandla, whom you regarded as your friend and a brother. Were you very close to Mr. Mandla Mahlangu?
I was not very close to Mandla Mahlangu, but I was close to his brother, his elder brother. I happened then to get to know Mandla, but to the extent that we can say we're close, not much.
Were you the first?
When I have a typical example, when I go to a soccer stadium, I'll go with his brother, not him.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not a person that I was having that relationship, but I knew him because of his brother.
Were you the first one or amongst the first people who arrived at the crime scene when he was shot dead?
I will not remember exactly who was there, but to the extent that the brother called me to go to the crime scene, so someone might have witnessed the murder and contacted the brother. And for me to travel from Montana to get to that plot, surely there might have been people in there. I cannot remember because it's not what is in my head, but definitely there will have been people in there. But who it was, What I know, his brother was not there because he's the one who asked me to come early.
But do you understand this insinuation in that statement, without having been expressly said, is that it may happen that you would have known about that prior it happened, hence you were amongst the first people, if not the first person to arrive at the crime scene. And it goes further when it is testified by Mr. McBride that time Mkhwanazi was even in HR. So an insinuation that people who would have been expected to arrive earlier are the police officers on duty in preventing crime. So do you understand that kind of insinuation?
Definitely. Definitely, I do understand. I think that's why I kept on saying, honorable members, that I think that case needs to be started afresh. There are things that are not being brought into the open about that case. I don't believe that everything that was done to close that case was justified. That case might need to be reopened. Some things that are hidden in that docket. I'm grateful for the fact that, as we say, I was at HR and other places, minding my business in Montana. The person that mobilized me to get there is a brother. Had he not called me and given me the location, I would not have gone there. Even his house, Mandlanga Mkhwanazi, where eventually I ended up, was his brother that took me to the house. Because otherwise I did not know. I was always meeting him at the brother's house in Central. That's where I was always meeting him, not where Mandla's house was. So Mr. McBride making an insinuation that goes all the way to me not attending the funeral. At least from my side, the brother knows everything and he was there and he saw me, not even me alone, with my wife there. So that's the advantage that at least I have. So for the fact that he's making those statements, it makes me suspect that perhaps Mandlanga Mkhwanazi's murder might involve people that he was close to.
Another insinuation in respect to Mandlanga Mkhwanazi's murder is that Mandlanga Mkhwanazi deposed an affidavit to IPID that implicates you of having a hand in trying to sabotage the case against General Nhlanhla. And he was later after that killed. Another insinuation in this assertion, which was also said by Mr. McBride, is that there would have been a dialectical relationship between the deposed, the deponent, or the statement deposed to IPID against you and the murder of Mandlanga Mkhwanazi. Do you understand that insinuation as well?
I do very well.
What is your take on it?
Well, the question is why to date Mkhwanazi has never even at least been brought to be questioned about that by a person who claims to have led the investigation and is still part of the security cluster. Why to date he has never been caught? So for what he's saying, if there was a statement, might have been fabricated. If there is a statement, perhaps there's not even a statement for that matter. But it doesn't surprise me because one, I get the information now about why Crime Intelligence is not finalizing my security clearance. One of the things I mentioned in that reason is that there is a case docket open in Pretoria against Nhlanhla and his wife and someone else, where I'm implicated in it. It is that docket that makes Crime Intelligence not to issue me with the security clearance. That is many years back. To date, nobody has ever come to me to ask me questions. So it might have been maybe the case does exist, maybe there was a statement in there that was fabricated, but I've never been involved with anything on Nhlanhla. Nhlanhla was the acting National Commissioner at the time. He became my boss. But other than that, we will only meet at the gym in Montana. That's all I knew about him. No other relationship.
Lastly, did you submit the video or the record of your meeting with Mr. Mandlanga and General Senona to the evidence leaders?
No, I did not.
Can you please assist us with that?
I will have to speak to the investigation team because when we conducted that, it was part of the criminal investigations that we're busy with.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I will allow my colleagues to pursue where I might have left. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See, I'm disciplined.
You have used extra 5 minutes. Kuse, do you want to come now or later?
No, I'm deploying the Secretary General of Umkhondo Sizwe Party.
Honorable Nomvalo,
Yeah, no, I accept the deployment.
the new
I'm accepting.
Secretary General from
Yes, Chair.
from the box.
Yes, Chair.
Remember now when you speak, you no longer speak as an ordinary honorable member.
Ah, Chair, no. Don't do
You-
that to me, please.
You speak as
Don't do that,
you
Chair.
speak as leadership. And
Don't-
what we want to see from you is the leadership
Ah.
argument.
Don't
Because I
don't
was-
patronize me, Chair. Good afternoon, General.
Nhlonishwa.
Maybe let me, before I go further with my questions, do what my colleague here has been doing since we started, Honorable Souls. When we had an altercation with him, I accused him of doing motivations and reading scriptures for witnesses instead of asking them questions. But today, I think I must do what he did or what he has been doing. I think, General, for the bravery that you displayed on the 6th of July last year, you deserve to be commended. I know many people want to accuse us of favoritism. You are a police officer. You are not a prosecutor. You are not a lawyer. I mean, you are not a lawyer. You are not a magistrate. You are not a judge. A constitutional and a statutory obligation of a police officer is to investigate and arrest based on prima facie evidence. In this country, we have prosecutors who have taken dockets on the basis that they have prospects of success. And when those dockets go to court and get withdrawn, and some don't make it in court because some cases get dismissed and so on. That does not mean that they do not know their job. So your job as compared to a job of a prosecutor and a judge is very minimal. So you must never be demoralized when people accuse you for what you did on the basis that we have not been able, as this committee, to prove some of the things further. You did what you were supposed to do as a police officer, and subsequently, because of what you did, some explosive revelations have been made here before this committee. If it was not for what you did, the country would have not known the deep-seated rot in our justice cluster. Our country would have not known that Begicele, because it's an allegation that has not been challenged, received an amount of 500,000 from Matlala. Since that allegation was made, Begicele has never contested it. So it remains the only version that is at our disposal. If it was not for the bravery that you expressed, we would have not known the deep-seated rot and the shenanigans that are finding expression in IPID, because the overwhelming evidence presented here shows that IPID, to a greater extent, has been captured and has been criminalized. We would have not known the shenanigans that are happening at IDEC. We would have not known the extent at which the relationship between Mkhwanazi and Matlala, the extent at which their relationship impacted with the running of SAPS. So I'm saying for all those things because we shouldn't behave like here you have a responsibility of being a police, a prosecutor, and a judge at the same time. You're a police officer. And on top of that, you are a human being. So if there are mistakes that you made during your press briefing, that cannot be used to characterize you as a dishonest person. That cannot be used to characterize you as a person who lacks credibility. You did what many people have been wanting to do, but because of fear for their jobs and for their lives, have not done. So this country must commend you for that. Because this country, or the justice cluster and the security cluster in particular, is highly compromised. And that has been expressed as evidence before this committee. So you must go to your home from this parliament. You must go to your family, knowing that you did the best for this country by what you did on the 6th of July.
Thank you, sir.
So I thought it's important, General, and I'm saying this without any fear of contradiction. Many things have been exposed here. All those things were not going to be exposed had you not taken upon your shoulders to go to the media briefing on the 6th of July, 2025. But I think when I ask you questions, I must start here, General. I know some people might think that by asking this question, I'm going beyond the confines of the terms of reference. I'm not, because within the terms of reference, there is a term of reference which says we must investigate the alleged infiltration and abuse of SAPS. I'm not quoting it verbatim, but it is within that context. Now, the question I want to ask you about is a question about a man, a businessman in KZN, a man called Kelvin Matibeli, who made serious allegations about you. I know that you took the matter to court, but I think the matter did not deal, the court did not deal with the merits. It only dealt with your application to interdict. So all the merits that, and the allegations that he raised when he spoke about you were not dealt with. And therefore, they have not been tested by any court of law, and they are not under any judicial scrutiny. So the allegations that he made, I think you know all of them, General, but I will summarize them. He says, you are working for business bosses. He further says, you are using the police to settle scores, and the police are doing dirty work. They target KZN police. They target certain individuals, and they pretend to be conducting investigations with an intention of killing those individuals. What is your reaction to that? How is your reaction? How do you react to that?
Honorable Member, Mr. Matibedi, I did not know him. He believed one of the business people in KZN like many others. But what I become aware is when I'm told about the things that the man is writing on Facebook, comments he makes about me as a person. But what is interesting on that is that he even includes the issues of Minister Mkhwanazi and what we are discussing here. And when I establish, inquired more, then I established that he's a person who's very close to the minister. So he made a lot of false allegations, and allegations of things that are coming from the media amongst others. It's a given. There are people that are loyal to Mr. Mkhwanazi. The press briefing was in no way to make Minister Mkhwanazi as an evil, but it was a person that was an obstacle for the administration of justice, and we had to come out with that and make it clear. But the people that support him, like Motibedi, came out strongly and started throwing accusation around. So it's for that reason that I took it out of my own to challenge him. And he made use of the media, amongst others, to make those stories. Again, as I said about Minister Mkhwanazi, he's a person that's been fed the wrong information. The least the man can do is to stand up and say, I was told by so and so this information about you. Because me and him never met, but now I know his face, and I hope we'll meet very soon. We're in court now. And that was the first matter in court. We are following on that because they've not honored that court order. So we are continuing with the court process on it. Obviously, there are many other actions that are going to follow thereafter. Thanks to him for having come up and start making that noise, that we started getting to know a lot of things about him from his staff that have brought to attention. That's why there was a search in his properties in different provinces, because his staff are starting to share some irregularities that are happening in his space. Not because we wanted to do that. It is because of what he exposed himself, being influenced by the people that influenced him. The allegations that he made that involved taxi people, I would be happy if you were to mention which taxi person or company or family is talking about. But to my conclusion from after investigated about who is he associated to, because I did not know he's in a tax as well. I thought he's just a businessman that run tenders. Later I learned the dog is in the tax environment. In actual fact, the police arrested some of his security guards. I think about 2 of them, if I'm mistaken. But when they were arrested, those security guards were protecting one taxi boss in KZN from Inanda Taxi Association. He's a chairperson there. His surname is Getsemane. When that Getsemane was arrested after invasion of a site, a mine in KZN, the police responded. They were arrested. They were detained. His guards, his Matibeti's guards, were amongst the people that were arrested. So that what triggered Getsemane to start accusing the police on a lot of things. But I learned later that Getsemane has issues with other families in the taxi business in KZN, which is historically between them that dates back to, I don't know, 2013, somewhere about. So I then believe that that means Motibedi being very close to Getsemane, maybe because Getsemane has issues with another family. It perhaps Motibedi assume that I'm associated with the enemies of Getsemane. So that's my conclusion. But other than that, I have no issues. All the taxi people I engage with, I was there last weekend, Sunday, Saturday, with another taxi companies before coming down here. I'm not associated with any of them. So whatever he made out there is not the truth.
Yeah, maybe I should have declared that I also know Mr. Kelvin Matibele from when I was a member of the ANC. So we used to be very close when I was still in the ANC. I think it's important that I declare that, but that is not my interest. My interest here is finding the truth. And I want to establish the basis for his allegations. Because he says, General, at some point, the police, I don't know whether it was the PKTT or the NIU, raided his house. They wanted to arrest him without a warrant or with a fake warrant. And he established later that the warrant was fake, was not authentic. Do you know that story?
Yeah, no, I do. Perhaps let me, honorable member, from my assessment of Mr. Matibedi, and I believe that that's what I'm saying. If we're to sit with me here and he be honest, that he comes and blames me about things without even having engaged me in the past, someone fed him that information. That's why he went out public to do that. Mr. Mathibedi, when his 2 guards are arrested, it is because Mr. Getsemane had engaged with a chief in KZN. That's why the chiefs sometimes get killed themselves, because they become part of these tenders and conflict within the business people. The chief has shares in a mine, but the chief authorizes Mr. Getsemane in exchange of a Toyota Fortuner car that is given to the chief. The chief gives Getsemane the right to take over the mine. He's a shareholder. He's not owning the mine. 10%, I'm told, that is controlling in that mine. But this Getsemane goes to the mine, accompanied by guards. In this mine, he's not a wanted, he's trespassing. So he enters the mine and he says to them, I'm here to take over, I'm in charge of the mine. It's a quarry. Now, the people that are managing, one of the directors managing this mine, is contacted by the officials. And these officials contact him and say, hey, these people are coming here, they are carrying guns, and they are coming to take over the mine. This person then mobilizes the police, not Mkhwanazi, he phones the police. Police arrives, they arrest these people for trespassing. Mathibedi's guards are there. That's where the first grudge with the police comes from. Fast forward, an incident happened in December last year, allegedly, I'm told. An individual made contact with a senior police officer, a detective in KZN, and says, I am Colonel so-and-so from the Hawks in Gauteng. I'm investigating a case against Mathibedi and I've got a warrant of arrest on Mathibedi. Can you please help me secure this man while we are traveling down to Durban to come and take him? The police officer says, send me that warrant. And the warrant is emailed to a police officer. The police officer takes this warrant and give it to a captain to take the team and go to Mathibedi's house. Remember, they're waiting for this detective to come down. And the verification of the legitimacy of the warrant is done separately. So the team arrives at the house of Mathibedi. And when they get there, then they ask, where is Mathibedi? The wife says he's not here. They say, no, we've got this warrant of arrest to come and arrest him. That's how he gets to know. They give the copy to the wife. That's how he gets to know the police are looking for him. And then the police communicate back, no, we don't find this person. And the police officer that sent them contacts the Hawks member, but he doesn't get the Hawks member. He may contact again, he doesn't get the Hawks member. So they continue verifying this warrant, they discover that this Hawks member doesn't exist. Then the police have returned. They didn't do anything in the house, but they delivered this to the family. So the police were acting, thinking that they are assisting their fellow colleagues from the Hawks. It later, fast forward, I don't remember, discovered that that person who pretended to be the Hawks had used an email of the police in Eastern Cape to send that fake warrant. Date, stamp of the court and everything in it. And that person have defrauded many people. Apparently is sitting in prison himself in Pretoria.
So when you say the police general, are you referring to the PKTT?
No. The honorable chair members, maybe let me repeat again. And I want you to always maybe help South Africans. A PKTT has always been made out of less than 200 members in KZN. 200. Their sole mandate is in black and white about cases of political killings and later traditional leadership. Anything outside that does not involve them. There is 19,000 police officers in KZN. 19,000. So it is the rest of the police that are doing the work in KZN and not PKTT.
So was it a specific unit or
the person who's contacted is a provincial head of one of the detective teams in KZN, in my office. He's the one who's contacted. Actually, the head of organized crime was contacted first, but he said, no, he doesn't have teams to go and assist. He referred it to his brigadier next door, and his brigadier then dispatched his team to go and help. These are brigadiers sitting at the provincial office. They are provincial heads of different units in the province. The PKTT is a team that sits somewhere else. They're not part of the management structure of KZN. They are just as an intervention for this.
Yeah, no, because you know, the reason why I'm asking you further is because the impression that the allegations are giving is that there is a coordinated, concerted effort to deal with Mr. Matibeli as your project. So it's like he's your project. You are dealing with him in pursuit of interest of certain individuals from whom you are taking orders from a taxi industry. That is the allegation that is being made against you. So have you ever ordered the police now within your official responsibility to go and raid Matibeli's residence?
No,
Within your official responsibility?
well, up until the most recent one, where there were search warrants on his property, that's when I was involved. Prior to that, no.
So what triggered the last one?
I've got thousands and thousands of complaints that came from the Matibeli staff that were sent to me. So I had to act on it. But it comes from different people who are, some of them in Durban, some of them in Gauteng, some of them in Limpopo. I did not know that Matibeli has got offices in all these places. This is the staff that used to work, and some of them are still working for Matibeli. So they are talking about fraudulent contracts. They are talking about murder cases. They are talking about all sorts of things. So it's many of them. As a result of that, I then had to engage with my colleagues on the other side. They said, I've got this in front of me. We have to investigate. Of course, we had to then make an application to the court to get an authority to search. Authority is granted. Another application to another court to search the premises. Authority is granted, and so forth. So the investigation that I was involved with is the one that's happening now. But prior to that, from my understanding, there were two raids in his premise, or not two raids, but two police visits. One was in his house in December, which was as a result of the fake, I can confirm it is a fake arrest, warrant of arrest. Well, he's got the legal recourse if he so wish to engage on. I can't stop him. He's got all the rights. But that was, they were not sent by me. It was communication between that person in prison and the police officer, and they sent a team there. That is one side. The second one is happened, I think, was the 13th of February. I'm busy with the operation in Durban on that same day. On a Monday, I'm told that on a Friday, I sent a team to his house. I had no clue. When I started establishing who was there, I discovered that the people that were there were from the head office that came to do farm inspection at his premises. I didn't know about it. But he's the one that is, I'm the one that is blaming. So that's why mine was, well, I couldn't just phone him and say, hey, sir, you barking at the wrong tree. I had to go to court.
So please remind me, General, the last raid, did it happen after you took each other to court? After you took him to court?
Yeah, the last one happened.
The last one.
Yeah, after.
So do you confirm that it was not a reiteration?
No, it's not. That's why I can show my phone, the complaints that came to me for people I didn't even know. And why I would not just sit back and not act is when I see the team is going to fight me on this one, because I'm not going to declare some of the things that are part of the complaints that are there, is that a tender is completed. In this tender, there are certificates, and these certificates must be commissioned. Now, when the person who commissions the document is sitting in Limpopo, he commissions the document, is taught how to commission a document as if he's a police officer.
Okay.
How to write a rank, how to put a personal number. The stamp belongs to a police station that he has never seen.
Yeah,
He's done this thing in the office.
no,
That's what I'm saying.
I think, General,
Is those type of complaints.
I think it's because it's still under investigation. I don't want to jeopardize your investigation.
All right.
I just wanted to get the gist of this altercation.
No. Yeah, well, prior to these recent searches that happened in all 4 provinces, I did not even know him.
Okay.
For that matter.
General, my observation and my conclusion about the National Commissioner, General Masemula, is that to a certain extent, he also abdicated his responsibility with regards to the disbandment of the PKTT. If I can use a silly language, I can say he also slept on duty because he was on leave. A decision is taken by the minister. When he comes back, he does not contest it. He implements the directives. He even goes to an extent of making a presentation in Parliament about and they start to implement a plan, a post-disbandment plan. So don't you feel that as a matter of principle, the National Commissioner also is to be blamed for this? Because if he knows his constitutional powers, he should have not allowed that decision. He should have contested it right on the spot. He should have said, no, Minister, you do not have powers to do this. We're not going to implement this. So don't you think this is a fair criticism? I mean, me, if I was a National Commissioner, I was not going to allow the minister to do what he did. I was going to tell him right in his face that, Minister, you don't have constitutional powers. I am the only person who is the accounting officer here with operational responsibilities. So the National Commissioner as well participated indirectly in violating the Constitution. What is your take on that?
Yeah, Honorable Member, the National Commission and myself are different. His approach on things will not be the same as me, and I'm sure yourself as well. Someone will have asked me, why do you go out public and make these pronouncements that involves one of the things was spoken here, presiding officers or judiciary? Why didn't you complain through the structures that exist? And my response will be, the procedure of complaint is there, but it was going to take long, and I did not trust the process. That's why I felt it is important for me to approach it in this fashion. The National Commission might say, in my approach of things, I was going to get into the same outcome as General Mkhwanazi, but coming in a different way. Yes, I was frustrated, I must tell you that. Because for me, I needed action and action done fast. That's why I took it out of my own to phone the minister in January and to also send him a message in April. Because I felt that I need to engage him directly. But that was not successful. So I have engaged National Commission numerous times, pleading with him to engage the minister and even take it to the president. But of course, he will come back and respond. He's a person that's different than me. I'm sure you've realized that. He's a bit of a calmer guy, which is different than me. So I cannot say what he neglected his work by doing what he did. He might have not agreed with the minister, but not wanting to go directly. Perhaps that's why the reduced way of closing down the team, which is a winding down approach and so forth. And I must say, Honorable Chair members, that the likelihood is that had the minister granted me an audience in January when I asked to meet him, and perhaps the minister convinced me that although it's not immediately, but we might want to get rid of this so that we can move it like this, perhaps I would have agreed with the minister and if he had that opportunity to sit down with me, listen to me, and we engage and we agree on how we should go about it. But that opportunity was not granted. So for the National Commission, he had an opportunity to engage with the minister, how they engage with each other, how he was able to persuade the minister to say, let's not shut it down immediately, let's have a plan of closing it. I cannot say he was sleeping on duty.
Okay. You know, General, when you were making the explosive revelations that you made, the first thing that came into my mind is that was Phaguling news. I don't know if you understand that language in Zulu. More Phaguling news, ziyaphuma zonke zize kuwena. So that is why you need to hide your face. And that thought came from the prevalent fundamental decay within our institutions. Ukuthi kubolile, corruption is everywhere. And we have seen good men and women in this country trying to expose corruption with no success. Some have been victimized. Some have been killed. Abanye today, baneyintandane. I mean, baneyingane ezingenawo ama-breadwinners because they stood on the side of principle. So, have you not become vulnerable since the revelations? Have you not been attacked? Has your family not been affected by this whole thing? How are you surviving? Because even people who don't know you, they know you now. Some are characterizing you as a rogue individual. Some are saying you are a killer. Some are battery inkabi, we poison inkabi, and so on. And I'm sure that affects your family as well. So, since the explosive revelations you made, how have you been surviving?
Yeah, well, I said before, and I will say it again, we all shall die, and nobody will live forever. It depends how you die as a person. I'm not much of a Christian. Christians tend to be afraid of dying a lot, and yet they pray. But I'm not necessarily worried about dying. If death gets me, it will get me. That's why I can still walk out here and play with explosives. That's why I can walk out here and do skydiving. That's why I can do, because anything can happen there, you can die. That's why I can still fly from one point to another, not being worried that the airplane will crash. So death will catch us all. But I must say, honorable member, that this action of the 6th, I took a conscious decision that I will stand for the truth, knowing that indeed my family is going to be affected. I can't easily walk around anymore with my children and enjoy sitting in a restaurant and having a meal because people come to you. You can't go and participate in any other place where normal human beings go to because people come to you. I'm the person that likes freedom. I don't like to be guarded all the time. That's why I've said, and I'm saying, those who might be planning something, they must move with speed if it happens.
Some
Because
are
if they
saying,
don't,
some are saying, General, you did all what you did because you wanted to secure your contract. You wanted to be reappointed. What is your take on that?
no, that is not true. It has never been. When I took the decision to go to KZN is because I thought I'll do my bit and I leave the organization. So the organization approached me in December and said, we want you to stay. And then I had my own condition. First, I had to go and discuss with the family because it was never my plan to stay longer. But understanding the situation that we were in, I had to engage with the family and say, this is the request that is offered by the police. What do we do? And we discussed, and I went back to the National Commission to engage on that one. Hence, I'm still waiting for the decision from the National Commission in that regard. So
Okay.
it's not me that applies. The law doesn't apply. Once you choose to become honorable chair members, I was sitting as a lieutenant general in the head office. And that employment was going to keep me there until I turned 60. But I voluntarily left that contract. And I took a 5-year contract with not a single cent in addition. I moved, I relocated from Gauteng to KZN because I wanted to come home so I can contribute in the safety of the family around where I live. So that after 5 years when I retire, I can live in a peaceful environment. So me going to KZN had nothing to do with the money or the contract. It was voluntarily. It's unlike a person who applies for the post of being a provincial commissioner. He goes for interviews, he gets a contract, and when a contract is coming towards an end, he wants to extend the contract. For me, it was different. I was a general already at this level in Pretoria for many years already.
Okay. You see, when I was listening you talking about General Khan, I was asking myself if this committee has done justice to comprehensively investigate at length the allegations that you made. And I was saying maybe we missed an opportunity because the manner in which we have described the role of General Khan requires that he comes before this committee as a witness, but he was not called. The unfortunate part about this committee is that it is constituted by representatives of political parties. So it is not driven by principles of objectivity and impartiality to a certain extent. Some people become overprotective of their party interest. Some become overprotective of their personal interest. As a result, or ipso facto, they compromise principle and they do not arrive to issues that were supposed to arrive to. They just scratch the surface, and some don't want the truth to be exposed. Do you feel, General, as the main complainant, because the reason why you are the only witness who has been granted an opportunity to come back is because we regarded you as the main complainant. Do you think this committee has comprehensively ventilated and investigated these allegations, or we've just scratched the surface? Besamba nje la emoyeni. Asifikanga la kufanele sifike khona. I'm asking this because we have not called any. I know that you said you don't have adequate evidence in relation to the judiciary, but it's open secret that the judiciary is not a paragon of virtue. They also have their smolanyana skeletons, but none of them has been called to come here. Do you think we've done justice as this committee? Leave the Mandlanga, but this committee, which is structured the way it is structured politically.
Yeah, well, in as far as the work that the committee has done, I was hoping that the reason for the minister to come up with the letter of the 31st of December was going to be investigated. Not just simple us being called here to talk about it, but I'm talking about a forensic investigation done from his gadgets, where this letter was compiled, his communications between him and his staff, Vusi Pikoli that he made a reference to, that he shared this thing with, and those legal structures that are established to assist the minister, like the DG at Civilian Secretariat. So those are the things that I was hoping were going to interrogate it thoroughly. And I feel they were not thoroughly interrogated. There are 3 items that the minister raised on his letter. And the majority of the time the committee spent was on the first one. The second part of it is just moving below the radar. The third part of it, which is border security, it's even more of a concern for me because that's a gateway for the bad things coming to the country. And I don't think the ad hoc committee have done justice to establish exactly what's happening there. I hinted on some weaknesses in these areas, but I thought the committee was going to even do inspection in loco for that matter to test what we're saying. Whether really are we that open in our borders that things can just come in willy-nilly and without being checked. So those are the type of things I would have expected the committee to do. The time you were given maybe was not sufficient. Perhaps going forward, different structures, different committees, depending on the recommendation, will dig deeper, especially the portfolio committee on police, will dig deeper to find out what are the things beyond this ad hoc committee.
Okay. Please bear with me when I cut you because there are questions that I would like to pose to you, and I'll be very flabbergasted if we finish without asking these questions. Evidence has been tendered here about the misuse of the so-called slush fund in the Secret Service account in crime intelligence. What is a systematic shortfall on how the slush funds are being run? Are there any gaps which are opening loopholes or which are opening a can of worms? And if there are systematic gaps which are attracting corruption to the Secret Service account, if they are, then how do we close them?
It's going to be difficult for me or a member to talk about Secret Service account because I'm neither a member of crime intelligence nor understand exactly the details of how they do business there. But one of the things that I picked up from the complaints I learned from the Divisional Commissioner, the General Zingumalo, and something I've learned when I was the Acting National Commissioner as well, was that the abuse of the resources becomes easier simply because there are these clandestine people that have been used. So a member is going to claim money on behalf of, and then that claim is paid, but that payment might not land to the person that is supposed to receive because of that system that they have within crime intelligence. Because they have to do things covertly. But also what became a weakness at the time which General Zingumalo was trying to close was that it is one individual trusted in decision-making to pay. So we came with control measures of putting a committee in place. It was aimed at trying to put some controls. But to go deeper to discuss issues of the crime intelligence or any intelligence community on how they operate, I'm not empowered to do that. I don't have necessary credentials to be able to discuss it.
Okay. When you were here, General, I asked you about Minister Senzo Mkhunu. I think the question that I asked is, do you have evidence proving that he is linked to criminal syndicates and drug cartels? And I think you gave a very fair response there too, because you said there are matters that you are still investigating surrounding him, and you have identified some trust account and so on and so forth. Now, General, my perspective here at this stage, is that there is no adequate evidence that links him to criminal syndicates and drug cartels. Where we find him wrong is in relation to the decision that he took to disband the PKTT. It is my view. I can argue it for a couple of minutes, but because I don't have enough time, it is my view that it does not have constitutional powers, and neither does he has statutory powers to do what he did. But with regards to the other allegation, there is no adequate evidence proving it to be correct. What is your take?
I can't agree with you more, Honorable Member. I've said it before. I met the minister early in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, just before the elections. Elections come. The minister appoints chief of staff. It's a minister that I was introduced to as being the good man. So when a letter is written on the 31st of December, I feel I must reach out to the person that I was introduced to so that I can be able to warn him about the implication of this so that he can retract it. And I'm not granted the opportunity. So the events that follows thereafter, all the way up until I send him a WhatsApp pleading with him to meet so that I can be able to discuss this role of Mkhwanazi that has come to the picture and the Khan in them. The minister acknowledges that, but he still doesn't grant me that opportunity. And then other evidences that comes out, we then realize that minister was consciously aware about the intentions of the people that are rogue within the organization to shut down this team. To what extent did he know that they were going to shut down the team? For what purpose? I'm not sure whether we have the reason for that for now. This statement of someone that come from prison that seems to suggest certain things, and the witness E at the Mandlanga Commission that recorded the minister when he was pleading with him to give a statement, and the presentation the minister made here regarding the work study investigation, amongst others, it made me conclude that the minister is protecting people. He's using justification that does not exist. CFO disputed, everyone else disputed what he presents here as the reason for the letter. So it then leaves me with one conclusion. He was assisting the CBS who in turn are assisting the cartel squad. So when you are assisting in that fashion, you might not be directly involved, but directly you are allowing the criminality to take place. So that is my conclusion. That's why I kept on saying, if he was honest, he was going to say, I was influenced by so and so and so and so and so and so. And you can easily forgive him for that. But he's not being honest about that. He says he's an author. If he's an author, then he gets into the constitutional question. What gives you the powers? That's what the
Thank
problem
you,
is.
General. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, can I give my chance to Boss Kosan? I really need to restructure my questions.
You have 25 minutes.
Sorry, Chair?
You have 25 minutes. The only time we have now is towards break. So we can't run for more than 25 minutes.
No, it's fine. We can continue then. Kwale Nkosi,
Inhlonipho.
ngiyaphila mphathi.
Siyaphila njani?
Hayi asibonga. Ndaba ezithi angiqale la waqala khona nawe owakwenza. Waya ebantwini emva kokuthi ubone ukuthi ikomiti lamaphoyisa lenzanga ngendlela efanele. Angiqale ngokuthi ngicele ebantwini base South Africa ndaba ezithi futhi thatha ithuba lokuthi ngibabongele ekubeni nesibindi esingaka. Thatha umndeni wakho, thatha ifreedom yakho uyifake kule nkinga engaka. Cabanga ukuthi nathi sibasha la eParliament sithole sikuleso simo leso sokuthi uma sidibana nezinto siyibuze ukuthi ngabe sizela isalary la eParliament noma sizela ukuzothi izwe lakithi ngalishintshe ngeenqumo esizithathayo. Ngithi angiyibongele kakhulu Nkwale Nkosi South Africa. Ngicabanga ukuthi uhleli lapha uyona ingelosi futhi awuyena umuntu owenze ukudlula abanye kahle. Kodwa okwenzile kuyisiqalo sokushintsha izwe lethu ukuze lithathe i-direction right. Siyabonga ndaba ezethu.
Ndibani.
Sibonga. Ngifuna ukuthi ngicele ke baba uMkhwanazi ukuthi iSouth Africa nama ngibuyele kuyo ngiyokhala kuyo. Ngoba sekunenginqumo engiyithathile nezinto engizenzile zisifaka enkingeni futhi eyifaka ukuphila kwethu engozini. Umehluko kweyiko lokuthi angigadiwe njengoba ugadiwe wena. Kodwa sizokujika sofela khona. Angicela ama-South Africans ukuthi akwenze ukuthi asi-assiste thina nawe namaphoyisa njengawo ukuthi ekugcineni siwathola amandla futhi asithume ekuthenini sitshintshe ama-policies nemithetho ekuvimbile ukuthi usheshe ufake abantu evenini. Ngoba ngibonile ukuthi kuyi-constitution somewhere la ivimba khona ukuthi la ngabe sowungenile uqedile kodwa kubuye kuchitha isikhathi kusibambezele. Ngiyakuthembisa ukuthi uma singathunya Kwale Nkosi abantu nabangalalelisisa kahle kahle sokwenza lokho. Ngoba uma sisuka la siyobhala i-report futhi siyobhala ama-recommendation to iParliament ukuthi lithathe inqumo. Angicele nje ama-South Africans ukuthi asibukelele. Kwale Nkosi igama elithi Pravin Gordhan, Johnson, Batoyi, McBride, Sullivan, Padiachi, Khan, Usbiya, Mchunu, uJulius, uGeneral Fan, uSenthumule. Angilungise lapha kuJulius mhlambe kuzozwakala kabi uJulius Mkhwanazi. I'll fix the error. Bengizoqhubeka ngikhulume ngabo. Kodwa kwamanje nawo umbuzo wami. Kuthinte kumculi engimthanda kakhulu ndaba ezethu. Zingumalo. In the big five, who is Zingumalo?
What we know is that amongst the people that are within the big five, that there are many business people that are associated with them. There are many politicians that are associated with them, and some of them has been spoken about in public. But it does not necessarily make them to be the big five. I said earlier, in one of the farm in north of Pretoria, it became like another arm of government, where all these high-profile people, business, politicians, and everyone were accounting it. So for now, what we have on the record that Zingumalo is one of the business people that are associated with the people, not to make him a big five, but because of his business interest that he had that involved some of the people, he ended up in that space, and he's not the only one. You will see a lot of photos, a lot of names of others. Does not necessarily mean that they are part of Big Five. They are associated with these people one way or another. It does not necessarily make them Big Five. So from the records that we have of Zingumalo, he's, I think, one of the people that became closer through the taxi finance, if I'm not mistaken. He was facilitating people in South Africa to get funding for taxis. And the taxis were controlled, or the Santaco was controlled in that space. So that's why I think he lands in that space and his name is popping up all the time.
Ngibonge baba. Amaphoyisa njengalawa afuna ukuba njengawe abopha abantu kwangempela. Kodwa sovalweni ngoba yacabanga ukuthi uma uzoba u-detective and uthola ukuthi uphethe information strong, kodwa muzoya phambili uyazi ukuthi le information izophuma ikhishwa yibona lamaphoyisa la ehlalweni eziphezulu. Siwasiza kanjani amaphoyisa njalo ukuthi aqinise idolo nesibindi ukuthi aqhubeka ephambili? Ngoba my concern is that amaphoyisa amaningi wabo aqoshiwe umsebenzi in general. Baqoshwe bafakwa ama-cases angekho, kuba nama-dismissals anga-understandeki, bese kuba nama-lawyers angenelela ukupressa labo bantu labo. Siwasiza kanjani amaphoyisa njengalawo ukuthi aqine idolo aye phambili?
Yeah, well, the reason why government came up with the labor laws in our country, yokuthi umthetho uvikela abasebenzi. The police officers are affiliated to unions. So if unions are strong in defending police officers against the abuse, I think that is going to go a long way to support them. That is on one side. But on the other side, channels must be opened. And the only place I think the channels for me can easily be opened is through Parliament, the Portfolio Committee on Police. Create a platform, an opportunity, or a section within that can allow police whistleblowers that want to talk about things that are wrong in the police, that they see, or things that makes them not be able to do their work. But it must be an organized structure in such a manner that is going to receive complaint and be able to investigate these complaints and find them to be legit and be able to then take necessary action. They can take action by making a reference to IP to investigate such behaviors, reference to the IDEC to investigate such behaviors, or in many other structures. But if the individual committee members are going to be receiving calls from police officers and they don't investigate, you write a question in Parliament that goes in, it's not a solution. The question in Parliament will not solve the problem of a police officer. So we as senior managers might be doing something wrong that the junior member is aware of, but is afraid, as we are saying, to speak out because it's going to be reprimanded. We're going to charge and discipline and dismiss. There must then be a platform, at least in a secured environment, which I think the Parliament might be one of the secured environment, where this police officer is able to depose of his challenges, because IPID is created for the purpose. But we've seen a number of cases that IPID has in their position where there's no traction in terms of investigation. I don't know the reason. We're hearing of the bad things that IPIDs are doing nowadays, which then creates a doubt about their capabilities. So Parliament must be then the place where one can cry. Presidents have created a complaint structure there, but a complaint comes in, they just dispatch to different departments. What I'm asking for, if we create a structure in Parliament, it mustn't be receiving dispatch. It must be receive, investigate, and then make a referral.
Maybe to follow up on that, as parliamentarians, in your view, what is it that we are not doing, Masenzi oversight, that we need to be doing?
I think that's a good question, Honorable Chair and members. The oversight role. Well, I'm not in Parliament. I'm not the lawmaker, so it might be difficult for me to criticize much what you do. But I see in how ordinary living government works. You will have debates about the subject, but that debate might just be a debate as a tick of a box. If a decision is taken, it stays. So same with the oversight. You might find something wrong in a department, but what are the legal things you do as an oversight body that holds an accounting officer accountable? Shouting and screaming is not a solution. You can bring a person and shout at them in a meeting, but it's not going to. They're going to leave here and go aeroplane and go away. How do you make sure that there is action taken? I don't think there's ever been, I'm not saying that you must start now, but perhaps it might be an opportune time. Provincial commissioners are appointed by the National Commissioner in consultation with the executive in the province. When the executive who represents society feels that the lead of this police is not helping in fighting crime, that executive have a platform to send a communication to the National Commission and request for a fitness board. But it is the executive of the province that has that legal authority. The portfolio committee of police in the province or security, I don't know, community safety portfolio, they don't have that right. Whatever oversight they might do, they will have to write to the executive and raise those things. In Parliament, the person who accounts is the head of the police in the South African Police Service, the National Commission. And since the dawn of democracy to date, I don't think Parliament has ever initiated the process of a fitness board against the National Commission. It becomes a decision of the president to say we're dealing with this one or we're not dealing with. But the Parliament who does oversight, who see the wrong, who have asked for the report, presentations, make suggestions, and there's total ignorance on the things that the law says we must do. There's never been any opportunity, or as far as I know, a time where this portfolio committee will write to the person who's responsible for this accounting officer and say, this accounting officer is not fit for this job. Take action. All the departments, DGs, are appointed by the president. I'm not sure whether the past president and the current has ever received anything from Parliament that says, Mr. President, we are asking you to take action against this DG or against this National Commission, against this general. So I think those are some of the things that we might start want to look at. Because if failure to do that, it means you do oversight over an institution where you really don't have any say on it. You are just calling them to shout at them and they leave again. They come back tomorrow, they leave again. It's the same thing. You'll do that and you become famous to be a very active parliamentarian, but the person you are active on remains in the position. Or the institution that you're doing oversight on, they still do the same things, same way. No changes.
Uchaza ukuthi into esiyenzayo ukujwayela kahle sesezinto ejwayelekile nje ukuthi kuhlale kwenziwa kanje, but we are not effective. But let me appreciate that. Asikhulume nalo daba. What is, in your view, uma kukhulunywa ngawe nebag ye-Louis Vuitton, why did you feel the need to speak out ngayo wena usukela usuka khona uchazela abantu ukuthi kukhulunywa ngebag ukuthiwa wayithola? What prompted you to do that?
Honorable Chair and members, I'm glad you're asking me this because this Louis Vuitton has a history. The history is, I think, majority of government officials suffer the same thing. they fall victim of the similar thing. Mkhwanazi gets on a trip to France where there's a big exhibition to look at different equipment that we use as a police. We are there for a week. In one of the days, as we are walking and person is tired of being walking in this place every day, I come across a plate. I take this plate, I'm a task force trained person. Mine is guns and bullets. So when I take this bulletproof plate, it feels like a paper. I take this thing and I look at what is written on it. What can it stop? What caliber of bullets can it stop? The numbers that are written here, maybe not to believe it. So I say to the person on the desk, I said, this is not true. This plate can stop this caliber. This person says, no, it can. I said, no, demonstrate this. Then he gave my details, said, no, we're going to send an invitation. I fly back to South Africa. We receive an invitation. I put a report to the acting national commissioner at the time, Patlan, and I said, General Patlan, we went overseas and we saw this. I'm interested to know about this because part of the problem we have in police is the death of police. They are dying because they are not wearing bulletproof vests. Portfolio committee have been parading us almost every single day. Police officers are not wearing these vests because they are heavy, uncomfortable. And here I am seeing something that is weight of a paper. And they say can stop the same caliber of the weapons that we are protecting our members against. I want to test this. So General Patlan approves that, no, we can go on invitation back to Germany this time, not in France, to where the company is, to go and test. Remember, I'm the task force person and mine is managing the tactical teams. I'm not a ballistic expert. So I won't be able to go details about what this plate is supposed to have. That's why we have to get forensic people to come with us. A colonel from forensic in Cape Town came with us. So we travel, we go to Germany. In Germany, they take this plate, they put it in microwave with a high temperature degree. They take it after a microwave, they put it in a bucket full of water. They take it from there, they drop heavy object on top of it to mess up with the material of this thing. From there, they put it against the clay. And they ask us, what is the speed of the bullet that we use in South Africa? They load up this bullet and they shoot this thing. 7 bullets goes into it. Not a single one goes through. 2 AK-47, 2 R5s, pistol, and the likes that goes into this. Nothing passes. And for me, it was a wow. I've never seen this. The clay at the back, it's an indication of the impact for those that knows the gun. You put a clay in the plate. When you shoot, the bullet might not go through, but the impact the trauma is going to cause on the body, you're going to see on the hole that is going to be created on this clay. That size of that hole is going to tell you that the trauma, nonetheless, although bullet didn't go through, but the trauma can kill a person. So the plate must not be able to allow that trauma. It must resist even that trauma. So this plate passes everything. I still asked the colonel that was with us, I said, why are we using such a heavy things and not this? So they asked us, what plate are you using? We said ceramic. And then our colonel says the reason we're using ceramic plate because in our specs as the police, we have the specification of a bulletproof vest that must stop an armor-piercing bullet. I don't know if you know the difference. The armor-piercing is the one that goes through steel. So the only thing that will stop that bullet is a ceramic plate. And ceramic plates are heavy. That is one. But two, ceramic plates are easy to break. When you drop it like this, it can crack. So once it cracks, the integrity of it is compromised. This ceramic plate must be evaluated every 5 years. Do we do that in the police? We don't. So we walk around with bulletproof vests that we have been wearing for 10 years, thinking they can still stop a bullet, but we don't know because we're not retesting it. So that was a concern. I come back into South Africa. I speak to my management and I say, and I made a recommendation report, General, I think we need to acquire some of these things and evaluate them with the aim of changing our bulletproof vest in the organization. But he says, no, well, start the process. Now, in starting the process, I'm the one that initiates this. So I engage with General Arlo, who's the head of support at Division HRD, and I say, General, can we have a budget to buy this? Because remember, this is not budgeted for by supply chain. It's an evaluation. We want to evaluate a new product. So General Arlo makes the budget available, said, no, we can only afford so much. And there were about 200 of them. we make an application to the division that is responsible for buying, that is supply chain. We say, we request you to get hold of this. This plate is in Germany. We'll want to bring it here into the country so we can test this. With the procurement rules of South Africa, supply chain should have gone straight to that company and get this thing to come in, but they didn't do that. They went via a local service provider. How do they source the local service provider? I do not know. In my understanding, there was no one who was providing a service of that bulletproof in the country when we met with the company. But later we learned that no, there's a service provider in South Africa that can import this thing. So supply chain goes and buy through that service provider. First batch 200 is delivered as per our request. It comes. So we take these things to different units for testing. It's an evaluation procurement. General Aro come with a proposal. Arlo, he was working at HRD. He says to me, General, why don't we increase this number of these vests from 200 to 1,000 so that we do the assessment of Pretoria West Academy? There's 2,000 students in that college. We do the full medical assessment. We give 1,000 of them these new plates, new bulletproof. We give the other 1,000 of them the older ones. After 6 months of running with these, we re-evaluate them medically to see the impact on their spinal cord and their bodies and everything else that the ceramic plate that is heavy has on the body versus this light one. So I said, but we're going to need money to do that. He said, no, we have some savings in the budget, we can do that. And I said, okay, so let's make an application. We do. But remember, we don't buy. We apply to supply chain. Supply chain wants to source these things, but obviously the head of supply chain must engage with the CFO, which is Gerald Skete at the time. So then they decided, two of them said, but we've already bought this thing and it was beyond the money that we're supposed to buy on quotation, we must buy through tender. Because it's for evaluation, we're able to source it. But the second batch is going to be expensive for us to get it directly. Let's go to Treasury and ask for permission. They wrote to National Treasury. They asked for permission. National Treasury said, no, but you've got the 200 to evaluate. The reason you are giving for the evaluation to buying the others, we cannot agree with it. Go on tender if you want to buy the others. So the response come back, and that way it stalled. To my understanding, because the response we got back from supply chain said, no, Treasury didn't approve, so we can't buy. So we live with that. We cannot buy. But I didn't know that the company that was procured from the 200, supply chain, when they received the second request from us, while they're asking for permission from Treasury, they told the company to bring more. The order is coming. And the company ordered. But when the company ordered, they got the finance, I'm told, from First National Bank. They got the loan and they ordered the staff to come into the country. But when Treasury said no to it, supply chain did not send an order to the service provider. So the service provider suffered because he's got the product into the country, costing millions, and he's got no order. That was his, I think, stupidity that he did. But when there were investigations that were done by IPID and many other people, it appears that someone from within the bank, they approached these members and said, this person owes us money. He asked for money because of bulletproof, but he's not paying us. That is what started everything to say, this person received this bulletproof, and the investigation was lodged. I'm told they raided these companies' offices, but they realized actually there was no order from supply chain. So they seized these gadgets, computers, and they did everything. That is on one side. But on the other side, I had asked the SC to help me yesterday. Remember those numbers that I asked if you can open them for me so we can reference to? I don't know if you saved them. I hope you did. What I then discovered, honorable member, is that in me introducing this light vest, I'm making a lot of big business angry because I'm introducing something that does not exist in South Africa. So I'm coming to disrupt their business. And out of curiosity, then I started investigating to say, we are forced to stick with this ceramic plate, even if it doesn't work for us, for all these years. Who are these people we are buying from? Then I saw the list. I think less than 5 companies or maximum who are solely responsible for giving us bulletproof vests since the dawn of democracy to date. So here's me coming up with something that's going to disrupt them. A part of why there's this so much attack on me. But fast forward to that initial visit, there's another visit with the National Commissioner to the same exhibit, but we're going to visit the police there, then we pass the same exhibit. When we return from there, because this information now I asked from the National Commission, when we return from there, because there were many of us, one of us was Brigadier Leon from Forensic. She's the one who was always, when I was in the task force, I was receiving a lot of things that she was buying for research that cost millions of rand without tenders. She's the one who was bringing these things. The drones were the first to have drones bought by her, cost millions without going through tender because she was doing that job at Forensic. She was with us on that second trip. We were about 5 or 6 of us. On our return, allegedly, from what I hear, is that she received a gift from someone. We are there for a week. When we part ways, you go to the hotel, you don't know what the person does. Others go shopping and this and that. Apparently, she received a gift of a bag, Louis Vuitton. They say it's a clash bag from what I'm told. She comes back, she declares that. But none of us are declaring anything because we're not getting anything. It is the case based on that to say there were Louis Vuittons that Leon Ras declared, the others didn't declare. So which means that's why Paulo Salvan will say, I don't know what he did with Louis Vuitton. That means he gave it to his wife because he knows that it was a clash bag, it's a woman's bag that was given to Brigadier Leon Ras. The rest of the men that were there, myself, I know I didn't get anything. So when the story went out, I asked the National Commission, I said, what is the story about this Louis Vuitton? He said, no, they approached him to ask him about it, but there was no Louis Vuitton. To date, nobody has ever come to Mkhwanazi to ask questions about it. But Mkhwanazi is out there in the media. So this goes to show that it was a fight back that I believe come from people that were disturbed on their business. On one side, for honorable members to know, the price of it cannot be the same as the price of a bottle that you buy in South Africa. If this bottle comes from abroad, there's taxes and everything that is going to make the price of this expensive. So it was a given that vest is going to be expensive simply because it comes as a complete unit. I wish I can present it before you so you can compare both. I'll invite the Portfolio Committee of Police to tell us to bring that bulletproof vest, old one, and that we found that site, bring the ballistic report, the member that was there to show the difference between the two. I'm glad today these companies are starting to make the very same light plate, thanks to us introducing that. But I can say to date, we are still on ceramic.
So I'll be
We are
wasting
still buying from the same companies.
So I'll be wasting my time asking you ukuthi bekune 100,000 kuleyo bag le because there was never a bag.
So they talk about the clash bag. I don't even 100,000 rand. How does it even get to that clash bag? So you can see it's a story that was just made up.
Makes sense.
Unfortunately, people that shared with Mr. Paulo Sullivan, he then believed that this is the fact.
Go umbuzo wami wokugcina.
Thank you so much.
Bese ngizobuza ngoKhan.
That must be the last question.
Thank you, Chair. No, quick one. Why would General Khan, if there's all these allegations, you as his colleague and seniors, if I may say, maybe it's your senior, I don't know. Why would you and in the state probe such a person on allegations and I'm asking this because I still feel strongly that if he felt that he is innocent of the allegations, he wouldn't come to me. He wouldn't invite me to a certain place to speak to me on a video call. He would be doing exactly what you are doing with the Louis Vuitton issue. In your take, what's that issue?
I really don't know. I don't know because he's not working under my command. With all what I know, if he was working under my command, I would have taken action long time ago. But he does not work under my command, so I cannot be able to answer as to why there's no action taken against him. It seems to be, even in this committee, is missing. You know, we find a way of dodging everything. I do hope that the police commissioner will do something drastically this time. General Commando said he has dismissed over 30 members at crime intelligence. But that's not enough. There are many wrong members that are still there. That shouldn't be there. That have been part of the system. So we need to, I think General Khan is one of the richest general we have, maybe more richer than all of you.
Waltabulizwe mfoka kwale nkosi asibonge baba Mkhwanazi inkosi kubusise.
Thank you so much. We take a break. We come back at 20 minutes to 6. I want to remind you that your staff members want you outside again now. Thank you so much.
I wasn't here at your first visit,
Okay.
and so I may have missed some stuff. But on your own account, you've been a senior manager in the police since around 2011, right?
That's correct. Well, maybe let me rephrase. A senior manager in the police is when you become a brigadier, so that will take me back to 2005.
Wow. So that's a long time. And you clearly have a lot of clout in the police. You're a force to be reckoned with.
Well, I'm a serviceman to be reckoned with, not the force.
The issues that you raised at your press conference, these are not new issues.
That's correct.
Anybody who lives in South Africa who is even moderately knowledgeable
That's correct.
has some idea, perhaps not of the extent, but has some idea of these problems.
That's correct.
And they haven't been getting better, they've been getting worse. We're all aware of this. So while you were in the senior management of the police since 2005, and I understand a brigadier is not necessarily in the kind of position to do it, but a general certainly is. What did you do to address these issues, to try and change the trajectory of the police service, which we must admit has been a downward one?
Honourable Member, in my past experience in the police, in different levels where I managed, I've dealt with a lot of bad things and I've corrected them myself in those extent, but not to the bigger scale of the entire organization. That was within the space where I was operating, from the unit level all the way up until I was a task force. I left the task force and I became a component head. The former divisional commissioner, Lamour, who was once my boss, General Motiva, who was my boss, General Mawela, who was once my boss, they can attest to that I will challenge things while working as a brigadier and as a major general.
No, I have no doubt that you challenge things, General. But the question is more, why on a greater level, why on a more broader spectrum? What did you do to change things in the police, to change the trajectory? Not unit bound. I understand that in your own unit you probably jack things up. But I mean, as a senior manager, your concern should be for the entire organization. So what did you do to do that?
Yeah, well, beside the actions that we took last year, July, I had an opportunity to act as a national commissioner in 2011, 2012.
Correct.
The interventions that I started with there was to temporarily remove the management of crime intelligence because I wanted to clean house.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I didn't last in the office much. When I was removed, Jarpiaka came in, things went back to normal. So that was my attempt to try and clean things up.
Okay.
At the time, many people were being investigated, and amongst others.
So what are the changes that you implemented in that short period? I think you were acting National Police Commissioner from around October 2011 to around June 2012.
That's correct.
So what are the changes that you brought in then when you had the chance?
One of the things that was critical for me was to reduce the number of generals that we had. And one of the things I had said to General Mkhwanazi, who was the head of HR at the time, that if any lieutenant general leaves, we don't fill that post. Whether that person leaves at the province, we move someone from head office to the province. But we must cut down, because when I came in, maybe I was a number almost 40 of the lieutenant generals that we had in the police. So that, for me, was a problem, because a lot of infighting at the head office, especially.
Just as a matter of interest, why are there so many lieutenant generals?
Well, it ended up being a party thing. I get into a position for authority. I want to move my friend to that level. I create a division and appoint that person.
That's really not a good reason. But
well, some of the members ask here, why did the president appoint Mkhwanazi overnight and promote him to lieutenant general? I did not apply for the position. I just became a major general while was still enjoying 5 months to be a major general. Next thing, I'm promoted to a lieutenant general. You asked me whether was it a good thing. It benefited me financially, but honestly speaking, we are too many. And yes, I don't think it was ideal to even appoint me. There were many lieutenant generals that could have been appointed at the time, but they chose me. Well, in choosing me, automatically meant they must now elevate me to the same level with the others. And that cost the state money.
I agree that there are way too many. Yeah. Now the issues that you raised in your press conference are all important issues. But why didn't you raise them before July 2025? Why did you allow the position to become so desperate? If you did raise them, where did you raise them? And don't go back to the history of the portfolio committee. We know this. What did you do in the police to raise these issues?
Yeah, well, we've had a number of meetings with the National Commission trying to address this. That's why I even engaged the minister myself directly, because I wanted to get to understand what makes him to come with this decision. And what I was beginning to see, up to April, I tried to reach out to him again through the WhatsApp, which he acknowledged, because I wanted to raise this with him internally so that we can resolve it. But it proved that I was not successful in doing it.
So is there just a general apathy, a sort of a laid-back attitude? Or is this, something that's done on purpose?
I wouldn't know, Honourable Member. I must say the actual press briefing happened immediately after I was given a statement by the National Commissioner that distanced himself from what was happening. Because I kept on saying, General, these dockets are gone. Did you authorize? There are many of these things happening. Did you authorize? He says, no. I said, statement. And he hasn't given me a statement. So I kept waiting. I kept asking. And I ended up saying to him, we need to go public now and tell South Africa about what's happening, because it looks like we're not finding a solution. And when he said, we can have a press briefing, because I said, I want to have a press briefing about the PKTT work. He said, oh, you can have a press briefing. And I said, but before that, can you help me to clarify this issue of the PKTT through the statement? Then he said, okay, take a statement. When I got that statement, that's when I said, now I can move. Nobody will turn back on me.
So yesterday, General Masemola said he thought that you went a little overboard with your press briefing.
Yeah, well, he knew the things that we're raising over time. He had committed that he was going to address that with the president when he returns from Brazil, because I've heard that stories many times, that things have been addressed, I felt, no, I don't think it's ever going to happen. Let me.
While we're talking about the press conference, and then I'll move off it, just as a matter of interest, why did you feel the need to dress the way you dressed, as opposed to wearing your normal uniform or a suit?
As I said, Honourable Member, when I was talking to the members before, that as things were building up, as we're assessing what is happening and assessing the danger that we are facing, I then engage, and most those behind me are task force members.
Yes.
So I started to engage them, and I said, I think there's some kind of a takeover of government that is happening. When people want to control security cluster, they are going to take over government. And we reached a stage where we must face an enemy head on. So let's communicate the message directly and indirectly so. I asked the National Commissioner for permission to dress like that, and he gave me permission to. I still had my uniform anyway, so that's why we put it on.
Okay, I'm sure you're entitled to wear it. Why did you think that there was some force trying to take over South Africa?
Yeah, we knew from analysis that we're seeing that once General Sibiya ascended to the position of the head of the police, with the relationship that he has with other key players within the security cluster, from intelligence to the NPA to presiding officers, some within judiciary, it is easy then for them to drive the country towards where they want. But what is a force behind them are these people that are controlling money. And the biggest pain on the people controlling money are within this drug business. That was a painful thing. And maybe members don't know, once you control the security cluster, you take over the country.
Yes.
That's where we were going. That's what we're seeing happening.
So I assume that you don't have to do it now, but I assume that you can prove these connections between General Sibiya, the NPA, and the judiciary.
Well, Honourable Member, you know the court process is about the admissibility of evidence. There are things that you can be able to admit in court, but the things that might be factually there but are not admissible in court. A typical example, if I were to come to you as a prosecutor and say, I've intercepted this communication between this one and that one. I've got this record of this one and that one, bank movements of money and so forth. The first question you're going to ask me, how did you access it?
Certainly.
Exactly. So for that, you might not accept it in court because of that. But it does not necessarily mean it's not happening.
No, that's true.
There's a typical thing that we have. We can prove things to you on facts, but might not necessarily be admissible in court of law. But because it's things that we have to go beyond the normal way of gathering evidence, because of the enemy we see before us, we had to gather information in that fashion. People were recorded and they were, while they're talking to each other, photos were taken and so forth.
Are you saying that you gathered evidence illegally?
We got that evidence through intelligence means.
Yes, that's an answer to the question. In your view, General, what are the changes and reforms that are immediately essential in the police and in the wider criminal justice system to correct the trajectory of the police and the criminal justice system?
I remember when I appeared here before, I raised something that majority of members seems to be warming up to it, except one member, Honorable Julius Malema, also not totally objecting, but he said we still debate. This country is big. The Constitution written gives the powers to one person to be responsible for your safety in the country. That is this big. To the extent that all the powers are centralized at the head office, that on its own increases the risk that this country is facing, what we are talking about today. I might not be in a good position to say you must devolve this from the national office to the provincial office, but it is my own conclusion that we have to, or government must look at this monster of an organization and do benchmark internationally. There are many countries that don't have the size that we have. One person overseeing almost 200,000 people. I don't think it's good. That's why there's going to be shortfalls. There's going to be a lot of shortfalls in between. Performance will be compromised, and then infiltration of the bad people will happen because there's not close supervision. Yes, we might trust all these managers that you've employed, but there's going to be problems that we have. So for me, I feel we might want to look at the risk mitigation measures against what we've seen that has happened or almost happened. Because if you have a wrong person as a head of this organization, a wrong person as a head of DPCI, a wrong person as a head of crime intelligence, then we are doomed.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. Now, your contract, whether you're aware of it or not, is, according to the newspapers, about to be extended for another 5 years. How do you, if it is extended, how do you propose to use this platform to effect the changes that you want to see done? How are you going to do that?
Honorable Member, I'm a provincial commissioner now. If I'm going to be one next month, I will still be one. But the provincial commissioner is given powers by the Constitution. And the Constitution says this person must account to the provincial executive. But at this present moment, there is not a direct accounting to the provincial government. I inform them as and when they need to know. They can't hold me accountable for anything. The fact that the citizens elevate this leadership in a province to be in charge, and the citizen says health, safety, social, and everything that we need to be provided with education. When it comes to security, there's limitation that that executive in that provincial government can do. Whereas the Constitution says that provincial government must contribute to the appointment of these men and women to be a provincial commissioner. It ends there. Be part of the appointment, but when it comes to the accounting part, they are not involved. I think that's part of the problems. I might be a provincial commission, wish that I can do A to Z, but I've got so much limitations that I cannot do it. So most look at this present moment. We have vacancies. I've said before, I cannot appoint a brigadier in the police. In my own province, I cannot. I must write to my colleague at the head office and seek permission. My colleagues will advertise when he or she feels like, and will bring that approval to me. I do shortlisting. I send the names to them for verification. And they decide to approve or not approve the shortlist. They bring them to me. I do the interviews. I submit 3 names recommended. Doesn't matter how best is this one. But if they feel because of the color of the skin, equity or otherwise, we take number 3.
Sure.
It doesn't matter how I feel about it. Number 3 is going to be appointed in that position. So these are all the limitations that the provincial commissioner has. While you want to make a difference, but there's this limitation which I've engaged with the provincial executive. I've been talking to the police management that please devolve some level of authority or powers to the provincial office so that it's a provincial commissioner with a provincial government that might say we have a problem in that place. We need a police station there. That the provincial commissioner doesn't have to write to the head office to ask for that police station to be there. He can just create that structure, obvious following the prescripts that are there. So those are limitations that if I were to be still granted the opportunity to be a provincial commissioner, I would still cry for. Because it doesn't have that you have the rank, the title, but no authority.
Okay, then there's another story during the rounds that I must have misunderstood somehow. There's a suggestion that you are suggesting that there was a sort of a second shadow government somewhere in waiting, a union building somewhere on a farm. Did you discuss that? And if so, what is that about?
What I said in the past, honorable member, is that there was a gentleman that was very big in the taxi business. He's late now. He had a game farm in north of Pretoria. Talk about taxi bosses, talk about business people, very prominent one. Talk about politicians, very prominent one. Will all make a turn in that place. I had conducted a peace talk in KZN on the taxes. He came there. I think he did not appreciate what I said in that meeting. When he left, I had this thing from people that are close to him. One of them is this Sergeant Nkosi, because he grew up with him there. He was his father. Where this man says, I want Mkhwanazi to come to the farm. If you can't bring Mkhwanazi to the farm, that means you don't have control over Mkhwanazi. Because he believed that if you come to the farm, it's a sign of respect to him. So everyone, that means they walk into that farm or drive into that farm, they are subjecting themselves to his authority. So this person was that powerful, that man. So many people are associated with him. That's why I'm saying there was that parallel kind of managing the country that was run in a farm. And there are many people of his, some of them brought us here today that were attending this gathering. So that's why I'm saying the majority of the politicians know him very well. And so he goes, he passes on, other people want to take over from him. So that's why we had to stop. General Sibia says at one stage, communicating to Nhlanhla, that I don't have anyone else to look after me except you, Nhlanhla. Mswati is gone. So when you have a general saying that, he's handing himself over to Ken Nhlanhla by that communication. It's a worry. It tells you that we were almost having a problem. But it's something that was there for many years.
Okay, we keep hearing about the Big Five cartel. So now we know that at least Katie Molefe and Kat Matlala are apparently members of the cartel, and you today told us about Mr. Motsumai or Mr. Motsuma, who I assume is a member of the cartel. And we don't know who the others are. But what is being done to apprehend these people and stop this cartel business?
There's serious investigation underway, honorable member. That's why we're fighting for that counterintelligence to be allowed to continue to work. Under your supervision, of course, so that they don't abuse whatever they are doing themselves. But that's what we wanted them to be allowed to do, because they cracked that investigation and they're running with it. And I might just say before everyone here that I might not disclose everything before the ad hoc committee because of the investigation. But the one famous person that is known as Vusmu's Cat Matlala, he was placing himself, he was trying to replace one of the big five. But he was actually a proxy of one of them before. So in this scheme of things of the big five, he's nothing. He's a non-starter. So he's a small fish in a pond.
Not sure he'd be happy to hear that, but.
Yeah, he knows it himself. He knows it himself. They are big bras that generals are afraid to call their names about.
Now, you say you removed General Sentimela at Crime Intelligence. Was that while you were acting commissioner?
That's correct.
And that's why you had the power to do it?
That's correct.
Where did you move her to?
I sent it to HRU, Human Resource Utilization.
See. But after that, she became the head of many different departments.
Yeah, that's correct. She came from into the crime intelligence as a brigadier. From there, she went to DPCI as a major general, and shortly after that, back to crime intelligence. I sent her to HR. Next thing, she got promoted and became a divisional commissioner of crime detection. And next thing, she's an acting national commissioner, or she's a deputy national commissioner.
And why did you only remove her when crime intelligence was and is still
I must be honest.
driven with corruption?
I must be honest, I could only deal with senior management. So I removed all of them. But I must say, not all of them were removed because they did wrong. It was a temporal arrangement to make sure that investigation is done without being compromised. And one of them, who was a good man at crime intelligence, was General Nhlanhla. He was among those people that are temporarily placed out. But when General Piaga came and placed General Ngcobo there, General Ngcobo transferred General Nhlanhla amongst others permanently out. And the reason used is that he's got no security clearance. And General Stole was investigating. He came to me when I was kept at home. I said to General Stole, Ngcobo does not have powers to remove General Nhlanhla permanently because it was temporal. Number one, he's an acting divisional commissioner of intelligence. He's got no powers to move someone to another division without the division receiving. That's one. Two, Ngcobo himself has got no security clearance. So how can you not have a security clearance and you want to remove someone else that has one? Because you're alleging that he received it fraudulently so. So the road continued at the time when General Piaga came. It just went on. Ngcobo came, did his things. Myself, Khumalo, we became a target of state security and SSA because it was alleged at the time that we were keeping this very secret document that was going to compromise the former President Zuma at the time. So we were enemies of intelligence community from that time.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Is it your next Honorable Kalapanat?
Thank you, Chair. General, yeah, that were Chris Ngcobo, as I recall, was found to have I did try and tell General Piaga, but she chose to ignore the information. And of course, it was found out he had a fraudulent matric certificate. So he was booted out. I'm right, yes?
I heard about that, yes.
Yeah, so that was a catastrophe waiting to happen. And no, he had no power to do any of what he tried to do. I absolutely agree with you that the policing powers should be devolved to the provinces. It's ridiculous that you aren't able to appoint who you wish to or need to or are experienced with. And that goes for all the provinces. So yes, I agree. It's this monolith where even the basics have to be ordered from one central entity. It can take months to get toilet paper to a station. I mean, it's a ridiculous situation. I think my honourable member next door has dealt with the big five that have been referred to over and over and over the last forever. The 360 million rand Medicare 24 contract, it's particularly strange to me that 1 minute the SAPS is accepting donations of bar fridges from Cat Matlala via General Sentimela. Mule, and she claimed here before us that Major General Tema, is it? Tema, yeah. Tema suggested that she should approach him, which she then did for the donation to the SAPS. And it was astounding to me. I asked her over and over, surely it was clear to her that Kat Mandlanga was deeply involved in serious criminal activities, specifically as a tenderpreneur linked to organized crime, contract killings. As everyone knows, around May last year, he was arrested for allegedly masterminding a botched hit on his former partner, the actress. But she approached him for a donation the year before. And even then he had a long history of arrests dating back to 2000, including a 2001 conviction for burglary. And then of course came the 2025 arrest, the tender business. I mean, it was all out there. He was firmly established as a major criminal suspect. And I asked her, don't you look into someone before asking donations of them? How many times must a person be arrested before the SAPS distances themselves from him or her? And her answer was basically, oh, my bad. I was gobsmacked. It really shocked me. How does that sort of thing happen within the SAPS?
Well, it's a deliberate. We tend to profile. Part of the donation process in the police is that you have to follow the process where you ask to accept the donation, and the person that is providing donation to you gets profiled as to who the person is, what business interest he has, the criminal status, and so forth, before the approval for you to accept the donation is made. So when you were told by senior managers that they received this donation and later they discover that the person is like this, the question is then, what was the procedure followed in receiving the donation from the beginning? Because if the procedure was not followed, they will definitely not know about CAT. But the procedure was followed for that person to be profiled prior to accepting a donation, you were not going to miss it.
I must say I was facetious. I told her that Google was her best friend. It was inconceivable to me. You did say earlier that you removed her. I figured it had to be when you were the acting National Police Commissioner.
Yes.
But if she was removed from there, why wasn't she removed from the SAPS altogether? Of course, that would have prevented the 360 million rand tender drama.
When I removed the honorable member, I appointed General Nhlanhla to conduct investigation at crime intelligence. But before things were finalized, General Piaga came into position. So I then had to go and sit at home for a year. General Piaga then ran the organization.
I'm sure you know well my opinion of that particular lady. Mr. Komotso Paklane came before us a number of times, in fact, having been dismissed from the SAPS and having a number of losses in court. He still professes his innocence. He lost his Labour Court appeal to overturn his 2020 firing, being found guilty of dishonest conduct. The courts confirmed he intentionally or negligently failed to implement the 46 million rand contract for forensic cameras. That led to a 24 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure. He faces various criminal charges in the High Court of fraud, corruption, money laundering related to multi-million rand police tenders. Now, there are links to criminal masterminds and missing police funds. Your opinion on the matter, is he a victim or is he a criminal?
Well, if the court arrests you and they convict you, then you can call it criminal. He has not been convicted, but he's been arrested. A lot of the things that have been alleged are worrying. But from my little corner, on some of the observations that I'd made, there were question marks. There were indeed question marks. Yes, I was worried about how IPID and Paul O'Sullivan came about these investigations that they did, which was to me a breach of security from the police or security of the country for a person private like Paul O'Sullivan to get to know about the construction structures of someone's property. However, I'm a policeman. Not to expect everyone to earn the same as I earn. Other people will have other source of income. But when you start seeing your colleagues to live a certain lifestyle, you begin to wonder what leads into this. And I'll give an example, honorable member, that part of my discovery, I had gone to a BMW in Montana. I bought an X5 and I was paying installment of that X5. They still gave me a discount, I think close to 100,000 rand, but it was still expensive monthly payment. A month or so later, a colleague of mine, we are sitting and talking. She tells me that her car was damaged and is sitting on bricks. She's not able to service it. So I asked her, why don't you service the car? Because there's insurance. She said, no, I can't sell the insurance because I'm a single parent. I can't afford. I just bought a house that cost 3 million rand, which also raised my, I said, you're a single parent, 3 million rand house, how do you afford it? Because I can't afford it. I'm married, my wife is giving me some money also, but we can't afford that lifestyle. So this one says, I can't fix my car. I think almost 2 months later, the generals are fighting in front of me. I don't know the reason for the fight. So when I went deeper to try and establish, I discovered that this one who said cannot afford to fix a car, she now drives an X5. So where does the X5 come from? The X5s come from the same garage where I bought mine, but was given for free. Allegations. And I'm asking, but why would a person get the X5 for free? What did you do? Then I discovered as they were talking that it was a kickback from the purchase of the fleet of the VIP, the BMWs that you see for the VIPs. The modus operandi in the police, what I gather is that we hold the money back because we have a contract, Treasury negotiates a contract with different companies to buy cars. And we must buy from the manufacturers of cars, not from a dealer on the corner of the street. But when you go to the manufacturer of the car and you want to buy, and the manufacturer says, I don't have the cars on my floor, then that manufacturer must refer you to a dealer that has the type of a car. But there must be a letter. Then you go to the dealer, you say, I want to get this car, that's how you buy it. But you don't buy it direct from a dealer because it's not registered on a central database. You then need to get a person who's registered on the central database. So there's this gentleman who's registered on the central database. The person stands on standby. A dealer in Montana goes to BMW South Africa and order 50 plus X5s and put them in a basement in his garage and don't sell them. The police, PSS, wants to buy a fleet of cars because you've changed the ministers and so forth. We need new cars. There's budget. We go to BMW, we said, BMW, we want to buy cars. BMW says, X5s are not made in South Africa. We don't have them yet. We have to import them. But because you need them now, they check on the system and say, that dealer in Montana has the fleet. They give you the letter. You take the letter, you don't go to BMW, you go to this guy on standby who's a service provider who's registered on the database. We say, place an order, we need 50 X5s. This guy goes to BMW, he collects these 50 cars and he gives it to you, you pay him. That's how, in return, the dealer releases an additional car as a bonus to whoever that facilitated the deal. So the purchases of these cars that come as a fleet towards the end of the year, over many years, have been systematically ordered in that fashion and there's kickbacks coming out of it.
What have you done about it?
So it's something that I picked up. Remember, I'm not part of this procurement, and I picked up there's something like this. And then I raised the colleague and said, but you need to open cases if there's something like this. But when the case, I'm told, landed in court, which some of my colleagues that you spoke about are in court today, I was happy. And one of the officials said, but we need that dealer. Because I confronted the dealer when I went to him. I said, you sell me a car, and I must pay so much installment, but you give my colleague a car for free. How is it possible? He was angry with me. There was a lockdown in 2020. The first opening of international travel, that gentleman sold his company. He was on the first flight out of South Africa to Canada. He's in Canada this week.
So he knew you were.
So it's a syndicate that has been running for that long. So that's what I'm saying now. When you start seeing colleagues living in a certain lifestyle,
You know.
General Mkhwanazi driving a car that is installment of 20,000 rand. He stays in a house that the installment is 20,000 rand. Children goes to school where the school fees is more than 10,000 rand. How much does Mkhwanazi get? These are the questions that
That's why we've called for lifestyle audits over and over.
long overdue.
Yeah. Look, if we're taking a more global view, is it possible that the batches of drugs and weapons that go missing from the SAPS virtually in every province are part of a system run by a particular individual or a group of individuals pulling the strings and with deep internal knowledge of the SAPS and their activities nationwide? They know when they're going to pounce on a huge drug haul or whichever. And as you said previously, some of it then disappears. And are they not perhaps linked to global syndicates? Now, there are, of course, global syndicates running drugs, child trafficking, prostitution, CRT heists, kidnappings everywhere. They're earning a fortune, and they pay for equipment that can basically leave any police service in the world in the dust. They are that powerful. They can fly in under the radar, fly out, drop off, pick up children, off they go. It's happening globally. Is it possible that our problems are linked to those?
It's an intentional problem. You're correct, Honorable Member. Our people in the country and in different provinces, these big five we're talking about is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
There are big boys out there that have not been spoken about. Some of them in Cape Town, some of them in KZN and many other places, different races that are running these operations. The modus operandi is to import these things into the country. Majority of the time, they come under goods that have been imported, and they get a lift from the container of a legitimate business that brings things in, because so that when it's checked, you can be discovered. What is strange always amazes me, and I ask a question, I don't get answers. When you hear from the members of both DPCI and Crime Intelligence telling you that we have an information of a shipment, they travel from Pretoria to Durban, and they've identified a container. And indeed, in that container, there's drugs. How did they know about it? They'll tell you a source from abroad. Those are the questions. But they don't just say, we've identified Mkhwanazi, we leave you the container and they leave. No, they don't do that. They say, we've identified the container, we take it, we go to a police station, we book it in as SAP13, we book it out immediately, we put it in our cars, we drive with it to Pretoria. So what's happening in between that? So I've raised these things as a problem. That's why the HOC Committee is looking at the methodology of making sure things like drugs, when you find the drugs, you must destroy it almost immediately. But with there to be legislation amendments with NPA on that regard.
I'm still trying to work out who and which police officers were the ones who, during the riots in around eThekwini, went to the harbor, ordered them to pull down a container. There was 3 containers up, and to drop it in an empty room and then leave. And of course, it was filled with ammunition, and it was then looted. And I know full well there was a truck offloading boxes of ammunition into the Lacey Road settlement. I told both police stations, to the left and to the right. I had people watching. Neither of them arrived. Nothing happened. So someone is running something, and they were running that, and it's hugely concerning because nobody, it seems, has ever been arrested for doing that from within the SAPS.
A part of the problem, Honourable Member, I will not know exactly how it came about, but part of the problem, provincial commissioners, Honourable Bredenbach said, what will you do as a provincial commissioner? I don't control the borders as a provincial commissioner. They are controlled by the division at the head office. But what I was told is that, and which I learned later, Durban Port, as you see it, it's not like the precinct of this parliament where you have the gate entrance, then you are in a precinct. When you leave this gate, you are outside. The Port of Durban is not like that. Yes, there are control gates to come in, but the storage of the cargo that is still under customs is kept outside the premises, offsite. So that container is one of those that came in and moved from the ship to the truck. The truck took it to a warehouse that is outside the premises of the port. It was kept there. So when that looting then happens, the opening of it, someone knew that there's ammunition in there. They would not have guessed that container out of thousands of them. But there are many containers that are still under customs that have not been cleared. In other ways, they are still within the port. They've not been released. But in the true sense of things, they are not in the port. They are sitting 5-10 kilometers out of the port.
Are you satisfied that you have sufficient evidence against Lieutenant General Shadrach Sibiya to have him arrested, charged?
From what the case I opened in KZN, I'm confident with that. And from what I gather from the team working in Gauteng, there's quite good information that they have already.
In your opinion, did the Minister of Police, Senzo Mkhunu, commit a crime? What crime would that be? Was his order to disband the PKTT illegal in terms of the law?
From me as a complainant, it was illegal in terms of the law.
What law?
Defeating the edge of justice. It is action that led into what transpired after that affected the investigations in KZN.
You have spoken out about investigations probing a specific trust account belonging to Minister Mkhwanazi in order to identify the source of the funds. What is that about? Is the investigation part of a broader inquiry into allegations of corruption and whether the minister, he is still a minister, I think, has links to criminal syndicates or tender tycoons, and how far along is the investigation? Has someone, well, you say there are criminal charges. You know, as a parliamentary committee sitting here, these members do not have forensic audit capabilities. I know you would like to think that we do, but we don't. We're not SAPS members. And if there are investigations, criminal investigations, they have to be done by you, not by members of parliament. So what is the status of the matter that's being investigated about him?
Although without getting much into details, I remember, and I'm talking not necessarily being directly on that investigation, but from the information I'm getting, a briefing from the colleagues, is that part of why we end up talking about the trust fund account is because it extracted from the communication from the Mandlangas and the other people about having moved money into a trust fund, BMWs and the likes. That's what made us to be aware that it's a transfer. We didn't know that. It comes from communication. We didn't communicate everything that we've received from the communication. So there are typical things that also you'll know about, honorable members, which I will want you to probe. We are talking about the lifestyle audit. A chief of staff gets appointed in August, somewhere about. Before December, he drives a Vuitton Mercedes-Benz and he stays in a 5-point-something million rand property, and. How does he afford that lifestyle? The information I'm getting is that there was a big tender that was contested in the water affairs in KZN, Mgeni Water, which ordinarily the highest bidder was supposed to be 5 billion rand, but that highest bidder lost the tender because the one that won a tender came at 7.2 billion rand. So it's some of the things that members should not just let it loose and must be able to check it out. That how is it possible that some things like this can just happen?
And finally, please put something to bed for me. There are seemingly endless complaints from members of KZN SAPS, not crime intelligence, SAPS members, saying they have to repair their own cars, buy their own tires, literally feed their own detainees because there's no budget. We all know that SAP's budget is massive, massive, massive. Is it not going down to the provinces? I mean, there's obviously, they make claims, oh, but you take all the budget and send it to the PKTT. So there's a lot of envy there. So is it true? Isn't it true? Why is the budget not hitting the ground at station level below that?
Honorable member, I'm glad you're asking the question. As yourself being at a committee and also as a police portfolio committee, it's one of those questions that you can formally ask me to respond to on my official capacity, where I give you a breakdown of the entire budget of the SAPS in KZN, how the money is being spread. The person heading my finance is Brigadier Mutley, and I think she's doing a wonderful job in managing the budget on our behalf. The garage problems remain the biggest sore point for us. There's a shortage of artisans. There's a shortage of equipment in the garage, but then there's also corruption within. So you'll have a vehicle that should be serviced in the garage and come out, but that vehicle is not serviced in the garage. It gets referred to an outside person. Some of them are foreign nationals. And this outside person is contracted by a company that has been employed and given a contract to service cars for us. So the car is there. Some of these officials might be involved in servicing that car. Eventually, the car comes back in and is fixed, and it goes. A month later, it comes back. Then you ask yourself a question. When it leaves and it comes back a month later, what is the problem? Diagnosis is done, and they give you a different problem on the car. So every time the police car comes to the garage and it leaves, it leaves with another problem. So it's a system internally that is not working. So for us to correct that, we need to have these in-house services, cameras every corner of that property, so that nobody goes in with things and go out with things. Perhaps we might start seeing cars being repaired properly. The parts, vehicle parts, that are being procured, being safely stored in those places. If we run our garages, proposal I made to management at one stage was that if we're employing Mr. RNC to be a service provider, we must say, Mr. RNC, we're giving you a contract of servicing cars. In your garage, you're going to service our vehicles for this period of a year. No other car goes into your garage. So that is held accountable for cars coming in, get service, and they leave, and the quality of those cars. He then be accountable for that. At this present moment, what we do in our contract, we give him a contract, but it goes and outsourced to other people.
Outsources.
And when it's outsourced, those people will strip, send a quotation comes in this amount, sometimes inflated. And when it's inflated, the budget is not there to pay for that part, which becomes part of the problem. So there's a whole garage management that needs to be addressed in the South African Police Service. Again, honorable members, that these things are centralized at national office. Be it a
I saw-
contract, be it
yeah.
everything is centralized.
I saw it happening. It started, I think, under Ria Piecha. There was a person who'd supplied SAPS tires nationally. The system was working. The tender had to then be reapplied. He put in his tender. It was low. We knew he had the ability, but in fact was ignored and went down to the third chosen tender of two gentlemen who had no factory, no background, no ability, and she ensured it went to them, as I recall. And of course, anyone trying to challenge something for not receiving the correct tender result, they have billions of rands against their own kitty, and they just end up backing off and leaving. And that was, I think, one of the starts of the dramas that has ended up with these vehicles who sit around month after month, even years, not serviced, gathering dust.
Yeah, it's that problem, or remember, and plus a problem of a police officer as a driver.
Mm.
The way we drive a state vehicle, we don't drive it the way we drive our own cars.
No.
We don't even respect a speed hump on the road on a police car, but we respect a speed hump with our own cars. So what do we expect when the car is driven like that? It's going to break. A lot of things are going to be damaged because of how we're handling it. We want to punish a police officer. We still, to date, the risk of the organization don't have any employment condition that compels a police officer to drive a car.
Or to have a state license.
Yeah,
License. A lot of them just don't bother.
they might have license, but they say, I don't touch a state car.
Yes.
So pretty soon, we'll have cars parked and nobody drives them
Some
because
stations
on an
too.
employment condition is not a compulsory thing to have. So those are some of the things that one talks about, which is a risk to the organization. But yeah, we hope
If the
management.
powers were devolved to the regions, to the provinces, you would be able to deal with situations like that. Exactly. Thank you, Chair. Hello, sir. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, I was,
Shocked.
no, you are exactly on the dot. It's now 5:30,
Thank you.
started at 5 minutes past. So your 25 minutes have ended. Honorable Matthys.
Don't have any questions, Chair. I'm joking. Imagine us not having questions. Good afternoon again, Lieutenant General.
Good evening.
We wrote to the President to respond to some questions that have arisen through our proceedings, and he's responded. And in particular, he responded to our question regarding the disbandment of the PKTT. I'm not sure if you've been privy to it, because you seem to be privy to a lot of things.
No, I have not seen that response yet.
But anyway, the President indicated in his response that he was not aware of the Minister's directive to disband PKTT. He did not agree with the view that the IMC had ceased to exist in the sixth administration. And President Ramaphosa further stated that the Minister was unaware of, or was aware rather, of this position, and he did not support the conclusion, or rather, the conclusion that the PKTT was operating unlawfully. And pretty much you are saying he did not endorse the decision to disband it. And he indicated also that as late as February 2025, the PKTT was still continuing to do its work and had not been formally disbanded. and that was according to his knowledge. So this evidence differs very greatly to what Minister Mkhwanazi told us, because he said that the president had supported his decision. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that, but not too long, please.
Okay,
Lieutenant General.
Honorable Chair and members, I can still repeat.
Mhm.
The Minister Mkhwanazi was influenced to write that letter by bad people. He must admit. If he doesn't admit before South Africans, he must admit at least to his boss. He was influenced. That which he presented here was trying to justify the actions, but he was influenced.
So we pushed him, because that brings me to the next question. We pushed him on that, and I'm sure you watched his testimony, and he was very clear that it was his own decision, and that he has taken responsibility for it. So do you have any other supporting evidence that he told the committee that it was his decision? So you saying your view is that he was pushed. Besides you having a view, do you have any concrete or evidence that can, or where we can go to get that information that he was pushed?
Well,
Right,
when you assess the relationship that he has built with these people and the meetings that he's held, General Security at one stage, she writes about how the minister was talking about the border issues and transferring of functions to the BMA. This is Security saying that. I was not in those meetings. So, but when you assess all these activities that were happening, then you cannot help but to reach a conclusion that these three things listed in the letter were not coincidental. They were strategically decided upon on the 31st of December, when a national commission is on leave, that it must be commissioned like that. The biggest one for me is that now this thing has come out. Now there's search and seizure of these equipment, these gadgets that they used. Then the minister does not avail himself. The team was sitting at his property at Mandlanga. The team told me that we know he's inside here. Can we jump and go in or break this case? I said, leave him. There's no need for you to break in and go and do anything, because you're going to cause a problem. Eventually later, he brought these gadgets. But guess what? They are wiped off. And the team had to then go deeper to to retrieve this that has been deleted. They uncovered these things that were deleted. So you then ask yourself a question, but why would a minister wipe off information from a state property? What is there to hide? So it is those things, and one of the things I said there, that it was Vusi Pikoli that he communicated with. And we are not seeing to date any communication between him and Vusi Pikoli on the day. What we have is between him and the chief of staff, on record from the downloads that were retrieved. So again, it's the work study documents, the cost factor has been disputed, but the CFO and the investigating work study officers were not invited here, but National Commissioner says it was written to him, this work study, not to the minister. The Act does not empower the minister to interfere with the structures of the police and so forth. So there's so many things been presented here before this HOC Committee that proves that minister's reasoning that he put in, it was after he's taken a decision, trying to justify. One of them was the president. President has distanced himself. So we can't help but conclude. For me, where I'm sitting, he might have been part of the squad that was doing bad, but I still strongly believe, I give him the benefit of doubt, that the minister was influenced. Being new in the department, doesn't understand much, like many leaders, they get captured by these members and they make them to do things that they shouldn't do.
So we wouldn't at this stage have access to the messages that were downloaded on his gadgets?
Well, most of them are with the team that's investigating in KZN.
Okay.
That is dealing with the case, and I know in Gauteng as well. But
So
KZN is the one that is, I'm sure, through the
And
engagement.
who's in charge there at KZN? Would we be able to access that?
There's a
Component of our
Brigadier
deliberations?
Gnane is a lead investigator, but he works with the prosecutors from the NPA in KZN. So, as I said, I'm a complainant, so I don't get deeper into understand exactly. They just brief me. I talk about things when they update me about the status. But otherwise, I don't necessarily know what they do and where are they. I would have wanted them to be in court in December already, but they have not been in court.
So I think just as far as our legal team and evidence leaders, perhaps we should look into if we can access that, Chair. Thank you. We want to move on to the movement of dockets because I'm just a tad confused here. So when you were here the last time, you said you only found out about the dockets when they were already moved, right? And then, let me just open this thing that's just closed. When they were already moved. So we've had the National Commissioner, we've had Khumalo, Lieutenant General Khumalo, even Sabia and Sentimule say that they did not communicate with you regarding the movement of the dockets. And I might have misunderstood what you had said earlier, Lieutenant General. Did you know about the move that the dockets were gone, or you only knew they were gone after they had already left?
I became aware when Jarrison Tumule called me and tell me that dockets are in Pretoria and they need to come to KZN.
Okay, so it was how I understood it. We still don't have an explanation, and none of them could give us an explanation, and including you. Why would your team not tell you that they were moving the dockets, including Khumalo?
General Khumalo. I said before, and I'm saying again, I was upset with him because the team was reporting to him on the chain of command. So the team was not talking to me directly on day-to-day. They'll talk via him to come to me, updates and everything. When I want to engage with the team, I go via him. So when he felt this pressure in the head office, I think he felt that they might as well just comply with this thing now, Sentumul and them are involved. And he forgot, he omitted to talk to me about it. So when I became aware, I told him to give me a statement to explain that. And he knows that I was very upset with him, what he did.
So even none of the members in your team knew that the files, or rather the dockets, were going, even to just even send you a message to say, hey, Chief, they're coming to take these dockets?
Well, we have not built that relationship of the members that are going to bypass the command structure and talk to someone else.
So they discipline like that.
Yeah, well, that's why they've been successful in what they're doing, because they follow the protocols that we've established. So, and we try to support them as much as we can. But they are free to talk about grievances that they have, but on work-related matters, even if they need resources. That's why at one stage I took vehicles that were reserved for the king. Because they did not have cars, I took those cars that were parked and gave it to them to work with.
Just to touch on just quickly, because this is based on your first testimony and what we've heard later on from other testimonies. So you know that both Honorable Collard Barnard and Honorable Adams have been witnesses here. When you gave testimony here before, you were very firm that if you continued being pushed, that you can come with more receipts. Do you still hold that view about our members of parliament being involved?
Yes, I can, Honourable Member. That's why I said before, that when I spoke today, that our political leaders become victims themselves because of intelligence. So as much as the members might think good, I spoke about Mr. Adams was here. He might think he's doing what is good for what he's doing, not knowing that he's actually been used to do wrong. So the evidence then is left behind that, okay, this one did this one did that. That's why I cited some examples about Mr. Adams, how he ended up at the prison in Devon, police officers that were part of it, the blue light motorcades and so. It's evidence that we did not present before the HOC Committee, so which we can present if we are pushed to do that.
So do you maintain that both the members of parliament that we had as witnesses, they were just being used unknowingly and they were not deliberately part of any sinister activities?
I like to, all the ones that we mentioned, Mr. Adams, Ms. Cora Barnett, and everyone else, they receive information from intelligence that tells them about things. And then they take a responsibility of acting on it without realizing what is the ultimate motive. That's why I said earlier, a member is released by court with a bail condition that says go back to work. But the members of crime intelligence calls the honorable member and say, these members are not supposed to be here. What happens after that? The honorable member writes she takes a posture of saying that National Commission, that means it's violating the law. When the response comes, she only learned later, that time, that, oh, these members were wrong. But it's after the fact. At that time, when she made that noise, guess what happened? The National Commission removed the general from crime intelligence at that time because of that noise. He removed that person and said, okay, go and sit somewhere else until the dust settles before we bring it back. Well, some of the things that the members are going to talk about are legit. They are wrong things we're doing. Well, let me give a classic example against about the same general we're talking about. He was arrested twice for different cases. The latter one was with the crime intelligence team about the appointment. But the first one, he was alone on some questionable behavior that he had. But when the members are making noise about that, I cannot say they are wrong because it must be answers. I also had question marks about it. I said, how do you interact like this that leads into such thing? But such must be separated. You understand? You mustn't say because this one is wrong here, it means it's wrong everywhere. So it is that which members get caught. They get caught into such things. Surely, Mr. Adams, I don't think he even knew where the offices of the Inspector General of Intelligence is situated.
So
I don't think he knows where Orlando is. If it was not the members that drove him to get there.
but you maintain that they're not intentionally involved. They
I
have
agree.
just been used. So what I'm trying to say is that they get information and they act on it. So it's not that they're involved in setting up.
No, not in the planning.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
they become
That's what I
enablers.
want to know. Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
it's the same approach as said about the minister.
All
They
right.
become enablers of the people who are doing wrong
That's
by
what-
using
okay.
them.
Okay. So they're not involved in the planning of whatever is going on.
I
behind
don't
the
believe,
scenes.
we don't have
Or you
evidence to
don't think-
prove that
okay.
they're part of the planning
All
to
right.
some degree.
So that clarifies a lot. Honorable Adams, from what you know, is he under surveillance?
I'm not at crime intelligence, so I'd rather not talk about.
But you know things.
Yes, I do, but I can't talk about the
you can't
operations
tell
of
us. Okay.
intelligence.
And then you said he got blue lights. From who?
I think there was an abuse of resources at the time by the member, which was facilitated by a police officer for that matter, for him to land in Durban,
Who was the police officer? Do you
a
know?
cousin of Robert McBride, who is a police officer in KZN, who arranged with Mr. McBride to be picked up by Metro Police from the airport and driven on blue light
Metro Police.
into the prison. And he arrives there, he signed as a member of parliament. The prison believes that he's on an official duties and he leaves with blue lights back again to the airport.
So how can we get confirmation about this besides you telling us this?
I have
Can
it
we
in
write
black and
to
white.
Metro-
I have
beg your pardon?
statements, I have entry into the prison, I have statements of the members that drove him.
Okay, we know that he went there because that's not disputed. I'm talking about the blue lights.
There's statements on that already.
Sworn
There's a
statement.
criminal case open against Mr. Adams. Because honorable chair members, and again, what became known, what made Merity House and many people start making noise, including Honorable Adams, about PKTT and the case of Sindiso Magado. The obsession with General Khumalo and wanting to manipulate that everything is about General Khumalo, that blinded them. Khumalo arrested the criminals that killed Magado, that planned and organized and killed Magado. He arrested them. Khumalo discovered that the resources that were used came from crime intelligence. A parallel investigation is running for that purpose. But Khumalo is blamed for the death of Magado. So because their members are trying to drive a different narrative. So, and then the member of parliament, Mr. Adams, doesn't pause to analyze this. Had he done that, he was going to get the facts and be able to realize that I'm now interfering with the police operation by going to this criminal that is convicted and getting some statements and trying to paint a different picture. So these are just but one example of many of those instances.
So just on the blue lights again, you said that you've got a sworn statement.
That's correct.
So is there anything else? Because Lieutenant General, the number of sworn statements we have here with one person saying the sky was blue on Sunday and another one saying it was orange on Sunday at 12 o'clock, it's going to blow our heads off when we go into deliberations. So is there anything else that we can access or you have access to?
Well, these statements I'm talking about are part of the criminal investigation, so I won't be able to bring it here. They're in a docket, but I was briefed about it.
No problem. The apartment you went to at the Pearls, whose apartment is it?
Well, I think the person that assessed me to go, I won't give his name, but he was renting that apartment himself.
So why didn't you meet at the Oyster Box? Because they have meeting rooms there. Why did you decide to go to the
The
Pearls?
plan was to control the space where we're going to meet this guy, so that you can be able to dominate what's happening there. You can't go to Oyster Box and sweep.
You mean you?
I beg your pardon?
Who's we? You mean you?
Me and General Nhlanhla.
Oh, okay.
So we plan it together to say, find a space, a place that no one else can come in, so that you can be able to do what we
Were
can
you a
do.
bit nervous or unsure about what would happen?
We already knew who's Cat. So I'm meeting Cat already knowing who is this person you are meeting. So you
So
can
you're
then therefore
prepared.
not risk not to keep records of this meeting, because it must build an investigation.
And
going
did you actually record the meeting, or you just said it was just sort of because you haven't given us the recording?
Yeah, well, I have not given you a recording, and I'm glad that the meeting, I've explained and I've disclosed the meeting, or what was the content of the meeting, and I did not want to take whatever that we did there with intelligence and give it to Parliament. But for me, I was saying to him, I said to him that we dominated the space, so whatever activities that took place in that place, it's not claiming to be drinking. Once a criminal investigation unfolds, there will be evidence on it.
So besides what you told us today about what happened in the meeting and what you had written in the SMS or the message that you sent, there was other stuff that happened that you can't tell us.
No, there's no other stuff. We came in there, we said when we spoke. It was only about,
And you spoke about what it is you reported to us today. There wasn't anything else.
everything that we spoke about is what I wrote in that message.
So why wouldn't you give us the recording as well?
No, well, remember, I said some of the things when we do from the intelligence point of view might not necessarily be admissible in any investigation. So the how part and all that is with General Nhlanhla. So I don't want to, because it is them that had to prepare the room, intelligence to prepare that room for us to meet.
Okay. Why did you believe that Mr. Mkhwanazi needed to be protected? That because you didn't tell us initially about the meeting, why did you think he needed to be protected?
Oh, no, he is the one who said to me, the names that he's giving me are people that are dangerous, and he wouldn't want those names to be known. And he wouldn't want them to know that he's the one that told me about them, because he gave me their properties where they're located. Now I know Steve Motsume stays in Waterfall Estate. Now I know Steve Motsume owned the property there down Sentin side. I know Sbia's properties. So the fact that he was disclosing such personal information about the people that, according to him, are heavily involved in the wrong, that they might harm him. That's why I wouldn't have, the only person that I could tell out of that was a team that is investigation. That's why I sent Khumalo, this is information, take it further, which they did. So the only time I'm mentioning this, in actual fact, I remember, I did not even say it in this committee, nor at Mandlanga. The names of the people and the things that we spoke about, I wrote that to Sinon, and I copied that to the Senior Council. It ended there. But Sinona took it to the Mandlanga Commission and was forced to go and pronounce on that.
Why were you confident that he was not managing you? So what if him and Lieutenant General Sabia had plotted? So go and approach Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and then you must give him information, because what we need from him, the most important, or their objective, was that they needed you to intervene on a payment of a tender. So why were you confident that it wasn't them just managing you?
No, the intention of him coming to me was tender. He was made clear before he even arrives that he's frustrated with his tender. So I knew that upfront. But our worry was knowing the person that he is. We cannot risk it. Tomorrow I'm going to meet him. He's going to take pictures of that, or someone else in the corner somewhere take pictures of our meeting. And that pictures is used for wrong things. So let's control and dominate the place where we're meeting.
But you're not answering the question, Lieutenant General. Why were you confident that he was not managing you when he was giving you that information, and that him and Lieutenant Sabia were not in cahoots on how they should engage you?
But what I'm saying, I remember, is that right at the onset, the intention of coming to me was because of his frustration with his contract. That one I knew
Yeah,
right at the onset.
yeah.
But to make me help him to meet up with General Nhlanhla, he's going to give me information. It's the information that I did not trust.
Okay.
It's an information that he was going to give that we were not 100% sure whether he's going to be telling us the honest truth, or he wanted to capture us or me into his web. That's why we said we identify the venue, we dominate the venue, you must come to our place that we are controlling.
Did you threaten Major General Sanoa that you were going to inform Steve, what is it?
Steve Motumi.
Motumi, yeah.
I wrote that in a WhatsApp message.
It was only in the message. There was nothing
I never spoke
outside
to
of
him
that.
after that. I was actually making him aware that his friend that he brought to me is the one who spoke about the meeting. Now that he had introduced the meeting, the content of the meeting is going to become known.
Yeah.
And when it's becoming known, he must not blame me for making it known, because he's the one who introduced the meeting. I did not introduce the meeting.
And what did you know, Steve, or what did you know about Steve at the time when you sent the message to Major General Sanoa?
Well, at the time, I did not know who Steve Motumi. When he mentioned the name, I just took note of it. I knew Sbia. I didn't know about Steve Motumi. So when I left that meeting, when I contacted Khumalo, then I discovered that, yes, indeed, he's in the radar. And what I've heard ever since about Steve Motumi coming out all over, and the silence of the media out there about him, made me believe that perhaps we're on the right path.
I want to go quickly also to just address something that Honorable Adams, your bestie, raised.
He's gone now. He's gone.
He's here, don't worry, I'm sure he's here somewhere. Raised.
Yes, sir.
About the crime intelligence property that the PKTT members stay in.
Yes.
Right. Since then, our National Commissioner has responded and said there's crime intelligence properties that have been purchased. It's all above board. But are PKTT members staying in some of these crime intelligence properties?
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay.
They're not. And I must also, again, I'm glad Honorable Adams is here. As I said, he also fall victim. He came here, Honorable Adams, and withdrew the statement that he had made against Khumalo when he said the riot in KZN happened as a result of Khumalo failure. He withdrew it. After withdrawing it, when he came here again on Tuesday, he withdrew that withdrawal. He said, no, it was Khumalo. I want to invite all the members to take the Human Rights Commission report.
That's my question.
I want to invite all of you to go and check at the PKTT deployment, the call-up instruction, the paperwork. Who was deployed? Where were they deployed? Where did they stay? So they can see where was Khumalo when the riot happened. That whole period, I said to you, General Chika was the one that was my assistant, was heading intelligence. He retired last year. So he was in charge of intelligence, was a major general. Khumalo only arrived at crime intelligence in 2022. So again, information that was fair to the honorable member, which he came here and he presented his facts. Oyster Box, honorable member, it's a very luxurious hotel in Durban.
I go there.
Very luxury hotel in Durban and very expensive.
It's only lunch, guys.
There's no way that the police officers can stay there. If you want to prove that, go to Oyster Box and ask them.
I don't sleep there.
Go to Oyster Box and ask them to give you a record. That's a simple thing. Alternatively, the CFO was before this committee. Ask the CFO in black and white to give you entire cost of the PKTT from the first day to the last day. Cost for laundry, cost for accommodation, cost for the SNTs, cost for overtime.
Okay.
It's in black and white. It's accounted for.
Yeah, we do have.
So to simple throw a Beverly Hill, not Beverly Hill, to throw Oyster Box as if, no, it's not wrong. But what I must qualify then on this one, honorable chair members, is that the CFO is going to cap the money and say you can only sleep at 800 rand property. When the members are working, they are going to go negotiate sometimes with the service provider and say, you are costing 1,000 rand a night. We're going to pay 800, that's our limit. But we're going to stay here for a month. And with that deal, the owner of the property will say, no, I take that because it's a long stay, guaranteed income. It's fine, we can stay on this discount. So there are properties that members might be staying in. Maybe when you do a research on Google, you might find that the price is beyond 800. But go and check at the expenditure that the state paid for the property. It's as per the approval of the funds. So there's no difference. If Oyster Box had, which I know they didn't, if they had afforded members to stay there and gave them that discount to let them pay it 800 rand, there was not going to be anything wrong with it, because the money for accommodation would have been kept, regardless of the place where you stay. So it is that which we must always be careful about, because members will feed us wrong information.
Just to come, you mentioned the Human Rights Commission report. So when you were here, you indicated that Becky Cele, the then minister, asked you not to contest the report because they had some adverse findings about you, the Human Rights Commission report.
Me?
You regret not doing it, yeah?
No.
July unrest.
No, the minister never asked me that. And we never discussed anything about contesting it. Not me, maybe the National Commission, not me. He has never spoken to me. They interviewed us in the previous report. I was there, the human rights.
Okay, then maybe I must go back to your testimony the last time. From what I remembered, you spoke quite at length on the report, that there was a meeting, the national team that was set up in KZN, that you had suggested that there must be a shutdown of social media. They didn't do it. So you were quite unhappy about the Human Rights Commission report and some of the findings they made into you. And then you explained that your wife had just given birth and, you know, you had to deal with some of those issues. Okay, we'll park that for now. Because we'll just need to look into it, and maybe the evidence leaders can just do that. But I was under the impression that former Minister Cele had asked you to just let the report go because you were not happy.
Honorable members, can I beg with the chairperson to please allow you this minute that I'm going to take from you, because I feel this one must talk about when Honorable Adams is here. The issue of that unrest that involves my child. Honorable Chair, if you will add that minute to our member, because I'm taking this time from you.
Nice to be you, Lieutenant General, because you can even
Honorable,
put a minute.
honorable members,
We get shut down very quickly. Okay.
Honorable Adams is here and is listening to this. What pains me is to see a leader of society and coming here and talk bad about what happened in July. And I was there on the ground. I faced the fire. That X5 I talked about earlier that I had bought in Pretoria. I drove that car alone in the car because I was isolating, because General Mkhwanazi had died and people that were General Mkhwanazi were with us in the operation. So I had to isolate. In that isolation, I had to go and see the operations. I got into my own car. I drove through Phoenix with my handgun, hoping that someone would attack me and I was going to fight with that handgun. If I die, I die. Because I wanted to see these attacks and these murders that were happening in Phoenix with my own eyes, with no escort. I drove that night. That's a sacrifice that I made. The riot starts and the riot ends, Mr. Adams. The ministers, they come down to KZN after the riots. After the riots, they visit KZN. Why do they visit? It's because their boss, which is the President of the Republic, is coming to visit the following day to assess the damage. So when ministers arrive late at the airport and they drive and they see what is happening around and we brief them, the following day the President lands. I'm the one who's doing the briefing. The following day the President lands. That time we're busy with the mop-up operation. We are cleaning now. The dust is settled. We are cleaning. The President arrives. I'm the one that takes the President around all these sites in KZN. in Durban. Me, this one. The president is satisfied and he hears the plan of how we're going to deal with this and investigation and so forth. He gets on the aeroplane, he flies out. 2 days later, we are busy with cleanup investigation. There's no riot at all. I then get into the car. I drive with that X5 to Pretoria. And arrive in Pretoria. The following day, my wife gives birth, cesarean section. And she stays in a hospital, Mr. Adams, and she gets out the following day with the stitches in the stomach. I put her in that X5, Mr. Adams. I drive with her and that toddler, 1-year-old, for 1,000 kilometers, Mr. Adams. And I leave her with a family. I go to the aeroplane, I fly back to Durban. I'm not there with a child. I left them like, that's a sacrifice that I don't think anyone will ever make. That's what I contributed in this July unrest. To come here and make it look like I neglected the duty, I prioritized the child over the safety of the citizens. You were not there, sir. I was here. So it is that I want to address because it's a very sensitive thing to me, personally. So if I can do that and someone who's a leader of society doesn't appreciate, I take an offense on it. The facts are there. Timelines of the violence are there. We are not in a business of thumb-sucking dates. We must say the riots happened on this date, ended on this day. This day what happened, and that day what happened, and that day what happened. So when I go, it's because there's no more violence. So for him to say, I neglect the job, it's the same with the former Speaker of this Parliament, who herself said that. She was sitting, Mr. Adams, she's the one who was sitting at Oyster Box, claiming to be running operation, a mop-up operation, sitting at Oyster Box. That's the Minister of Defense who was sitting there. So when I present these things, it sounded as if I'm arrogant before the Human Rights Commission, but I was giving the facts. I was telling the minister that the soldiers don't have equipment to do the work. You're calling them to come to Cape Town. I don't know what they're using to work in Cape Town because they don't have tents to sleep on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. I think you and Honorable Adams must have a moment.
Now at the room, one of us will come out.
No.
Give us a room, one of us will come.
Lieutenant General, you can't say that. That's like a threat.
Say again?
Point of order.
Can't do that.
General Mkhwanazi is threatening a member of parliament. Please.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I wanted to tell the honorable member that her time has ended.
But the general did not tell who is going to come out. He said, one of us is going to come out. He did not tell which one.
Honorable Chair, I begged for a minute for the old member because I took that time to air my unhappiness about Mr. Adams. Can you please?
Yeah,
No, she knows I'm forever benevolent. When we started, we agreed that today members will, upon the expiry of their time, they will not speak for more than 15 minutes.
Okay, no, I don't.
So she can still engage with you until 20 past.
I don't think it's going to go that far. I just wanted us to go to the issue of the kidnapping case. You said there was a private investigator. Do you have know the name of the private investigator that's linked to Sabia and Khan?
I'll get you, honorable member. I don't have his details here, but I'm going to get the team to send it to me.
Okay, thank you. And then I also just wasn't clear, and I might have missed it. You said that the investigation was messed up, and that's why the charges were withdrawn or the case was closed. So on which side? Was it the prosecutors or was it the investigators in SAPS that messed up the case? I didn't understand what you were saying. And I think you also mentioned that there were some processes that were being taken against those who messed up the case.
Yeah, well, I said earlier, I remember that investigations are run by DPCI. So I was not privy to the docket, the details of it. But what I know is that the DPP in KZN wrote and they nullified to prosecute. From what I gather is that the nullification of prosecution is not because the crime was not committed, but the nullification of the investigation is the method that were used in the investigation. One of the things that I hear that might have been an issue is that this Mlotshwa, who had ran allegedly with a suspect to Mozambique, how he was brought back in. Yes, on paper, Home Affairs and everything, temporary passport to come in. However, the team was waiting for him at the border. So when he landed, they took him. So which means it was a way of bringing him in, but without using their courts processes in Mozambique. I suspect it's things like those that were technicalities that led into a withdrawal case. Not to say the crime was not committed, not to say those people that were arrested were not good, correct suspects that should have been arrested. But again, it's me talking from what verbally I was hearing from the DPP. But what was written down as a complaint was sent to via NDPP to DPCI. And I'm told there's a disciplinary case that is running currently against those members that were involved in that investigation.
Okay, that's what I just wanted clarity on. So as a committee chair, if we can write both to the DPP and also to the, the DPCI to ask and give us details. The evidence leaders are not even listening. Our legal team is on the phone. So we can just write and get information and clarity about the case, because the testimony we had here was quite long and detailed. So it's going to help us in our deliberations. Lieutenant General Sentamule. So her CV that she presented to the committee was very impressive, Lieutenant General. And personally, I was very impressed. I think I even got teary at some point. So what is not impressive in your opinion about her CV or her experience with starting in State Security Agency and then in SAPS?
I have not scrutinized the CV, Honorable Member, but I believe that in a career in the organization might be impressive to some degree. However, one moving within the ranks in the police and the place where you're working, you have to go back and ask the credentials of the person. So for Mkhwanazi to wake up the next day and become the head of investigation, and he has never ran investigations in the past, there's always going to be a question mark. But again, management experience might cover that, might make up for that. So I do not know what her CV entails between the period when she joined the police up until now. But I like to believe the training, maybe the exposure of where she has gone to, a type of work that she was part of and leadership might have qualified her to be in that position. So which means it might be an impressive CV. So I won't dispute that. I will not dispute that. But it's a person that on paper looks something else, but the behavior is something else.
So you were talking about her behavior. We did, while she was here and giving her testimony, we did have a conversation with some of the colleagues that we felt that she managed us quite well. And she pretty much agreed. So she was not defensive about anything. She pretty much agreed with issues that we raised, particularly that she failed in her responsibilities for not being able. How do you not know who Kat Makhlala is and you, the deputy, deputy commissioner, etc. But she just kept saying she should know better. But having said that, you saying that the way she carried herself or her performance in her job, you removed her or you transferred her when you were acting national commissioner out of crime intelligence. Why?
I've said it before, the abuse of the secret funders account and the resources of crime intelligence for personal use.
So why did So she was just transferred. Was there any DC processes or anything that you instigated?
Investigation were being conducted. Investigations that I did not see the end of it because General Pierre came in.
So up to now, there hasn't been, from what you know.
Well,
So when you transferred her, Lieutenant General, did you also instigate an investigation?
That's correct.
Into that? And then you left and you don't know whether that continued or not? In
what
fact, she went through the ranks more.
I like to believe that some of these investigations were stalled. One of them was Moodley. We had removed Moodley from crime intelligence. We've launched an investigation, but after we were gone, he was back at crime intelligence.
So I think also as a committee, we should also write to find out what happened to those, particularly with Lieutenant General Zingumalo. What happened to those processes? We're about to wrap up. Just about the criminal case that you said that you opened based on the affidavit that you received from the National Commissioner, and the main charge was defeating the ends of justice. And then you further stated that in your complaint in the matter that the investigation has been conducted by detectives in KZN, and that key statements, including from Lieutenant General Sabia, have not yet been obtained. That's what you told us the last time you appeared before us. Do you still maintain that there's sufficient evidence to support your case, and what's the current status of that investigation?
Well, I can't talk about the investigation. As I said, honorable member, that I'm a complainant. So I gave my statement and I provided whatever supporting information to the team. The information last that I was informed about was that they were able to retrieve the information that were deleted by both the ministers and the chief of staff from their equipment that was seized from them. So they were able to retrieve that, and then they did the analysis on that. So that's why they could highlight me some of the things that they picked up on.
Okay, so that's what you spoke about earlier. And then just to conclude, you, in your statement to us, you indicated, you spoke about the judiciary. And so far in our proceedings, we haven't had any evidence that has been led by any of the witnesses that speaks to systemic. I mean, we know that, you know, we say, yeah, the judiciary is corrupt, NPA is corrupt, whatever, but we haven't had any witnesses that has come here that speaks to the systemic corruption that is within the judiciary. Have we missed something?
No, I don't remember. I think it's because it has not been interrogated as much. In a court process, you will have a complainant and the prosecutor and the accused on the other side with his lawyers, and there's going to be questioning that are done, systematic in that fashion. There are questions that I would have wanted to ask that might uncover things, but I'm not in a position to do that, and I don't have a representative in terms of prosecutor to be able to do that. That's why I couldn't probe some of those things. But for your information, honorable members, some of the things that are happening in our country, which I know of a person involved in drugs, a person who's working with us and giving us information, is that one individual is arrested for a crime, is released, is arrested, is convicted, and he makes an appeal, and is released on bail pending the appeal, and is told by the prosecution that if you have X amount of money, you can pay for the magistrate to completely remove this case. Otherwise, if you don't have money, stay out of trouble. Otherwise, we will not call you back to court. The person is out pending an appeal. There are thousands of them that are released like that, and they never get invited again to come back to court. So this is a person who's close to Mandlanga, who's released like that.
So how would
So it's a collusion that we get between the police officials, the prosecution, and some of the presiding officers. And this is across the board. But in this case of these drug investigations that were happening, There are only few presiding officers that were picked up that participated in enabling this thing to happen.
So how would you guide us in terms of us doing, or as we are about to conclude our investigations in that regard into the judiciary? Because we haven't touched heavily on that at all.
I will say maybe we need to sit down with the Chief Justice or the judges themselves. And I'm glad we have judges like Mandlanga that is no longer part of that system, who's outside, who's busy with these things. You must sit down with them and be able to come up with Judge Zondo, who was probing some of these things. Sit down with them and be able to see how can we then be able to protect the citizen from the involvement of these presiding officers. Honorable members, when you have the powers given to a presiding officer, although the members will argue, the SC will argue, but when the presiding officer is given powers to grant bail, and one presiding officer says, I'm not giving you bail because you were convicted in a foreign country after you misrepresented yourself. You were convicted for a crime of drugs. You misrepresented yourself by giving a false particulars. You left the country illegally for that matter. He was convicted. So which means you are a flight risk. You've proven that you have left South Africa to go to another country in the first instance. I'm not granting you bail. The cases you are facing are serious cases of murder and the likes. So I'm not granting a bail. But this person then goes into the higher court. And the higher court grants bail regardless of those conditions. Regardless of those conditions. And it still says, you're free. So a person is given bail of 100,000 rand. He gets arrested again. While he's arrested, he's arrested for triple murder this time around. The first one was murder. Now it's triple murder. He's taken to court. Another judge comes and say, yeah, well, yes, you're on bail, but we're happy with you outside. Let's make it look like it's a serious bail. Then they add 400,000 rand. This person is on 500,000 rand bail for murder of 5 people. How many must he kill before the judicial realize that he deserves to be behind bars? There are people that are rotting in prison that have not killed anyone. They were arrested for an assault, a theft, but they're denied bail and they're in prison. But there are a person who was murdered, accused of murdering 5 people and more, and drugs on top of that, but is out on bail. So you begin to wonder. So when you wonder, then you start probing more. That's why I'm talking about recordings that end up being made, that end up saying, okay, well, this is done in this fashion, this is done in that fashion. But for me, my position as a giving an advice is going to be difficult because I'm not in that space in interpreting the rights, the do's and the don'ts of the presiding officers. The judges that are now seized with these problems, perhaps are the ones that are in a better platform to come and talk to you. So they can be able to say, I was told that one of the presiding officers was someone to come to the Mandlanga Commission. I hope he comes there. So perhaps we're going to begin to see things.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant General. I think something the committee that we could also do is maybe write to the Justice Minister and get information about bail that has been granted over the last 5 years on Schedule 5 crimes, so we can sort of investigate a pattern and who were the judges or the magistrates involved in that, and maybe a pattern will emerge, but it's something we should have done much sooner, but it could help us during deliberations. And just lastly, Lieutenant General, in the words of my honorable souls and what you have concurred, that you also have holes. You haven't told us what your holes are. Are you going to share it with the country?
Well, I'm not a perfect person. I don't know what honorable souls when he talks about holes. And my understanding on his terminology means that everyone has got shortcomings one way or another. Nobody's perfect in this world. So there might be things that I might do as a police officer in my line of work that are wrong in law, that are wrong in front of the eyes of the public, but I still do them. If such I'm told about, I will acknowledge that, okay, well, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have done that. does not necessarily mean that.
Has anybody told you that you've done things that are wrong or you should have done better and that you've reflected on and you agree with?
Well, I will be reprimanded at home. My wife will reprimand of things, and I'll reflect on my own and say, yeah, no, I was wrong in doing this. Even
But
at
you're
work,
avoiding the actual question in relation
even the
to your
work,
job.
you know,
Thank
even
you.
at the workplace.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you see how you
Can we
Even the-
get,
you're gonna
next,
appeal for another minute for me, Lieutenant.
we
I'm
must be,
joking. Thank you.
we
Rita.
must be consistent, honorable members. Pangazita. And it's until 8 o'clock.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla. I'm going to invite you to just travel with me through the Paul O'Sullivan testimony. On paragraph 56 of his testimony, he's actually alleging that at the root of all the what he calls evil in SAPS, which actually has brought all of us here, has to do with the activities of crime intelligence. And he actually says that the main issue in crime intelligence has to do with the control of the slush fund. Would you agree with that assessment?
Partially. I will agree partially, Honorable Member, because at crime intelligence is not only about the money. He is a beneficiary of the misuse of the vetting office of crime intelligence because they provided him with files. So crime intelligence, we have those two areas, and there's organized crime that's running in the country where the investigators are heavily involved in a way because they're carrying dockets. And what we see now with all these investigations happening in Gauteng, it is a result of an investigation that is happening.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 92, is actually saying that your statement was the product of a joint effort between you and the National Commissioner, where you met somewhere in Pretoria a day or two before the 6th of July to actually put the final touches on your statement. Did the National Commissioner have anything to do with your statement, which you actually presented to the nation on the 6th?
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will take the presentation that we made and be able to trace where it comes from. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will have relationship with crime intelligence members that are going to tell him about the activities in the police. To the extent that he come and say, I was with the National Commissioner. He was not there. And surely the members that knows that we were together, how will they know? They're going to check our phones and say, okay, no, this man is with this one at this place. This document is produced at this date in this place. The person that I was with was General Zingumalo and the members that are working with the investigation. That's a person that I was with. I had met with the National Commissioner a day before when he gave me his statement. So their mistake was that National Commissioner had met with Mkhwanazi, and the following day there was a report that was produced, which then was presented to the Republic. It's another sign of the access that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has in the police for him to come and tell you where was a police general at any given time.
General, on paragraph 19 of the Honorable Adams' testimony, he is actually saying that crime intelligence actually bought some property around, excuse me, Musgrave in KwaZulu-Natal. and he is actually vehemently arguing that crime intelligence had no business to actually acquire that kind of property, because in terms of the law, they are not allowed to buy property. Are you aware, do you know of any property belonging to crime intelligence somewhere around Musgrave in Durban?
I do not know, Honourable Member. The property that I was briefed about, which crime intelligence were vacating from, was in Pinetown, an old dilapidated building. That's the only property that I was told. Again, not bought, but it was leased for them. They didn't buy it. But the properties that were bought by crime intelligence, I don't want to lie. As I said, I'm not at crime intelligence. For Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to even know about things like that, it just shows again the access that he has.
Well, thank you, General. On paragraph 23 of Honorable Adams' statement, he talks about the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo and other high-ranking police officers. I'm not too sure who actually the complainant is and what their charges are. Would you share that with us?
That is one controversial matter, Honourable Member, because Mr. Adams alleges that he received something underneath the door in his office. And he went to the police station to open a case. He says, Mr. Adams, he did not give the details of the case. In other words, there were no elements of crime on the case dockets when he reported it. So it should not have been registered in the first place. He claims that General Lincoln, the late, warned him that this matter is not going to be attended to in Cape Town. And then he flies to Pretoria. He flies to Joburg. And he lands in Joburg, goes to Orlando, and he opens other cases in Orlando. Same complaint. He thereafter writes to the Minister of Police and complains about both provinces interfering with his complaint. The Minister of Police then makes a reference of this complaint of Adams to IDEC through the Chief of Staff. IDEC receive these complaints and they sit and do nothing about it. Until the day when General Khumalo and the team start searching Ket Matlala and arresting Molefe on the 6th of December. Then IDEC springs into action. And they come in looking for these dockets. They go to Gauteng, they don't get them, they go to head office, Sintumule gives it to them. But fast forward, in June 2025, 6-7 months later, they register a case in Brooklyn, IDEC, which a case that has got a complainant who's Mr. Adams, on the statement written in January, and then they arrested him. So then I wonder, the question is, what did IDEC do with these dockets that they picked up from Jefferson Tumuli? They took them without the referral, but they took these dockets. What did they do with them? And now there's another arrest on the side. So I like to believe that an arrest in court from the papers I've seen is as a result of the case open in Brooklyn and as a result of a complaint that came from Mr. Adams. But I will invite these members to pay very close attention on that case. The outcome thereof, the beginning is the bail condition, and the judge has already made some pronouncement. The outcome thereof, of that docket, we can reconvene again and say everything was above board in that case. I'll bet my money those members are going to be acquitted.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 26, if I'm not mistaken, is actually that is Honorable Mr. Adams is accusing you of having lied under oath before this ad hoc committee. And if you like, I can actually read you the paragraph so that you understand the context where he's actually coming from. If you do not have the statement, his statement there, it's paragraph 25. And he says, General Mkhwanazi is an eloquent man. He is more charismatic than most. And the last time, or last line of defense for those who see the SAPS as their own ATM. He's now actually saying that you are the last line of defense for those who actually see the SAPS as their ATM. And he goes further to say, for those familiar with the facts of the matter, the show of force was a farce. As the most popular man in the country, he told lies that consumed the nation. And he goes on to say, both the press conference and his testimony at the ad hoc committee would have been dismissed in any civilized country by any civilized court. Yeah. That is on record here.
Yes. I had said when I came here before that we must invite this Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to come here. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has got too much power in this country. But I don't know who gave him these powers. That's why he can stand before this committee and walk out. Because of the powers that he has.
Sorry, General, this is Honorable Adams saying this.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm reading from his.
It's from Mr. Adams. Yeah, well, somebody says must give us a room. Honorable Chair and members, I was watching Mr. Adams when he was testifying here. When he's asked to state something, whether is it fact or not, he doesn't want to. He wants to explain. That's why I'm even drawing your attention that the man sits here and he says, I was wrong about Khumalo on July unrest. And I come back, no, I was not wrong, I was right. So how can you be? This is a sign, Honorable Chair and members, that school is very important. You have to learn to read. If you don't read, you miss things. That's very critical. So everything written in that statement is his own mind. That's what he thinks about. It's not the things that he knows as facts. He says that him and his wife were discussing and said the only reason for this press conference is this. He made a conclusion already. I'm glad he's not sitting amongst you here to ask questions to the witnesses that are coming here, because he already prejudged that which happened on the 6th of July as a member of parliament. School again.
Thank you, Nkwali, General. The PKTT. Honorable Adams actually told us here that the PKTT actually lives a luxurious life, and they are accommodated in 6-star hotel. I've never seen a 6-star hotel, but that was actually said here and is on record. Why I'm interested in that is that this is on record. If we leave it unchallenged, then it's going to go on as it is. So is the PKTT living in luxurious hotels, 6-star hotels? Are they living a lavish life as it was actually alleged before us here?
Honorable Chair and members, Mr. Adams, what he presented there before this committee was false. The record speaks for themselves. The CFO of the South African Police Service came here and presented before this committee that the PKTT were the least expensive task team in existence. They never slept in any six-star hotel, neither at Oyster Box. So it's a lie. The only way to justify that, it must come with proof, to say here is a proof where they slept. He does not have that because it does not exist.
Well, thanks, General. We had also some comments being made under oath that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, quote unquote, is a constitutional delinquent. Do you regard yourself as such?
There's been many allegations, honorable members, about General Mkhwanazi, that to date, I've never been someone to appear anyway to come and give my account of things against the allegations made. So every other allegation that is presented before this committee, it remains allegations that I can say here that I don't know about it and I'm not involved in any of those allegations.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. When last did you hear from Miss Mary DeHaas?
I had never heard from Mary DeHaas for a long time. I'm not sure if she's still around, but I've never heard of her.
The PKTT, is it still operational? If so, what is the reporting line now? Do they still report to ultimately to the IMC as it was the case before? If so, is the IMC still meeting? Because we heard, through some other, testimonies that IMC last met, I think in 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm glad if it's true what the honorable member said earlier, that the boss of the minister dispute the fact that the minister say that the IMC ceased to exist in the sixth administration, which means maybe the boss might need to reprimand his subordinate for that, because it is the subordinate that said it, who's a minister. The IMC has not met since the days that we presented to date, has not met. The PKT is operating. I've assigned the Deputy Provincial Commissioner General Kopal to oversee the work that they do, whilst General Zingumalo at times still gets some information about the activities they do, but General Kopal is overseeing what they do in KZN. There is a new PKTT that has been established. Some of the members from KZN has gone and joined the new PKTT. And this PKT has been established in Gauteng province. I do not know their command structures, but they are there in Gauteng operating. So we have two PKTTs now.
Well, thanks, General. Well, because this is probably the last time you will be appearing before this committee, I would like to also make my own observation about the PKTT. Because as you know, I come from Nongoma. Nongoma at some point was the capital of political matters for the longest of time. And in fact, the first councillor to be killed in South Africa was at Nongoma. And for that matter, he was the mayor, Mr. P.J. Scott. And there had been dozens of killings in Nongoma. But the advent of the PKTT, I would say, actually drastically minimized that. Over the last 2.5 years, we have not had any politically motivated killing in Nongoma. So I would like to ascribe that to the presence and the working of the PKTT. So that therefore anyone who has any kind of doubts about the effectiveness of the operations of the PKTT, I would invite him to come with me to Nongo so that I am able to pinpoint the cases where the PKTT had been able to actually make some breakthroughs. And secondly, you know, as I do, General, that we've been actually sitting with what you would call faction fights in Nongo. There was a time when the two of us went to Kwamos, where more than 10 people had actually been killed in a period of 2 to 3 weeks. And since that day, when we addressed the community together, there's never been a killing or any other activity that actually, you know, women were actually, you know, sleeping in the field. You know, the children were no longer going to school, but we put a stop to that. And the third problem that which have become perennial in our area is taxi wars, as you know. Nongoma also is very notorious for taxi wars. And over the last 2.5 years of the activities of the PKTT in the area, we have not had any taxi war related killings. So again, I just want to say on behalf of the people of Nongoma, thank you so much to the PKTT. We are going to be approaching elections. And as I speak to you right now, today, there are 2 by-elections that are taking place in Nongo. Different political parties, they are rubbing shoulders without any incident. So that is also the result of the presence of the PKTT. So I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're taking a break. We are coming back at 20 minutes past 8. Honorable members, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Police, it's now 8:30. We should run for the next 2 or 3 hours and see how far we would be. But surely we must finish tonight. Thank you so much, General, for coming back. Honorable Reddy, we recognize your presence here and welcome. And we give the microphone to Honorable Sols. Your 30 minutes will expire at 9 o'clock. And you will be on the discretion of the chairperson for no more than 15 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to confirm is Mr. Romano ready for me? Because I don't see him in the chambers. And I will need him in like 2 minutes, Chair. I have arranged with him, but I don't see him in the chambers.
Yeah, Mr. Romano is the man.
All right, I see him now and he's indicated he's ready. General, good evening to you.
Good evening, sir.
Earlier with Honorable Matisse, you shared that your understanding of my use of the word holes means shortcomings. I want to confirm that. That is indeed what I mean when I say holes. I mean shortcomings. And you admitted to having shortcomings. So it's undisputed. You are indeed a national hero with holes. And then you said something which obviously spoke volumes. You said, you're not much of a Christian, but many Christians are afraid to die. I want to confirm with you, I'm one of those believers who is not afraid to die. There's a scripture that says, for me to live is Christ, and for me to die is gain. I fear no man, only the one who can send my soul to hell. Then you also mentioned something about a person sharing something about, it looks like I am against you. And the perception that is out there. Now, General, I want to confirm with you, I've always had the position that it's important for me to uphold the integrity of this committee. So I have to be always independent and always focus on the evidence. I've opened myself up to anybody because what I wanted to do was I wanted to have all views so that at the end of the day, my decision can be independent, my comments can be independent, and everyone that has ever spoken to me, I've always been open about my position that share with me whatever you want to share, no matter which side you support, but give me evidence and I will test it. So one thing that you can be sure of then is that whatever I'm saying to you today is not influenced. It is my independent position. One other thing I did, General, I went to KZN. I wanted to also get a feel of, apart from the evidence and things, and I must say, in front of the nation, KZN is big. I used the Ubers, and I had at least 3 Uber drivers. Kwanda, Zakile, and Mswawe Nkosi. And all three of them spoke well of you. Now, if Uber drivers, and it was young people, can speak well of you as a provincial commissioner, that speaks volumes. Now, as you have admitted, you do have holes too, and I've seen some of it, but those holes does not take away from the fact that you are doing a great job. And I've seen it. And I want you to watch something. Now, the honorable members, I'm sure by now, is very tired of my voice. They are going to have to deal with it. It's my time. But I would like you, General, to indulge me. And this was a speech I did in Parliament, April 2025. And you are mentioned in this. And I want you to hear it. Would you indulge me, General?
That's correct. I was just making note of that speech so I can be able to recheck it again. But I'm listening.
I was about to say, as you were. Mr. Romano, please frustrate my colleagues.
Savior Jesus Christ, Nwenke Awuniki, Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Nwenke Awuniki. Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician, in his Super Bowl performance went viral when he did his hit entitled "They Are Not Like Us." The subliminal messaging resonated mostly with African Americans because it seemed like Lamar was addressing the elephant in the room, saying that the former slave masters who infringed upon the human rights of the former slaves are not like us. But surprisingly, the descendants of the former slave masters danced along to the tune in agreement, and the question is why? Because every system of oppression and slavery is built upon and kept alive by the ideology that they are not like us. For as long as whites say of blacks they are not like us, and blacks say of whites they are not like us, then we will have a bill of rights with a system that is still not right. We we say they are like us. When the People's Assembly made up of black, white, colored and Indian gathered in Kliptown to sign the Freedom Charter, it was because whites and blacks said of each other, they are like us. Anton Franz fought off apartheid police, and when they threatened to kill him, which they did, he screamed "Kohaume," because when he, as a 20-year-old colored African, looked at his black brothers and sisters, he said, they are like us. When our Khoisan forefathers welcomed Portuguese, Dutch and British settlers for a temporary stay, and they forcefully made it permanent, it was because they believed that they are like us. If we are going to deepen social justice and human rights, we as South Africans will have to say, I am you, and that is Ubuntu. When we see Rassi leading the Bokke to represent our national unity globally, we must say that is us. When we see KZN Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi win his fight against crime, we must all say that is us. When we see Minister Mackenzie stand for the inclusion of all races in DSEC, we must say that is us. We will only deepen social justice and human rights when those who are corrupt amongst us, whether white, black, colored or Indian, of them we must all say they are not like us. Those amongst us who loots, they are not like us. Those amongst all of us who are racist, they are not like us. Those amongst us who kidnaps our children like Jocelyn Smith and rapes them like Kwekwe, they are not like us. Those amongst us in the GNU who continuously returns to their default colonialist setting of arrogance, who pretends to fight for all South Africans against the VAT increase, but when asked for alternatives, they speak only of Cape Town and Richards Bay ports devolution, exposing that they are only concerned about what they consider their country, Cape Town, and definitely not the poor parts of it like Mitchell's Plain and Langa. Of them only we must say they are not like us. And Federan, we don't have a bill of black rights, colored rights, Indian or white rights. We have a bill of human rights. We won't take 4 acres and a mule. We shall pay market value for it and share the rest fairly until we are all owners. We are all South African. We are all Africans in particular. Awelani, Ayo.
General, today, that was April 2025. Today, I want to look you in the eye and tell South Africans that is us. I mean it.
Thank you, sir.
General, Lady Justice has a blindfold. And so sometimes the law will not see truth, but the Lord will. And I want to encourage you. Always walk in repentance of your holes. I'm about to close. And I want to say 2 things to you as I say goodbye. 1, I have something I disagree with you with, and a lesson I've learned from you tonight. 1, my disagreement. I disagree with the statement you've made to Honorable Adams when you said sometimes education is important. You need to go to school so that you can read. Indeed, education is important, but we must respect our Constitution. That member, there are people out there who voted for him and gave him 2 seats in this parliament. Without school, we have our former president, Jacob Zuma, who's self-taught, taught himself 5 languages, taught himself to read. He calls Robben Island his university. The man was the first citizen of this country, and in 3 or so months made history, built the third largest party in this country, no school, and the largest party in the province that you lead as the provincial commissioner. We don't know each other's history. I disagree with many things Honorable Adams has said. And I took the things that I thought had basis and I shared it here. And there's many things that were said about you that I disagreed with. But I measured it. And the ones that I didn't believe, I discarded. But it doesn't mean that I should sit here as an MP myself, knowing the community he comes from, knowing that there's colored boys that are looking at him and at least sees that if he made it to Parliament, they can too. And so that statement, I vehemently disagree with it. The lesson I've learned from you, when you said you didn't mention the meeting that you had with Ket Matala at the time when you came to testify because there's information, his life at risk and so on. What I've learned from that is that sometimes the right information in the wrong room is dangerous. General Mkhwanazi, I wish you well. I wish you all the best in your tenure, your new tenure in KZN. May you do more to make that province safer. May you remain a national icon and a national hero with oath. God bless you. And remember, God has entered the ring. Salute, General.
Thank you so much, sir. Salute.
What did I say to you when we started here? That today is the day the Lord has made. Honorable Vessels, your time starts now. Thanks very much, Honorable Sons.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is now the second time that Honourable Souls gets me caught off guard, because he's usually very stringent on using all of his time. But thank you very much, and good evening, General.
Good evening, sir.
General, I think we've, in this whole process, heard a lot of allegations. Allegations made by you, starting on the 6th of July, and also in your first appearance here and in front of the Mandlanga Commission, and also from other witnesses, some making allegations against you, some making other wild allegations, some trying to advance their innocence as well. In terms of the allegations made by you or by others. And it's very difficult for Parliament to actually get to the bottom of what is true and what is not, because we're not investigators, and it makes it quite difficult. And to a certain extent, one wants to say that there's not an abundance of truth that was here in front of us. And that makes it very, very difficult. I want to just go back to the explanatory witness statement that you submitted, General, with the evidence regarding the allegation of the money paid to former Minister Becky Cele. And I know you did speak to this morning at great length, but I do just want to revisit it because I think it's quite important. Would you agree that from this evidence, from the WhatsApp messages, the two affidavits, that it's quite probable, almost want to say clear, that Captain Nhlanhla's intention was to pay the 7,000 rand into former Minister Clearley's account. Do you agree?
Yeah, well, that's a feeling we have, considering the communication he had with the gentleman, and subsequent to that, he then start asking, "Who are you?" And after noticing who the person is, he then deletes the communication. So that's what makes us believe when you look at the similarities of the numbers.
Exactly.
And the title that he uses to address the person.
Exactly. But what do you think would have been the reason for him to have wanted to pay the former minister? Because if I look at the dates, those messages of a payment took place in December 2024. Those messages were sent to the person, the wrongfully identified person, the wrong number, on the 27th of December 2024. So that's after Clearly was not minister anymore. What could he have wanted to pay him for, in your opinion?
We really don't understand, because when you look at the figures, the amount, and it's not that much. So, and when we also been told by this gentleman, there were a lot of documents that went to him. So we really don't understand the reason behind the messages and subsequent to that, the money. So I really wouldn't understand. Perhaps it's something that was discussed over the call that perhaps might have made Nhlanhla to then send the documents on WhatsApp, only to discover later maybe say he saved it wrong. We're not sure.
But if one looks at paragraph 4 of the affidavit of the person that the message was sent to and the 7,000 rand was paid into, he says that from the messages that he received from Captain Nhlanhla, Captain Nhlanhla already paid 50,000 rand to someone, but that he was not getting assistance. If you read in paragraph 4 on, I don't think there's page numbers.
Second line on page 2.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, the second page of the statement. And then later he said he'll pay an additional amount for extra service, is the words this person used. And that's most probably from the messages that was sent to him. But this is a few days, about 20 days, if I remember correctly, after the raid at Captain Nhlanhla's house. And it was a few days before the directive of Minister Mkhwanazi. Am I correct? So am I correct to say that it's probable that this holds that there's some connection here, or don't you think there's any connection
Between Minister Mkhwanazi's
directive, the raid at Captain Nhlanhla's house, the extra service? The question that we don't have an answer to is what would the former minister have influence on to assist Mr. Nhlanhla with?
Yeah, no, what our understanding as a team is that there's a possibility that the relationship between Captain Nhlanhla and probably Minister Clearley, the former Minister Clearley, has something to do with this contract that seems like Nhlanhla wants assistance. The directive of Mr. Mkhwanazi come 2 or 3 days after that conversation. And we know that after Minister Mkhwanazi has sent that directive or before he sent a directive, he had given an instruction for this contract to be cancelled before the directive. So surely if there was a connection between the two of them, I don't see why would then Nhlanhla engage with Cele on this if it was. But instead, Nhlanhla will be in good terms in engaging with Cele to make sure that nothing that what Minister Mkhwanazi said must happen. But Minister Mkhwanazi had given a directive that something is not right with this contract, so therefore something must be done to correct the wrong.
See, because if one also looks at the messages that were sent to this person by accident with the wrong number, wrong digit in the number, there's a lot of documents that were sent and it was deleted. Now, the problem is, or my thinking is that we heard from other witnesses the allegation that former Minister Cele is ruling the South African Police Service from the grave, was the words that were used. The National Commissioner denies that. He says he can't see truth in that. But do you agree that if one looks at this, it makes one think, because there's a raid, there's a search at the premises of Kat Nhlanhla. We saw the messages between Kat Nhlanhla and Brown Mkhwanazi, that there's an unease about what's happening now. He pays someone 50,000 rand and he says to what he thinks is Minister Cele that is not getting the assistance that he actually wanted. And then he pays an extra 7,000 rand. It is a very small amount, strange amount. But it seems as though he thinks that Minister Cele would be able to assist him in this criminal issue. Or am I sitting with partners?
Well, I wouldn't know. What I know is that perhaps in regard to what happened on the 6th of December, is that Mr. Nhlanhla's property was searched.
Yes.
And firearms were taken. But he was not arrested. The only thing that happened, there was a search and firearms taken. So when he engages with General Cele in relation to the firearms taken, in relation, or if he engaged with him in December, I would like to believe perhaps it might either be about the firearms, which I heard General Cele talking about, or alternatively, something to do with what Minister Mkhwanazi has started in dealing with the contract. But what we know from communication is that the only communication from Kat Nhlanhla that we see at the time when they were engaging, it's from the phone that was found from him later. There was a phone that was found from Kat Nhlanhla on that raid of the 6th of December. But I'm told that they couldn't open the phone. So as a result, they could not see what was inside, and the phone was given back to him. So that's a communication that is missing. But the other communications that happened thereafter are the ones that takes us back to that conversation of December. But we know that during that December time and going forward, it was with Mkhwanazi, and it was also with that Mr. Suleiman Karim from Northwest. Those are the two people that Kat seems to have approached for intervention on the contract.
On a different issue, but you now mentioned phones and data on phones. You earlier spoke on the devices of Minister Mkhwanazi, and you said that he deleted certain messages. But don't the organization have, the police have the technology to retrieve deleted messages? Is that not
been,
possible?
it has been retrieved. It's exactly what I was saying. They didn't know that we
Okay,
can
I
be
just
retrieved.
wanted clarity on that.
Yes, it's
So,
been,
so the messages aren't gone.
no, they're not gone.
Okay.
They were erased, but they're back now.
Okay, well, that's important. The question I think have been asked to you, but I want to ask it again. Is there factions in the South African Police Service, especially in top management?
Well, it might not be directly, but you're probably going to get that. I might not necessarily confirm or say there is one now, but there was a time in the South African Police Service where we had such. And the faction was mainly about those that regard themselves as comrade, politically connected, and those that were regarded as, call it apartheid police, if you will. People that grew up in the service that were not part of the non-statutory force, and those that came from outside as part of non-statutory force. So we've had that situation in the police.
General, what I think nobody can deny, if one looks at all the evidence and all the testimony that we've heard and that's in front of the Mandlanga Commission as well, is that there's syndicates operating. There's, as you also put it, the big five is actually nothing against, I think your words were earlier today, the big bras. That's even more dangerous. And that is, God, that's very concerning. But what actually worries me more is that it seems as though there's also a lot of ad hoc corruption, if I can put it like that. There's a lot of, let me first qualify, there's a lot of dedicated, good police officers out there that serves South Africa and that serves and protects. But there's also a lot of corrupt and corruptible police officials. That's not necessarily part of this whole network. But, and I want to commend you for also admitting this earlier today, or for highlighting this, that there's too many generals. Because we've heard of a lot of police officers during this 5+ months, but it's very few times that it's not a general. It's either a major general, lieutenant general, and a lot of them are on suspension. I have been suspended, all these allegations against them. And I want to thank you for highlighting that, because it seems as though we have a very top-heavy police service, but also that a lot of, or some of, those top management are living extremely high lives. It's as if they are pop stars with Durban Julys and parties everywhere. And they're not actually there to serve and to manage the police service. Would you mind to comment on that statement?
Yeah, well, there will be amongst us that will live large. But again, until an investigation is conducted, lifestyle audit is done, people might be justified why they're living a large life, because they might be coming from rich families and got inheritance, they've got businesses, because we are allowed to do business as well. There are businesses that they are running that gives them income. So there are many reasons that some of the colleagues might live large. But it's something that we see, but we don't investigate. So what that becomes a problem, because we end up not knowing what is the source of the wealth that we see before us, but it's there.
But now there's a very big problem, and that is, and there's, I think, it will always be at odds end with each other as a police service and an internal investigating unit such as IPID. You will always have fraction or problems between the two. But it seems as though IPID is abused. But you can't really do anything about this very deep-rooted corruption if IPID is not actually functioning. How do we get IPID to function? and to not to have when there's investigations, that it's not said that it's just factions or it's driving a certain agenda or it's infiltration. How do we clean it so that we can get rid of the corruption?
Honorable members, I think if you have, number one, people that are very disciplined, dedicated, and not politically inclined that are leading that institution, the abuse of their powers will not be realized. I'm saying this because of so many cases that IPID have opened, which are cases that who cannot justify why they came up with those cases. A typical example, it's when they wrote to me and they said the Minister Mkhwanazi registered a complaint with them. They wrote it in black and white. The head of investigation who's currently acting, who was not there when the letter was written, flew to KZN to withdraw that letter. And he gave me a 2-paragraph letter to say it was not a minister, it was an anonymous complaint. But 2 weeks later, he told the acting minister. The acting minister told the National Commission told me. When I confronted him, he started denying. But he told the acting minister that the chief of staff is the one who complained. So then I asked a question, well, why was he not honest? If it's a chief of staff, most likely it's a minister then. Why are they trying to cover it up? So it is that behavior of the head of the institution, which the acting is already compromised. So once we have such individuals, we're not going to get a good IPID running. There is a section in the IPID Act, I don't have it in front of me, I cannot remember. It's a section that they're abusing. The intention of the legislature, I believe, was to make sure that the powers of the police are controlled. Police don't go out in their own making, just kill and assault people, things that are alleged by some of these people that came in here. That's why IPID exists, so they can investigate such behaviors and correct it, take those police officers who do wrong to court. But there was a section in that act that gives the powers to the national director to initiate a case, not because there was an action that was done by the police in a line function. They themselves, they can act like police. They decide they don't like you, they suspect to be involved in the wrong, they investigate you. It is that section of the act that might need to be relooked at. You remove that section, IPID become a vanguard of the police on what police does and be able to correct. That is one. But on the other side, IPID must be capacitated. If we're to really look at it, pains me, well, I'm not working for them, but it pains me when you look at the resources that they have, human resources and many other resources that they need to be able to carry out the task. If the police has done wrong, and if there's a collusion in the police with the wrong that the police have done, one of the things, typical example, we could be involved in a shooting, police officer shot and kill someone. The forensic that attends, IPID is a detective, but the person who tells a crime scene is a police officer, not an IPID expert. So that police officer, if in cahoots with the one that shot, they'll mess up that scene. Evidence is collected, is packaged, is sent to forensic lab, and you wait for the result. Whose lab is this? It's the same SAPS lab. Then IPID must rely on the same SAPS lab. So if the collision between the police, the results coming out of that lab will not be positive.
Yes.
And then IPID won't be successful because IPID don't have their own alternatives of conducting the investigation. So it's some of those things that might be looked at. If we strengthen those things, perhaps we might have a good institution going forward.
Thank you very much, General, for that. I think it's valuable. I also think one should consider having some kind of, that the head of IPID may never be considered to become National Commissioner, for instance, because that's one of the allegations, obviously, is that certain things were done so that a certain person could become National Commissioner. But that's just by the way. statement. Just one last question, or there's a lot of ridiculous allegations that have been made against you as well. Not even going to, I don't think anybody is going to ask you that, but it was made under oath. And that is something that's quite upsetting in this whole process, as was that people do not take the oath serious at all. I mean, it's even being said under oath that you are a CIA agent. I don't have to ask you if you are or not. But there's also, I've received an affidavit that was made this evening. And you mentioned earlier today when you were talking of the blue lights that escorted Honorable Adams to the prison. You spoke of a conference call that will take place. Am I correct? Between someone that will testify. There's a case that was opened by Detective Sergeant Thomas this evening, alleging that he was kidnapped and his cell phone was taken and was intimidated on your instruction to get a statement on the blue light situation. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, well, that moves very fast. I like that. Honorable Chair and members, the team is investigating the movements of Mr. Adam. And he goes and he lands in Durban. He is taken with blue lights. He goes to prison. He does what he does in prison. The person that arranged this movement with blue lights for Mr. Adams is a policeman working under me in KZN. This policeman is the one that opened the case. He's a cousin or nephew of Mr. McBride. This policeman, well, I did not know he's related to Mr. McBride, but over time, he's always been sending me a message to try and arrange a meeting between me and McBride. I know it, and I hope he's not going to change it. His profile on WhatsApp, I think, is that of Fidel Castro. That's what drew my attention over time, every time when he sent the messages. But I never saved this message, but every now and then you'll be talking about McBride. But there's a profile that I noticed that's the same person. The team wants to meet with him. I conducted District Commissioner General case in the morning, that the team wants to meet with him. I also phoned General Kopa, who is the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for investigation, to try and locate this member. Because at one stage, he's from Brighton Beach Police Station, but at one stage he was deployed in the task team in the provincial office that was dealing with drugs. He was working there. And I'm told he has since gone back to Brighton Beach. So I'm talking to these two because the other one's a district commissioner and the other one possible as an acting deputy. If he's still within the team, he might find him there. So they locate him and they tell him to come to the provincial office at General Gopal's office. The team goes there to go and investigate. And I must say, this is a PKTT. It's not just any other team that went to him.
I wanted to ask you that.
Because it's related to the Cindy Somakatra case that the PKTT is investigation. So it is a PKTT that deals with this case. They go to the provincial office, 15 Bramfish in Durban at 17th floor. They meet up with him at General Gopal's supervision. They interview him about his role because the other members that were driving in their statements under oath, they said he's the one that requested, tasked them to go and get Mr. Adams from the airport. We got his name from the members that were doing the job. So when he has to then explain himself, it's part of the investigation. It looks like he did not tell the truth in that interview they were doing with him in the police building. That's what they told me this evening. And they obtained a statement from him. Subsequent to that, they took his phones because they wanted to download them right there and there. I guess he did not expect that the phone are going to be downloaded, which means some things might come out of those phones. So they downloaded his phone. When they finished with him, he allegedly went out. When they were done, they all left. He went straight to the police station. He talks about kidnapping. So it's an investigation IPID must take and investigate, I hope. And so he can be able to tell, how did he get into the office? Was he forced to come to the office? What happened in the office? There are cameras there in the building. And when he left, at what stage was the kidnapping? So it's one of those which I think is putting up a case because he does not know how to justify his action. So for me, sitting here after being briefed, and I really said, he's part of the problem. He's caught now, a year later. He does not know what to do, but the truth will come out.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
to Mr. Adams for making the team aware about these things.
Thank you very much, General, once again. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
What South Africans desperately want to know, and me, is who exactly is the Big Five cartel? And while I understand and respect that criminal investigations are ongoing, I want to ask a series of very important questions that will help the people of South Africa and this committee come closer to the understanding of the extent of the capture of the criminal justice system. We want to know who are these thugs that has been feeding drugs to our children. And I stand here today as victim number one. I am an extremely angry South African. I am angry because for years I've been sending information to people and tip-offs about drug dens in my community. And in 2026-25, after 15 years of activism, calling the president to Eldorado Park and ministers, an entire cabinet, having a presidential intervention in my community, and it's business as usual. I could never understand. Today I understand. I have on my phone here dozens of messages I've been made a fool of for years to General Sipia, giving him tip-offs on drugs. So yes, I am angry. You need to help me here today. I've done my own analysis. There are certain things that doesn't matter to me, and then there's this. When you spoke on the 6th of July and you said you touched a nerve, they feed our children drugs, and this is why you see most of our communities cannot go forward, because the entire community has been criminalized. They arrest everyone with 1 and 2 packets of tik, and they don't go after this rot that's here, because they are the rot. So I need you to help me here this evening, because ons kan nie wag vir nog 10 jaar to uncover the mess and uproot it. My first question, what is the primary nature of the relationship between Sipia and Kat Matlala?
What we understand, the relationship will be that of a police officer protecting someone that's a criminal, which is got history and different criminalities, not just one. But it's a criminal relationship between the two.
Let me add to that. Sipia, DNC, second in charge in this country, accused of receiving money from Matlala, being the most senior SAPS official in the cartel. Am I correct?
He's the most feared by another generals.
So he's the
within
most senior and he's the most feared in the cartel. Leaked confidential information through Sergeant Nkosi to give Matlala and Mzwazi, Msibi, and others Am I correct?
That's correct.
Brought in Rashid Ismail for kidnapping as a so-called expert. Am I correct?
That's a name, correct?
That's a name.
Yep.
Honorable Matthys asked you earlier on, who was the investigating officer? I put it to you, that investigating officer that Sibia was introducing to the families of the victims that were being kidnapped is this man, Rashid Ismail.
We've got on record his transfer money payment with Nangi.
Who is Sergeant Nkosi?
Is a detective that works at the head office.
Am I correct that he acted as an errand boy, intermediary for General Sibia and members of the cartel?
Is one of the runners, as we had depicted on our sketch that we projected earlier.
Got my eie sketchy. He collected money from criminals, worked in organized crime unit, but was effectively detached to run Sibia's errands, collected bags of money and packages from Molefe's house. Am I correct?
There's a person who's been moving around a lot between the group of people.
Okay. Did Sergeant Nkosi, on behalf of Sibia, collect money from members of the cartel, such as Kat, Molefe, Msibi, and others?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't have evidence of money, but what in his own words said to me, he's been moving things between them.
I already touched on this, I'm getting ahead of myself. Who is exactly Rashid Ismail?
I don't know who the person is, but he, of course, even said he's an expert that in kidnapping. I don't know who.
But you've heard this name before.
Yeah, well, when the team were investigating and they saw that payment, they told me who the person is. Otherwise, I did not know about
A
it.
payment between?
That Rashid and Nangi, the person that has been a suspect of kidnapping and known as a kidnapping kingpin in Mozambique.
Okay. What is the nature of the relationship between Sibia and Rashid?
From what I gathered is that they are friends working well together, dealing with kidnapping cases.
So let me say this to you. So-called expert involved in kidnapping cases abroad, linked to Sibia, who facilitated his appointment by families to negotiate ransom. This is what Sibia does. And allegedly received kickbacks when the families pay. This is Sibia. This is his guy. He's not even registered. What is the nature of the relationship between General Richard Shibiri, Kat Matlala, Molefe, and Msibi?
What we gathered from the investigation, all members, is that Shibiri was the head of organized crime in Gauteng. When he started investigating issues that touch these drug kingpins, his life was threatened. So he then had to ease up and join the crew. So that's what led into him being moved from Gauteng and elevated to be the head of organized crime at the head office.
And Shibiri is the one who tipped off Matlala about the December operation at his house. Am I correct?
I know of Sergeant Nkosi who did that. I'm not so sure about Shibiri's role.
Received money from Matlala, 70,000?
Yeah, well, according to the money that was moved to him in order to pretend as if he did not receive the money, as if it was a loan, he transferred it back, but he got it cash.
And he is the head of SAPS organized crime.
That's correct. He's the one appointed a panel that was chaired by Jarasbia.
I need to breathe. What is the relationship between Feroz Khan and Sibia?
I'm not so sure, but as far as I could hear in the past was that it looks like the relationship was not that good, because at one stage, Sibia had recommended disciplinary steps against Jarrah Khan. But over time, they found convergence around the minister, and then they started working together.
Okay, now we've seen these pictures over the last couple of days. Witness testimony at Mandlanga, including WhatsApp messages, suggests a special relationship between Khan and Matlala. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Matlala also allegedly claimed to have provided financial favors to Khan.
That's correct.
including a claim that Khan demanded 2.5 million, but was paid 500,000.
That's correct.
There are also allegations regarding Khan's use of a penthouse in Mandlanga.
I heard about that.
Khan is said to be linked to Malema and has been pictured at the same house as the hitman linked to witness D. This is what's on social media.
That is correct.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, I know they're close. I know Mr. Malema through Khan, myself.
What do you know about General Feroz Khan's alleged relationship with individuals linked now to illicit cigarette smuggling, drug dealing, and kidnapping?
Well, it's no secret that Khan had accompanied those individuals during one of the EFF gatherings, political gathering celebrations in Johannesburg. So from there, we could deduct that they've got a close relationship beyond what then the investigation has revealed afterwards.
Do you know about the relationship between Sibia and Stuart Sharnik, who appeared alongside him in this very house?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what links the two of them, but I did see the video.
Stuart Sharnik, criminal with 34 criminal cases, 18 of which resulted in guilty findings, claims he rented his bulletproof car to Sibia for 60,000 rand a month.
Yeah, well, we are investigating that Mr. Charlotte's about many other things. So when the relationship started and the nature of the relationship, that I cannot confirm.
Okay. Let me move beyond SAPS. We're connecting the dots. Who exactly is Steve Mutsumi and what is he involved in?
I still don't know who Mr. Mutsumi. That's why this morning I still asked Sergeant Kosi, who is this Steve Mutsumi?
Could he be the possible principal of the cartel, not the head?
What I know is a person who was very close, was one of the inner circles of the late Mr. Mswazi.
He's a very powerful figure within and outside the police and possibly linked to influencing the appointment of provincial heads of the HOCs.
That's information we've gathered.
Who is Zingumalo? And are you aware of what he is involved in and why he's involved with directing SAPS investigations and has access to confidential SAPS information?
What we became aware about who is Z was that he is a person that was working very close with the late Mswazi. And as a person who was the brain behind the taxi finance, he was managing the taxi finance under Santaco. So that's a relationship that we know of him. We've seen on the WhatsApp chats now about the case that he had opened and the communication then between him and Sergeant Kosi and them. But to what extent is involvement that we cannot say what else that he does. But we know him as a person who's been running the taxi finance as a business within Santaco.
Very influential, tender fraud, corruption, linked to Sergeant Nkosi, allegedly demanding and directing investigations through Sibia's office.
Yeah, well, we don't have evidence of that yet.
Was in contact with Suleiman Karim and others linked to the cartel, including Msibi, linked to those characters.
What I'm aware of is that he connects with many people. There are many politicians that he communicates with. So whether he's part of the squad that has been investigated, we don't have that on record as yet.
Who is Suleiman Karim?
Suleiman Karim comes to the picture because of the communication between him and Ket Matlala regarding that contract in the police, the health contract. We learned that I don't know if he's still a secretary or is a former secretary of a political party in Northwest, but he's a businessman in Northwest.
Did he pay Cat, he's the financier, did he pay Cat 10 million and was almost a silent partner in the 360 million tender? They're saying they can't hear? Yo. Yo, imagine. Suleiman paid Cat 10 million and was a silent partner in the 360 million tender. Involved in Morgan Maumela and paid him money involved with, received information about Matala's contract and is linked to Brown Mkhwanazi and the Minister of Police. Am I correct?
Yeah, honorable members, maybe you might want to also somehow, I don't know how you're going to do this, but engage with the Mandlanga Commission, because they've got analysts, they've got more of this information that have been extracted from communication between people, that are forensic evidence that might help you to make a better decision going forward, which you're asking me about it now, is not in front of me. I might confirm some of the things, some of them I might make a mistake, because we take it from what sometimes we hear on the media.
Okay,
But there is money communication between them,
that's
or
fine.
many transfers between them.
Do you know Jerry Boshoga, and what is the connection between Jerry, Kat, Sibia, Molefi, Mswazi, Steve, and Suleiman?
I'm not so sure about all those that you have mentioned. There are some of them partly that I know that there's been issues of drugs, and there are some of them that is issues obvious of taxes involvement.
I've got, he's a drug manufacturer and distributor involved in sophisticated criminal syndicates since 2012, accused by Kat Matlala of manufacturing drugs on his farm, owed multiple drug syndicates money, which may explain why he was abducted and tortured.
That's information that we have as part of the investigation.
Morgan Maumela, what is his relationship with Kat, General Sibia, Molefe, Suleiman?
So again, honorable member, I cannot necessarily tell what is the nature of the relationship, but I know that the team have got some communication. The Gauteng team has got some communication between them that seems to suggest that there's some business transactions happening.
This Gauteng team that everyone has been looking all over besides in there. Morgan is a tender fraud and also involved in corruption, implicated as a key figure that's linked to General Sibia. I'm not even sure why Sibia is still getting paid. Implicated as a key figure in the 2 billion Tembisa Hospital tender scandal. Correct?
We heard about it, yes, sir.
Linked to 41 companies involved in major tender fraud. Named in SIU reports and has appeared in the Mandlanga Commission, accused of running a tender network that influenced the awarding of government healthcare contracts to companies linked to him. Almal in Sibia se basket. And then we have Ignatius Pello. What is the relationship with the same list of characters that I've been mentioning? Kat, Molefe, Swazi, Karim, and this guy. Do you know who he is?
No, I'm not sure.
Have you established why the deputy president of the Patriotic Alliance, Kenny Kunene, was at Katiso Molefe's house at the time of his arrest?
No, I didn't get the details as to the reasons for him being there.
I'm asking this because pictures have surfaced showing Kunene with individuals such as General Sibia, Msibi. He was at the house of an alleged murderer and crime kingpin, Molefe. And this is why I'm asking.
Yeah, people do have relationships that are informed or influenced by something. At times we'll know, sometimes we won't know. So I guess as the team is investigating, we're able to uncover the truth of the relationship.
I'm just making sure the team has all the names with these question marks. No
Yeah,
stone left unturned.
So far, all what you are reading out are on the pie chart of the team.
My concluding point. When one considers the individuals named and the allegations already before this committee, can you confirm whether the cartel at the center of all of this is responsible for a coordinated network of complex criminal activity, including, because if I researched all of these people, it's like a company, I said this yesterday, with various departments. Drug manufacturing and distribution is but one of the departments, how this cartel operates. It's all interlinked. The people that I've mentioned here possibly linked to the country's cash in transit heist. Am I correct?
Not possible, they are.
They are.
Yes.
Kidnapping and ransom,
Yes, they are.
because this very guy by the name of Mr. Ishmael, he was also introduced by General Sibia to Jerry's family to
That's
assist. That was involved in this what do you call him?
Nangi.
Yes.
Yes, I'm told he gets introduced by the police to different families that their families have been kidnapped.
Yes.
They always introduce him.
So he gets introduced as an expert, saying he can help you find and trace your family member. The family pays millions. And guess who benefits?
That's correct.
Drug manufacturing and distribution on the list.
Yes, ma'am.
Contract killings, hitman for hire.
That's correct.
Something. When we speak about hitman for hire, the AK-47 used in the murder of Armand Swart, we mustn't forget this, was also used in the murders of DJ Somebody, DJ Vuitton, and Don Tindleli. Am I correct?
That is correct. That's why Mlifi was arrested with all those murders and given bail more than once already.
Why DJs?
Because that's where the drugs are sold. For those that are partying, they're always in the clubs.
Tender and procurement corruption, part of the offerings, if I can call it that.
Yes, they do. Honorable members, I said earlier, this group that we're investigating might not necessarily be the most powerful in the country. There are many others that we're not talking about. But this one come to the radar because they wanted to control government.
That's it.
Others might be running it without interfering much with government, dealing with the junior police officers on the ground. But these ones wanted to capture the scene of the police and the very high level security cluster officials so that they can get away around, and politicians, unfortunately.
Taxi-related crime, part of the investigations.
That's correct.
Bribery, extortion and racketeering, fraud and money laundering. Had you not done what you did, I said this earlier on, I would still be sending tip-offs to many of these people that I've mentioned. I cannot believe that to date, we have suspended them and we are still paying them salaries. It's a shame. I thank you for your bravery.
Thank you so much.
I thank you for vindicating the many communities that have said we have officials that's corrupt. We couldn't connect the dots. We were fighting, we were camping ourselves outside the homes of drug dealers, collecting our stuff that our children steal from us. We were hitting down the doors of lolly lounges, fetching our girls out of those lounges that was exchanging their bodies for drugs. We were picking up abandoned babies because of drugs in our communities. The new scourge destroying the youth of South Africa. I speak today without fear or favor. I'd rather speak than to live a life with someone that is on drugs. It is much worse. Bless you for your bravery. I haven't had motivational words for anyone who's appeared before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Honorable Sangoni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening.
Until 10:10. Plus 15 minutes if you like.
Thank you. I was about to ask, would you mind, Jay? Everybody got 45, I'm getting 30. I won't even need 30,
No,
Chair.
I'm saying
Sorry.
until 10:10 plus
That's
15 minutes
if I like.
if you like.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, General.
Yes, sir.
To be honest, General, really, all questions have been asked. You know, I've been sitting here next to Honorable Nhlanhla, and I keep saying, "Hey, bo, there goes another question of mine." So, General, I just want to clean up a few things, right? And I need you to understand that. Sorry, I've said this before, but now we at deliberations and report writing stage. There'll be testimonies that are put here that we need to put back to you, that if they haven't been responded, then they go uncontested. So that's the thinking around my questioning. But maybe let me just start here. How have things been since July 6th? I mean, we see that you're working. How is the system settling? Is it how is it working? And did your officers eventually receive their awards? I'm thinking there would have been police service awards recently. So how have things been?
From the operational side point of view, things are looking good. The stats are talking, the case laws that are in courts are talking, you know, there is evidence to that. We are looking good. The cases that have been stalled, that otherwise had we not done that press conference, will still be having people walking the streets. Those cases are in court. We can talk today about majority of the things that is the wrong in the police, but the key figures of some of these things are already behind bars. So we are seeing positive coming out of that. Members that have been deliberately pushed out of operations have been brought back by the very same courts to come and do their police work. That's why we are seeing this wheel of justice starting to grind, because our cry was to make sure that this wheel keeps grinding. And to the extent that the leadership is bringing it to the whole in that fashion, that's what was concerning us. But we are seeing movements that are happening. Part of the work that has been done, especially in Gauteng, there's more that could be done if the capacity is there. I've said before, honorable members, I'm glad you're asking this question about the rewards to the members, because it still pains me today. We are where we are today because of two sergeants that started this problem. They were joined by another sergeant, and eventually they were joined by another team. But those two that resisted those envelopes from Shibiri, those two that resisted being convinced in parties where Mulifes and them were, those two that went ahead and made sure that the Vereeniging case is investigated, are the ones that are our heroes. Sadly, they remain sergeants. So I'm told one was promoted now because Khumalo had to make a plan to try and promote him. But the other one is not. They remain sergeants to date. We had pleaded with the National Commissioner to reward these members. We've had excellence awards. Unfortunately, they didn't get a single certificate for the work they've done. Now, this is the Gauteng squad I'm talking about. What we complain about, which is the first thing that means that disbanded. We said that before, which I kept on referring to what Honorable James have done yesterday, to realize that we've always been backing at the wrong. PKTT was never a problem. The problem was what was happening in Gauteng, which organized crime unit in Gauteng was involved, and counterintelligence in Gauteng got involved later. That is where the issues were. PKTT members that only came to assist and they went back. They didn't even stay there. They came, did what they did, and they went back. They remain in KZN. But the ones that remain in Gauteng to do the job are the ones that this country and this government should really be rewarding. They remain sergeants. We have said before, I'm the general, yes, who might regard me as a person who brought this to the surface. But the people that really were feeling the heat are the ones that are carrying a case docket. Day and night being approached by different people. A sergeant doesn't earn much. So it's easy for these people loaded with money to approach them and bribe them with money. But they refuse that.
Okay.
And we have not recognized them. The ones that I talked about, Honorable Member, last time were PKTT members. Those PKTT members that have done the wonderful job that Honorable Nhlanhla spoke about were promised to be rewarded last year. That was put on hold, postponed simply because of the letter of the minister. Ministerial Commission promised that he's going to do something to them. The next Excellence Awards came and gone. They still did not get anything to date. So none of those have been rewarded with anything.
Okay, I think it's very unfortunate and it's noted, General. I mean, I remember even the last time you came here, how you spoke of that matter. Hence, I thought to ask. But now tell me, General, the new leadership, I'll suppose, well, I suppose this is only really the minister that's new, but are you getting any sense of reforms that are being put in place as this process proceeds to begin to deal with a lot of the issues that are being uncovered?
I think the difficulty, well, I'm at the province. The minister, acting minister kept on promising to come to the province. So we haven't necessarily engaged much or get much of the directive of how we should do things with the acting minister. But I understand he's acting. So there's maybe a limitation what you can do. We right at onset, I had warned him about the chief of staff in his office because he walked into the office as one individual. I think he brought only one advisor with him. But the staff he found there, it's a staff that to date are assisting Minister Mkhwanazi to phone people that are in witness protection. It's the same staff in that office. So how is the acting minister going to maneuver in that space? I don't know how he does it. But from where I'm sitting, the limited engagement looks promising, but there's nothing yet that is before me that I can put as a reference. But so far, the engagement is encouraging. That's why I even know now that actually IPID have told the minister, acting minister that matter they were investigating, where did the complaint come from?
Okay. General, okay, you said something very interesting here, which I hope I'm going to have time to come back to about minister phoning people in witness protection. But I want to know, General, Namhla's docket, is it back with the PKTT? How far is the case now?
No, the docket was sent back to the Eastern Cape. So I do not know what's the status of the docket, but it was.
But I thought the PKTT has not been disbanded and it was a PKTT document. Why is it gone back to the Eastern Cape?
It was a directive that was given that only the KZN, remaining KZN, Eastern Cape must go to Eastern Cape. That's a directive that was given. So I do not know the reason behind.
By who, not General? Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. Let me explain why. Because the issue of station of origin and where the dockets go, it sounded like it had been completed. Then we were told, I think just after Mandlanga Commission started, we were told that the dockets were returned to yourself in KwaZulu-Natal, who then gave a directive for these dockets to then be dispersed again.
With your permission, honorable members, I've got my colleagues here. I can ask General Khamenei to get this before we finish this so we can give you the response. Because
Are you happy with that decision? Because I got the sense that Namhla's family, Namhla's community, South Africans were looking to the PKTT to work on this matter and resolve it. Were you happy with the decision that the dockets are now dispersed once again?
Look, I cannot say I was happy or not. I remain in KZN. So cases that are outside KZN, I cannot fight for them. Doesn't matter how I might look at it, because I might then be judging the colleague in the province that are not able to do the job. If it was still a KZN docket that was taken somewhere else, I was not going to be pleased. But in this instance, I can't necessarily comment much because the incident did not happen in KZN anyway.
Okay, I'm sure the general who's awaiting to be on the witness stand will help us there. You know, I did say, General, that I didn't have many questions for you, so I went to fundraise some questions. And there were people on social media who gave me a few questions. There was a guy called Malia Vusa Mulaudzi. Says that when you came before us, you said there's an MP that if you name, our country will burn. Now, I'm raising this within the context of you talking about members of parliament. You remember, Mos, at some point you even pointed at all of us. In your evidence, you only led evidence against Honorable Collar Barnett and Honorable Adams. Are there MPs that you still believe are enabling, to use your words, all of this rogueness within criminal intelligence?
Yeah, well, those are the people that we've identified in terms of enabling. But in terms of benefiting from crime intelligence, that is the angle I was coming with when I said, if the intelligence were to name those that are benefiting financially from crime intelligence, is that what was going to cause a problem?
After everything that we've been through, General, do you think it's still correct that things are being hidden in such a manner? I mean, we've had long debates here about how you can't classify criminality and all sorts of things. Now, if criminal intelligence is aware of such things, is it correct that, you know, we're still keeping all of these things hidden? How are we ever going to get rid of the problem then?
South Africa is not immune from the operations of intelligence all over the world. There is no country that is going to disclose everything, how they do it. But the parliamentarians must find a way through your colleagues in the Joint Standing Committee to get to know how safe are we, you know, whether these, what you see as a systematic failure, are they being corrected? Because that committee oversees 3 intelligence communities in this country. Crime intelligence is but one. There's defense intelligence and there's state security. If crime intelligence has a budget of, as Mr. Police will talk about the million, maybe 100 million rand or 600 million rand, state security might have tripled that amount. And the entire budget is secret fund. So if there is misuse of funds in the police, there is a likelihood that perhaps in other agencies, similar things happen, or even worse. So it is important that the parliamentarians take note of this. We cannot then come and open our methods of operations on covert things before the world, because this is an international people watching this, international intelligent people that are watching these things. So there's limitation in what you can tell, but you cannot tell. And it's not a secret of government, the government that is there on the day. No. It's for the safety of the country, beyond the administration that is voted in. Every president coming in, the executive come in, must comply with the act of keeping such secrets and operations of government. Otherwise, when we are transparent, we're going to regret one day. So we can't always display everything we do.
Okay, I think that's up for debate. General, there's a witness that testified here. I can't remember whether it was Mr. Mlotshwa or Mr. Adams who said the National Commissioner was at the gate of prison, and that was the trigger for the media briefing. Now, you today speak very authoritatively that had the National Commissioner been arrested, Sibiya would have been appointed National Commissioner. Now, I don't want to leave this open-ended. I need to understand, what do you base this on? Because the president appoints the National Commissioner. Now, what makes you so sure that Sibiya would have been appointed National Commissioner? And I hope that you were not insinuating that then the president would have acted in concert with these criminal syndicates. Can you just give us the basis for that statement that you made?
The president, not necessarily about the current president, even presidents in the past, they will always listen to a person that they've appointed as a cabinet member responsible for the department on recommendations of what is the course of action to be taken next. So when you have a national commissioner arrested, he's not dismissed. So it means there must be a fitness board that is going to follow thereafter. In the interim, what do? The president get influenced by someone. I don't, sitting here today, I do not believe that President Zuma knew a person called Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. For him to take a decision that when he suspends,
So who influenced him?
to the extent when he suspends Cele, he then picks up Mkhwanazi, who's a major general, to come and act with no political credentials, nothing, just a simple task force member. Someone, I believe, a senior police officer within that system of closer to the president, threw my name in there, maybe via the minister as well, but it was influenced by a police officer that landed to the desk of the president. And the president says, okay, I take this man. And he becomes acting national commissioner. When I'm not complying with the directives, then they go back and ask, but this person you brought to us, who is he? So they were frustrated after that. So that's why I moved out. So when it happened to me, it means it can happen to anyone. So I believe that the likelihood of an acting person being appointed without involving the Minister of Police is almost zero. The president will have been influenced, correctly so, with the recommendation coming to him, coming from the cabinet member responsible to say, let's put this one in the meantime to hold the fort.
Okay.
I don't
Now-
think it would have been wrong even for that decision to be taken.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I hear you, General, but I think we can put that down to supposition. Because Honorable Mates, for example, read to you the president's affidavit in relation to minister's authority to disband PKTT. President disagreed with the minister. So I would say that you were assuming it was a supposition, even maybe conjecture at this point. It's not a given.
We are in this today because of the disbandment of the PKTT. If the president says he did not agree with it, I'm still waiting like anyone else to see action against the same minister. So what the information I have is the role that Spear was playing in this process of disbanding this team, his active role that he was playing and how he was engaging with the minister, the relationship. There's WhatsApp communication, how he influenced the ministers, deputy ministers, how to manage the National Commission. We spoke about it, the evidence is there. Well, I was not there, and I will invite you to get the Director General at the Civilian Secretariat, who was a secretary of the panel when they were looking for the head of DPCI, to come and tell you what happened in that panel and how the minister wanted Spear to be in that panel, only to discover that he does not meet the requirement. So with all that put in place and what we see happening, the Spear's attitude, I cannot help but to conclude that with that information we receive was correct, that he will have been the next person walking into that office. Had that been done, we would have closed shop today. And I must, with the support of Mr. Adams and anyone else, it's true. I did mention when I was here that the National Commission was a door prison. So Mr. Adams didn't thumbs up that. He took it from me.
Okay. You know where you and I differ, General, on a number of issues is that I'm really trying, you know, as difficult as it is, to stick to the letter of our terms of reference, which is investigate the veracity of the allegations. So, you know, I remember earlier on today, you addressed me on the issue of the minister. It's because we need to get to the veracity of the allegations. So that's why I also did not want to leave this one open-ended. Honorable Vessels asked you for a comment, and I think you probably forgot to comment on Brown Mokgotzi's allegation that you are or you were a CIA agent. Could you just comment on this? Why would this gentleman say you and the king were working together, Silo Samabandla? I don't know what you were doing about coal and Israel and China. Do you have any comment on those allegations, General?
Yeah, well, the honorable member made a comment. He didn't ask me to respond on it. He just passed a comment. These are some of the things that I wanted to speak about when I come here. But I then thought, Brown Mokgotzi is just an information peddler. He hears things. and he claimed to be having knowledge about it. He gets involved in some of the things, but then exaggerate his involvement on some of things. I do hope that the USA as a country, independent country, and Israel take action against Brian Mkhwanazi for that, what she said. He withdrew it here, but I wish they take action against him because he was just thumb-sucking to create a story. That's him. And when he said at one stage he went to Kenya and did all those things, and he was part of Brown of Thabo Bester's arrest, amongst others. It's a person that is closer to the people that are involved in doing things, but he makes it his own. That's why I made an example about Ket Matlala have told him that he had came to see me in Devon. But because he did not remember where the meeting was, he came here, he said it was a house. He even put a house number. There's a house number on his statement. And that house number of his statement, it's a house which is a police house at Mhlanga. Someone gave him the house number and said, this man stays in this house number. Put that on the statement. So you can see that he had the story, he acted as if he's the one who was part of it. So the CIA thing is a narrative that people will use, mainly politicians will say you are an agent of this because they want to suppress your opinions on things. I've been in many continents thanks to the South African Police Service. Different countries all over the world, they've traveled. I've trained with many units out there. But I cannot be classified as an agent of any. So I must be an agent of Jamaica. I've been into Jamaica. I must be an agent of Trinidad and Tobago. I must be an agent of Zimbabwe, an agent of Mozambique. So why is he not picking up everything that sits on my passports? And he goes and he throws those ones because they're going to be a bit sensitive. Why he chose the king? I don't know. I think he just played on something that he wants to create so that it sounds as realistic as possible. I do hope and pray that the Americans and the Israelis, they are watching this. They hunt him down and they take action against him.
Okay. General Sentimule, when she was speaking to us, I just need you to help us with this one. She said that she made the call for those dockets to be released on the 6th of December, whenever. In your knowledge, since there was a lot of moving of dockets, what should she have done? What due diligence should she have exercised on moving off dockets from where they were?
A person that cannot be trusted as Sentumule, as you have heard on the communication between MSB, I think she did what she should be doing as a person that cannot be trusted. If she was a person that could be trusted, she would have told Sibia that I'm a divisional commissioner, I've got no business with dockets in KZN. If you want to say anything about the dockets, go to Mkhwanazi and talk to him.
And then the dockets that were were they at the inspectorate with Captain Phillips? Do you know how? Same thing.
Same thing. She's a divisional commissioner of detectives. She's phoned by IDEC and they tell her that they want dockets that are sitting in inspectorate. The question you should be asking first, how did they get to the inspectorate to start with? Now, the province where the dockets come from, if you go and check their system, I believe even today, those dockets are still open. That system is open. Those dockets were transferred from that station to the provincial office. That's what the system will tell you. How they move from there to inspectorate, from inspectorate to IDEC. When the portfolio committee of police calls us to account and they want to know the status of those dockets, the system will tell you they are still at the provincial office in Gauteng, and yet Gauteng has never seen them.
Okay, I know that you'd already testified about rogue elements within IDEC, so I'm not going to do that. I suppose it's just trying to join the dots of everything finally. This gentleman, Mr. Steve Mutsume, I know you've been asked a few questions about him, but I'm more interested in what you know of him and what the SAPS officials know of him that you would have even said in your text message to General
Sinona.
Sinona, you would have even said, you are risking your lives. Don't blame me if you are found out and you're risking your life. General, that's quite a loaded statement, especially coming from a police officer. So who is this man and what's his modus operandi that even you, General, say, don't blame me if something happens to you? What did you think would happen to them?
Well, I was only relaying a message because I put those words there because they had pleaded with me not to expose our conversation to him. Their explanation about Steve Mutsumi was that he's the one who has taken over from the Big Five. That's what they were telling me. And they say this man controls just about everything, from government officials to business, tenders, drugs, you name it. That's why they're that afraid that Sibia collects money from him. That's why they gave me the address of where Mutsumi lives and where is the house where he meets up with Sibia. So it is them that gave me all this information. So when they describe this person as a god of criminality in the country that they are afraid of, I was not going to go and expose that. But because they introduced that meeting, I warned Nona. If Nona was really concerned, as he was when he appeared before Mandlanga, he would have reached out to me and said, Mandlanga has caused a problem. Please don't go ahead and release these names, because I gave it to him on WhatsApp. But he didn't. Instead, they're trying to twist what the meeting was about. That's when I concluded that, well, it might as well come out public. I did not know, I still don't know the face of Steve Mutsumi, but they told me who is Steve Mutsumi.
Can we take it that there are investigations that are underway on?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely, because subsequent to that meeting, I had to pass it to Jarukumal and them and say, Kat Matlala tells me that, Kat and Snon are telling me that there's a gentleman called Steve Mutsumi that lives at Waterfall Estate, and he's got a property here in Sentin, and this is what he does.
Okay.
So they are then investigating as a result.
General, I want to disagree with something that you said earlier. In fact, I believe that you were reprimanding the MPs, where you were talking about them and about us and, having opinions. General, we're not a court of law here. We're public representatives. And we are not obliged to either be impartial or objective. We represent the views of people, and from time to time, you'll hear us saying even things that people are saying out there. So I want to disagree with the notion that we cannot have views on a matter. Where you are correct is that once all that is said and done, we then need to objectively apply our minds to what we've heard. But it can't be, I disagree with you when you want to reprimand MPs for either demonstrating an affinity or lack of affinity to a particular witness. I don't think that is the role of the MPs. And I'm laying this as a background because I want to come to now where I disagree with you. And I think there's always been two issues. And I was hoping that by the time you come back, because when I asked you the first time, especially around issues of evidence around Minister Mkhwanazi, one of the things you said was that, no, Khumalo is going to come here. Ask him, he'll give you evidence. And unfortunately, General Khumalo came, there was no evidence. He said there was no evidence. General Masemula, and so forth and so forth. Now that point has already been canvassed by members. I don't need to go back. But on the overreach of power, please do comment on this so we close it and we move, right? You've said today that, and I'm happy you said this, right? And this is not because I'm defending Minister Mkhwanazi. I honestly did not believe that Minister Mkhwanazi was part of a drug cartel. So you've said today you believe he was influenced, you believed that he was misled. Then you said, and when you were explaining that, you said, that's why you wanted to speak to him, so that you could just advise him, right? And maybe if he heard you and saw, I am assuming that what he was doing was wrong, he would have listened. The National Commissioner also said he would have tried to speak to them, but at that point, neither you nor the National Commissioner had issues of overstepping his powers. At that point, you just thought, no, but this is a wrong decision, not that you couldn't take that decision. What would be your comment to that?
I will say, for me, it was overstepping his powers. I did not want to wait for the National Commissioner to approach the minister. I felt after reading that, I said, Minister is not allowed to do this. Let me talk to him. Someone has influenced him wrong. That's why I call him immediately. I call the Chief of Staff to get into a meeting with him. I was honestly hoping that we're going to meet and talk about this. With the hope that I can warn him about the things where he's overstepping.
Okay, Honorable Adams testifies that nobody had a problem with this disbandment of the PKTT, right? Then he uses examples like the portfolio committee meeting and so forth and so forth. And he says, okay, I don't want to put words into his mouth now, but he says everything was going along fine. The National Commissioner says all he disagreed with was approach, né? That it shouldn't be immediately, but rather phased in over time. And if I put it to you that it was only then when you got the downloads from Minister Nhlanhla that you then began to put together this whole issue of defeating the ends of justice and misrepresentation. But before that, it was never about whether he had the authority or not. You disagree with that?
I repeat again, Honourable Member, I think it was on the 2nd, if not the 3rd of January, shortly after the letter came out, that I reached out to the minister because I was against that which he wrote there. I was not against in the main about issues of intelligence because I did not know the background around it. Knowing that the regulation that's been amended gives him the powers now, and the SAPS management has not challenged that. So I assume that one is within him. I did not know what was happening with the border security. It does not fall under my command, so I didn't pay attention. What I was concerned about his role in taking a decision to shut down a team, is that what was concerning me. And when I spoke and made some examples strongly with the Chief of Staff, Chief of Staff delivered the wrong message to the minister, or correct message, I do not know. But the minister took offense of that. That's why he advised the Chief of Staff to record me in a second conversation. So when the Chief of Staff came the second time around, and I'm sure you heard it in a conversation, that the only thing I wanted to do was to sit down with my leader and talk to him. He did not afford me that opportunity. Instead, he sent people to record me, which means the decision he took on the 31st, he took it consciously. He knew what he was busy with. The time passes by. I see all the wrong in between. That made me realize something is still not right. Again, in April, I sent him a message requesting for an audience.
General, I'm so sorry. I hear you. I hear you. I'm in injury time now. Okay, don't you find it strange, General, that every single officer that we have spoken to says they did not know Mr. Nhlanhla until they read in December what of his contract and whatnot. I'm finding that very, very hard to believe, and I'll tell you why. The meeting at the Pearls happens on
April last year.
In April last year.
Yes.
This is April that other year.
The incident of Nhlanhla of a contract is 2024.
Yes, 2024.
Yes.
You meet him in 2025.
25. That time I know about the investigations against him, about the contract, everything.
So
I did not deny that.
when you were setting up then the sting operation with criminal intelligence, this guy had not been in your radar until the News 24 story about his contract.
I do not know what was happening ahead of this. But Ket Nhlanhla, I think when he comes into the picture with the team, it's the team that is investigating the drug issues, the Vereeniging case. As they're investigating the Vereeniging case, then they pick up the links that brings this case into forensic, into detectives, and then Nhlanhla pops in. That's how they pick it up. That's why they raid in this.
So that's long before Minister Mkhwanazi cancels the thing on the 20th of December, right? Because those investigations happened and then they culminated on the interventions or the actions on the 6th of December.
Yeah, that's why I kept on saying, honorable member, Minister Mkhwanazi arrives there in June, July of 2024, but he writes a directive in December. I don't even think he knew what is the annual performance plan of the police look like and the strategic plan, but he writes a disbandment of the team. So the period tells me that the minister was not aware about what's happening and he was influenced to take this decision. I believe still that in the presence of the minister, I was not in that meeting, but when the minister sits in a meeting and he says, there's a problem about this contract, I think you need to cancel it, or whether those words he used or not. But looks like he's the one, the Minister Mkhwanazi, initiated the cancellation. From
Yes,
what I
and
gathered.
that's what I'm saying, General. And the police knew about Nhlanhla even before the minister said cancel this thing because
That's
he was
correct.
being investigated. Isn't that strange that they let it go? They're busy investigating. They know this guy is here, but he's still doing health services for the police, and nobody claims to know him until the story breaks in December.
But the team already knows about the criminality that involves him on drugs. It's not the same people that are part of these contracts. So I don't even think, sitting here now, if you ask me the contracts that you have in the police, I won't tell you. Because I don't pay attention on those. I'll focus on what I do in my province. But there are many contracts we have in the organization. I don't believe the team was aware about the awarding of the contract and all those things to who is involved. Even me, I didn't even know there's a contract given, who is the contractor. It's one of those things that we don't get involved from the operation side.
How do you then, when you think about this, how do you explain Minister flagging this contract and calling for its cancellation? Because it's one of the things that he puts forward
I
and
applaud
says, why would I do this if I'm working with them?
No, I applaud that. And I'm still saying again, I don't think Minister knew Nhlanhla. It is after the decision, when Nhlanhla approaches Brown Mahotsi to complain that this man I'm feeding through you is doing this.
Okay.
That
Right
what
there
sparked
on
the action
feeding,
from from Mahotsi and Suleiman in Northwest. Because Nhlanhla is crying to them that you are saying to me, I must pay for this January 8 and this on behalf of the minister. But here is a minister taking a decision. So I like to believe a minister will not take a decision against Nhlanhla if he knew that Nhlanhla is supporting him financially. Surely he didn't know him. That's why he takes a decision, because it's been played by these Mahotsis and them.
General, I know that the investigations are still ongoing, but to date, have you found any evidence of Nhlanhla financially supporting the minister, using your words, whether it's for his presidential campaign? Remember, you said Brown Mahotsi is an information peddler, takes things and make it as if. So I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that Brown Mahotsi goes around and says, I'm telling the minister this, I'm doing this. In fact, that was the view that I got. Do you believe that you are, I am respecting the fact that you said there's investigations, but you are close to finding a link between Minister, money, Nhlanhla?
Well, the investigation happening in KZN, I've not been briefed about that. But the investigation happening in Gauteng, again, I cannot confirm because it's not in my space. What I believe still to date is that in the main, minister's role that leads into the criminal investigation is the action of that letter, is the interference with the police work. And when there's efforts to try and bring this to their attention, he doesn't want to take it, which therefore means he's been influenced and he believes the people that influenced him. If that was not the case, I wouldn't understand why would I ask for a meeting with the minister. He calls me to come to Pretoria on behalf of SBIA, peace talk. He still acknowledges my request, but he let me go back to Durban without even engaging me on that one. He is a Brown Mahotsi that is his comrade. I raise issues in the open meeting of parliament about Brown Mahotsi. He doesn't pause to question, but what did Brown do? So that he can get to hear more. He doesn't, he just brush it off and he continues with Brown. So it's a person that you are warning about what's happening and he ignores you. What can you do? You can conclude that means he's aware of what's happening.
Okay.
So without you having a concrete evidence, but his attitude tells you that he knows very well what's happening. It just makes sure that it cannot be traced. He push it far away and he operates from the distance.
Okay. Now, you also took umbrage with the reasons that he advanced for the disbandment, right? Cost effectiveness and cost, and then the effectiveness of the PKTT. I won't go into that, but he did put a reason that I also thought was probably plausible when he said the PKTT should be a national PKTT. Do you dispute that?
You cannot arrive here and you say your surname is Mkhwanazi, whereas my surname is Mkhwanazi. So he arrives in the police, PKTT is on black and white, written. He comes and he adds an N on top of it. Where does he get it from? So he started creating his own thing. And all members, with respect, this team started in 2018. Everything written on this paper does not have an N. But when he comes in,
that's not my question. Okay,
No.
I want to stop you because my question is, he says part of the reason why he wanted to disband it was so that he could spread the capacity throughout the country. I mean, I was talking to you now about Eastern Cape and the need for a similar thing in other provinces. I'm sure you just said they opened in Gauteng. So one of the reasons he raises is that you needed a national PKTT. First, he says that was a national police task team operating in KwaZulu-Natal, but then he wanted to disband it so that they could spread the capacity of the PKTT across the country. You disagree with that
I
reason?
disagree. That's why I'm starting with the N. Because in his mind, it's a national thing. I can do what I like. Wrong, Minister. This is in province, KZN. So it does not have an N. That's a start. Second to that, you sign a letter on the 31st of December after you figure out that you need to reorganize the service. You disband this, you close the post, filling of the vacancies and stuff like that. There is no work study. There is no this and that here. When you are asked, you start running around and finding reasons. The reasons of money, the CFO comes here and say, no, Minister, money was not a problem. Find something else. He says it before you. She said it before you. And then the minister goes and phones someone somewhere in a witness protection, say, please give me a statement, and that person records it. And he presents it. Oh, this reason doesn't fly. What another reason? Another reason this and that. So the minister try and figure out to justify the action because he had no material to justify it.
3 minutes left.
Yes.
Sorry, I get your answers. I'm not interrupting you. Very quickly, you said that you once took one of the cars that was meant for the king and you put it on operations. I think that's a laudable thing. But also, I remember yesterday, Honorable Skosan raised a question around traditional leaders, kings in particular. General Masemula said only 2 are being protected. Now that the mandate of the PKTT has been expanded to include traditional leaders, one is the traditional leaders only in KwaZulu-Natal, and 2, what about the rest of the traditional leaders, especially the kings throughout the country? Is there any plan for security around them? Is there any plan for even security and threat analysis, or do you just leave them like that? If I could get a shortened version of the answer so that I can pose my last one.
I'm going to request honorable members that you look at the legislation and guide us as South African Police Service on what to do. There is no responsibility given by the law to the South African Police Service to protect the kings. The only kings we look after are the heads of states, the king of Eswatini, amongst others. Those are the ones we protect when they come to the country. The ones in the country, there's no legal authority we have.
But General Masemula said there are 2 that you look.
We have no legal authority. Listen to what I'm saying, honorable member. We are doing it. The Portfolio Committee of Police, the Auditor General of South Africa don't hold us into account. So we continue doing it.
All right. So that's a reform that we need to look at. Lastly, General, please can you, because I know that I'll be stopped before I finish, I want to ask you to comment on the Zulu war issue. But then I had told you that I had fundraised some questions for you. So I'm going to throw this so that this person is not upset with me. The person is called Nhlanhla, and they say, I don't have a question for the general Just tell him we love him and we shall always stand by him. What a man, what a giant, history will remember him. So I wanted to pass on that message to you, General. I won't pass on the ones of the many, many ladies who have sent me messages to you. Can you please comment on the Zulu war, General?
I think, honorable member, there is, and I would like you to take it to your own political party, because from my assessment where I'm sitting, there is a problem between the former minister and the current minister, Minister Mkhunu and former Minister Cele. What is the problem? I don't know. And we somehow, I feel like we're getting caught in the middle, and we are painted as the people that are siding with this one and not that one. We worked with Cele. We worked very well. He's gone. He's no longer minister. We have a new minister. We must work with a new minister. I pleaded with the minister to come and visit KZN. Minister Mkhunu will tell you that. So we can brief him about policing in KZN. He has not done that. Now, when people are then influencing him that we are Cele's people, if he takes that attitude, he then creates more divide. And an outsider will then say it's a Zulu war.
Thank you so much.
That is the unfortunate reality.
Yeah.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
The grace period of the member has expired. I want us to take a break, Chief Whip. Otherwise, we are going to sit for 4 hours. We are left with 3 speakers now. We must take a break and come after 15 minutes, which will be 20 to 11. We're taking a break.
Ngiyakuzwela bakuphethe yona. The race.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip. It's now 22. The time that we have agreed, we are going to start.
Which one?
Yeah. We are witnessless. Thank you, General. We can proceed. I think we're taking the last lap now.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening, General. Thank you very much, Shamas. I think I just want to make a follow-up on the last question from Honorable Sangon. This issue about the so-called Zulu War. When I heard about it, my impression was that maybe it might also be a reference to Mkhwanazi and Sbiya, because I thought Sbiya can also be somebody from KZN or who's a Zulu or something like that. But you are raising another version of it. What's your comment on that?
Yeah, well, my belief was that perhaps it's amongst the people that are talking about the Zulu War, because although Sbiya being the Zulu, but is not necessarily from KZN. It is that which I thought politically between the two heads, a head and a former head of this institution, that are perceived to be in loggerheads, that seems to be suggesting that there is issues that are happening in here. And what is worse is that the two individuals that are seen in the police that have been thrown into this is myself and General Nhlanhla, who are both from KZN. That seems to suggest something like that. But yeah, those are the things that I think about. It might be.
I just want to take you back a bit to the comment you made about, and maybe I know you have somehow commented on this issue. You do not have to go into detail. The migration of people from the police to IDEC and the impact that has had in relation to the work of IDEC and probably the relationship between the police and IDEC. In your knowledge, the people who left the police to become employees of IDEC, were some of them already engaged in some kind of a fight of one form or another with their former colleagues or with their colleagues before they departed from police to IDEC, which could have therefore sustained that and maybe heighten it by the fact that they are now at IDEC, some kind of a watchdog of some sort towards the police, and therefore might be exploiting that authority in furtherance of their own differences with their former colleagues.
Well, I'm not quite sure exactly about the people that have moved from the police to IDEC and the beef they had with the police, except I have heard of some talks about one member at IDEC with Gerald Patlani. Because it looks like at one stage they were all working, I don't know if at forensic, but the other one was at the Eastern Cape, Patlani was at the head office. But there were always issues that I heard about that involves, but to what extent, I never really investigated. But that is the only person that I know to having had issues. The other one that is with IDEC is the one that is an investigating officer on Gerald Kumalo and his team. That's Padayache. Padayache is an ex-crime intelligence member with a lot of controversial things within, including the listening, illegal listening of Gerald Cele back in the days when he was still a general in the police, when he was still a national commission. Illegal interception of his phone, mispresentation to the judge. But that part actually left the police. I'm told he retired. And then he resurfaces at IDEC. And his interest or his involvement in this is focused on intelligence. That's why he's a lead investigator on people at intelligence. The court says, if you want something at crime intelligence, go via Padayache. So he's the only person, but whether he had any beef with anyone, I don't know. But I know that perhaps he still wants the control of the things that he had control over before he retired. And I know of the members of IPID that left IPID and went to IDEC. Whether some of those were in the police before, I do not know. Whether some of those were involved on issues against the police or investigation against the police, that is a fact that they moved with case dockets from IP to IDEC. And they continued with those investigations at IDEC, which is supposed to be an IP docket, but it landed at IDEC. So maybe if we do an audit of the dockets at IDEC, and then they must explain to you how those dockets got there, whether did they follow the law, are they part of what the IDEC is established for, you'll be able to get evidence.
You know, when we had Mr. O'Sullivan, as you would have noticed, very, very flamboyant, very colorful in terms of what he says and how he put it. But one of the things that he said, which as I listened to him, I said, when we see you, I'm going to pose that question to you, was that at some point you took over a particular company, which he says was owned by a dubious character, which in his own view, somebody at your level of leadership in the police would have known about and possibly avoid a possibility of taking over a company from a previous owner of that caliber. So, and I think from judging from what he was saying, he wanted to make an insinuation about the extent to which you are either reckless, if that is true in terms of what happened with that company, or you acquired that company from a character you knew is not a good character, but nevertheless you proceeded, because it may very well be that you have some link with that kind of a character. So I thought when we see you, we must ask you to comment on that issue, because it is obviously worrying if it's anything to go by.
Yeah, well, I listened to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. I think, honorable members, what you should be worried about is why will Paul O'Sullivan come and talk about the private things that are involving police officers? He went and he digged on information about all of us. That's why he could tell the National Commissioner owns this property and that property and that property. He went to dig things about me. The only thing that he found that maybe he thought, okay, well, maybe this is questionable was that company. So how did he get to go to that extent to finding information? What is it about? What gives him the right to do that? This is what I expect these parliamentarians to take action against, because that means the systems that are supposed to protecting individuals out there from their privacy is not working. If a person can do that and he comes and sits in this parliament and he displays that he has done it and he walks out here without being held accountable, that's a concern, because the private is invaded. Here I am left with today's the 18th of March. 12 days time, my contract ends. I knew that back in 2021 when I took that contract, that is going to end of this March. So in my effort to try and prepare for an exit in the organization, on what do, I engage with accountants that are advising me on what I should do next. So one of the advice that perhaps I must consider buying a company, a chef company, that can help me to set up opportunities going forward. So it's one of the companies they recommended to me when they did some research to establish, and there's one of the company that's on a chef company dealing with trade and investment that I must consider looking at. So I then take over that company, buy it off. I don't see anything wrong on the character of the person because I never really went into an investigation that Paul O'Sullivan did. So I buy the company, I don't even know the person. So it's a chef company that get acquired and I pay for it and the membership, the directorate is changed. And I don't even use it because the company I'm trying to get for the future, try to set up something for the future. But then I felt, no, well, I don't think I'll be able to use this company now. So I closed it. After closing, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan went to dig, what do I have? He discovered that I once owned this company. That's why he came to you and he spoke about a company that I've already closed. And I had bought it, but I then since closed it. I didn't close it because there were some dubious things on it. I closed it because I felt that there's no need for me to have it. So that was the reason. So what he came and he presented here is not true. And there's no criminal activities that I'm associated with the company. But again, I want to ask you to investigate what gave him authority to do that? And how did he acquire that information? Because if it's not taken to task with it, it's going to be abused, and I believe it has already.
No, General, I can give you an assurance that the conduct of Mr. O'Sullivan in the security cluster in our country, the police in particular, left so many questions for us, and it leaves a lot to be desired. And I don't think that at the conclusion of our work, we would not take any position with regard to individuals like him, who, for whatever reasons, immerse themselves into the police service and do so to a very large extent in a negative way, in a way that either creates or sustains existing problems. So I do want to give you an assurance that when we wrap up our work, it's inevitable that we must have an opinion about such characters and what needs to be done legislatively to protect that environment from possible abuse by characters such as those ones. But I mean, be that as it may, I would imagine that if you had not changed your mind, you kept the company and you proceeded with it and you discovered this information later on, you were obviously going to be worried about it if there is legitimacy to it, and probably you were going to have to change your mind and look for another company, I suppose.
That's correct.
Okay. Somewhere I read that, I can't remember on which of the papers before us, affidavits or submissions that were made, that at some point you presided over an inquiry which was dealing with some matters of discipline relating to General Khan.
That's correct.
That he got acquitted.
Yes.
With the benefit of hindsight, with what you know now about Mr. Khan, would you say that that acquittal would have been the same, could be the same if you were dealing with him today? Or there may be other factors that influence the facts that appeared before that committee, which resulted in that particular conclusion?
I would have done the same. In a matter of fact, before I went for that hearing, there were already negative stories out in the media as a result of me presiding over his case. And I already knew that he is involved in one way or another on the wrong that led in such, which he came to apologize to me about whatever that came out after I acquitted him. And I still told him that I don't want to be part of that. We're here dealing with a case that was put before you, and the evidence that was presented, he did not do anything wrong. I gave him credit. I even said he should have been applauded by the organization for what he did.
You know, General, some of us were very worried when Mr. Nkabinde was very casual about your trip to Richards Bay or Mpange, that site.
Yes.
We're very worried about that level of casuality on his part. And when you are saying today, the evidence at your disposal, beside the information, the knowledge you have, because we're part of this, is that, and that can even be corroborated by a tracker information. I wanted to ask a question, would you be comfortable to share that information with the ad hoc committee? Because I think it's, well, maybe if it's not the ad hoc committee, if for some reasons it may be a problem with the ad hoc committee, it could be another committee that deals with sensitive matters. You know, the reason why I'm raising that matter is because your intervention in this regard completely changes the storyline that we were led into by Mr. Nkabinde. Because now the trip, according to you, is right from point A to point B, as opposed to point A, point B, point C. Because he's the way he narrated the story and your journey. I mean, when he uses the term a boy's trip, it has certain connotations, which I'm sure you understand. So that's why I'm asking the question, in order to consolidate the evidence we are putting before us in challenging his assertion, would you be comfortable that that information become accessible?
I remember, I am a citizen in this country, and I know that information can be private, but some information is public. You only need to take an ID number of a person to punch it, and you get all the profile of the things that the person owns. So a vehicle is one of those. For me to hide and say I cannot give this committee the details of that vehicle would be wrong. For transparency, I'll hand over. It is not my car, I must disclose that. It's my wife's car. She controls the tracker. I've asked her to throw me the tracker, and she went and threw the tracker and she gave it to me. So you can have it. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think she will have a problem in sharing that either. But the tracker will show you that we left the address that Mkhwanazi put on his statement on that particular date, and we stopped at Mr. Mkhwanazi's residence at Mpange. We switched off, we went in, we drank coffee, we ate cookies. We greet each other, friendly talk, back into the car. We drove from there, we stopped in Durban. I was a driver.
No, I think, Chair, I'm raising that matter because I do remember you said the tracker is from a vehicle of your wife, and she is not before us. So we can only rely on you to engage with her to agree for that information to be made available. And I was asking precisely because I know the things relating to tracker and all of that will somehow involve ID, identity information of an individual involved. But if you say it can be made available, I think we'll appreciate that because it addresses a particular issue with regard to the purpose of the trip from Durban to northern Durban. I think the next issue I wanted to just to verify it has to do with at some point I remember you were inviting Sbia to come to the awards in KZN. And you know, sometimes because we are talking to you as police officers, one of the things that one has learned is that it's not everything that happens, which is as we see it. Some of the things are happening not in a way that ordinary people, civilians like ourselves, who are not police officers, who are not trained there, will understand in the way in which, and I will tell you why I'm making this point when I'm asking the question subsequent to this one. But your invitation of SBIA to attend the awards, was it just an invitation?
You talking about the police awards?
Yes.
I did not invite him. It's national awards that were held in Durban.
Or it was national awards, so
Yeah.
he was going to be attending because it's part of the national program.
Yeah, I invited the entire management and the police chiefs to an excursion that I was organizing. So he joined the excursion that I was hosting, but he was there for the Excellence Awards. That is a national event. I did not invite him on that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure, maybe he said I invited him for Durban July either, because I spoke to him before Durban July, before the July 6th.
No, I don't remember him saying that. And then the meeting with Sinon, General Sinon, and Major General.
I'm going to invite this commission, this ad hoc committee to start getting used to using the constitutional titles.
Okay.
So that you don't get confused much about this general's rank. Say the commissioners, not.
Commissioner. Okay. But that meeting with Mr. Sinon, I think it's even safe to say Mr. Sinon and Mr. Matala. I can't remember who said to us that meeting was in one of the units at the Pearls Hotel, and that person was making a conclusion on the basis of how easy it was to access whatever that was available in that room for consumption. And the conclusion was to the extent that, no, this is Mkhwanazi's a flat or apartment. I don't know if you have commented on that since you are back with us today.
Yeah, yes, I did speak early this morning, and I tried to describe the size of that apartment, the living room. Between the dining room where we were seated, the lounge where the TV is with only one couch, that's how small it is, and the kitchen, a small kitchen that is there. So I did explain to the members that if from one point to another in that room, it will not be more than 5 meters. That's how small it is. And in one bedroom. So if somebody were to say, if Nona said, at times I will go to the bedroom, then you will have an excuse of saying, he didn't hear what we were talking about. But if he claims that he had gone to the fridge to get something to drink, the fridge was literally less than 2 meters from the table where we seated. If he goes to the fridge, he did not go to the fridge. I'm just saying if he did, but he did not go there. There was no alcohol drank on the day.
It was only water.
I think it was water and some juice there.
Okay.
There's no alcohol that was drank on the day.
That issue of, I think one of my colleagues was raising this question with you earlier on, and I want to take it slightly further. Is it Tibeti or Matibeti, the business, the person?
Matibeti.
Matibeti. The party that I want to ask you to comment on, General, is the one that, because I think you had said earlier on, after the quarrel between you and him and the court challenges or proceedings that have taken place, you started getting some people from or who are associated with this company raising all sorts of things about the way in which business is being conducted, which is not proper and in line with our laws. How do we explain, or how do you understand, but how do we explain as well the seeming coincidence that at the time when he's on a toe-to-toe with you legally, and then people start saying things that were never said to you before you had a fight with him? What could be the reason for that?
Well, I think people maybe realize that they might have been afraid to come out until they realize that someone who's not afraid of Matibeti, then they feel free. I had said that the man is closer to Getsemane, the taxi, one of the taxi bosses in KZN. Getsemane had issues with me. He still has, I believe. He has taken the police to court. He have gone to social media, podcast, and said all sorts of things about me. But I've never had anyone coming to me and say, here's something we have against Nxumalo that must lead into a case. So there's no investigation that we have ever lodged against Nxumalo, despite of what he had said, of how he has behaved. So this is just to indicate that I'm not going all out to target a person. He's not a person that I target. That's why when I want to talk to him, I'll call him that I want to talk to you, because I don't have issues with him. Despite of how he feels about me and the SAPS, but that's him. So Matibe did the same thing. The fact that there's investigations happening is because evidence now comes before me. Before that, I'm sure people didn't even know me. That's why they didn't raise those things. Because when I looked at how old are these things that they're raising, some of them a couple of years old, you know, and I asked, but why these things were not spoken? They said, no, we're afraid of this man. We thought he's that powerful, he controls everything. Until we see someone that can challenge him, that's why we feel that we must come to you.
You know, General, since for the past 6 months, since we started with the HOC Committee, and I think with developments at the Mandlanga Commission of Inquiry, I suppose the country knows a lot now, more than what we knew before then. I'm just saying, during the lifespan of the HOC Committee, the proceedings here and the proceedings in the Commission of Inquiry, I think people are much more educated about many things that are going on. Of course, some of them are yet to be verified, yet to be confirmed. Some of them might end in court. But I would imagine that to a very larger extent, the revelations that have been playing out in the public domain on their own should serve as a deterrent in terms of other police officers or anybody else in society engaging in the wrong activities similar to what we're dealing with. But I just want to know, and of course, more and above that, being a deterrent on its own, the quality of the corrective measures that we should take as Parliament and the Executive should add even a much more important weight in avoiding the recurrence of the same or similar situation in the future. But how much of what we have learned over these proceedings was well known already to somebody like you?
And there's well, I would say 50-50, but there's quite a lot of things that has come to the fore that I was not aware of as a police officer myself. There's other information that came to me that has not gone to both of these structures that have been established that I became aware of, such as what we spoke about Matibedi as an example. Information of corruption that we start hearing about, that we, otherwise I would have known or would not have known about it. But in the sense of it, then I realized that it's across the board. And the people that are mostly in the forefront of the wrong that's happening, especially outside the police, is involving procurement issues of government. There's a lot of corruption happening in there. The people are coming forward and exposing it. And the unfortunate part is that we have decided that certain level of corruption must only be investigated by the HOCs. So even if I'm aware of it, I must now pass it to the HOCs. And then when you pass it, you don't know what happens from there onward. And that's the only unfortunate part that happens. But by and large, the things are coming up. And we are getting information about things happening in other provinces. And then when you engage people, say, but go to the police station, open a case, and they will tell you, no, this one will go nowhere. And they'll come with some reasons as to why. And it kind of frustrates you. But that makes me realize that there's more problems that we have that otherwise are not known that we must start looking at, that the government must start looking at.
How do you suggest we deal with that, just that concern you have, that now things must be referred to the HOCs? If they are not referred to the HOCs, what else should be done? Because that may also have to do with the kind of legislation that we may have to propose at the end of our work. I'm hearing you saying something pops up and then you must refer it to the HOCs, and I get a sense that you are frustrated by that referral.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the investigation reforms that need to have, and I'm going to invite you to take the legislation that established IDEC, that's NPA legislation. Look at what you're intending to achieve with it as government. Look at the legislation that amended the functioning of the SAPS in the establishment of the HOCs, and check what is it that the government intending to achieve with it, and then versus the South African Police Service. These are all three levels now established in the country to investigate cases. And how then you separate as a legislator, how do you separate who must do what in all these three investigating arms of our security cluster now? So if legislature takes that, because there's legislation that governs all this, then you go and look at the SOPs then that are developed amongst these three institutions. One of them is, how does IDEC take cases, who classify cases between, DPCI, who classify cases of DPCI versus the one that are dealt with in the South African Police Service separately, a normal detective service within the SAPS, and what type of case then goes to IDEC versus that which is at DPCI. So when you start looking at that and see whether there is no abuse of the system in between, does each one achieve the objective of creating a safer environment in the Republic without being frustrated by the other one? If the case lands on this one's table that belongs into other body, how does this case moves over? Is it the senior body that comes and takes it, or is it the junior body that transfers it to the other structures? So what are the rules that are put out there? So I think we might want to investigate the cross-referencing of these three so that we're able to align it properly in terms of legislation. But in the center of all this, you have one police station that must service all the three. In the center of all this, we have one provincial commissioner that constitutionally is overseeing all these operations in the province. To what extent does this provincial commissioner have a say over what IDEC does, over what DPCI does? So those are the gaps that may need to be looked at so that you're able to close them.
I just want to go back to the question I asked earlier on and about the knowledge that you have, and you are saying 50-50 in terms of now looking back now, Commissioner, if the 31st of December did not arrive in the context of the letter from the minister, now looking back, I know it has arrived, but let's imagine it did not. And you know, almost 50% or something like that, even if it was 20% of the information that has now been displayed in the public domain. What were you going to do with it, or what were you going to do with it, or what do you think you should have done with it in an event where the 31st of December did not arrive? Not as a date, but in context, as that letter, which has triggered all that has evolved up to the July press conference.
I must indicate that we have been operating, identifying some challenges, but the limitation that we had was to address those internal within the structures. Make recommendation of this, make recommendation of that. It is taken, it's not taken, and you leave it. But you see the problems, but you have a limitation in terms of addressing them. The level of involvement of senior police officers in criminality, it's something that we did not necessarily have any concrete evidence on. We will suspect. That's why I say there are colleagues that are beginning to question their lifestyle. But we're not necessarily conducting that lifestyle audit. And I kept on talking about it. You can see that this one looks like he's living large. And we don't know where he gets the money from. But nothing has been done. We therefore couldn't necessarily investigate anything going forward. We'll just leave it like that. But I think the events that took place that was informed by the letter has brought into light some of these lifestyles of these generals. Only then you get to realize, oh, this is where this thing comes from. Typical example, I was one of the people invited by Jairus Beer when he got promoted to come and celebrate with him. I declined because we're not friends. And I thought, why must I go and celebrate his promotion? We're not friends. I'm not going there. They went there. Whole lot. Gerald Kumar was there as well. I don't know if Mandlanga was there. Probably was there. There were a lot of them that were invited. And subsequently that there would have been other parties. But I don't think at the time anyone thought of anything about Sibia. I must be honest. He was a very fleshy guy when he worked for the Hawks before. I was in a task force, and you could observe every time this heist task force was in the forefront on those heists. I would be there when they come to attend those crime scenes, and he will come there. Very fancy person with fancy suits, you know, like those people that goes to these modern churches. He was always fleshy, but I couldn't connect as to what makes him to look like that. So now that we know what we know now, then you then say, but we saw these things back then, but we didn't necessarily dig to establish. So this has assisted us to say, when we suspect something, we then have to start probing. And part of what we then should do is these lifestyle audits that we are complaining about, we have to be very strict about, because maybe they might reveal things while it's still early that will help us going forward. You can't have a person who, like has been already revealed, you are building a R1 million house in one spot. At the same time, you're building another R1 million house somewhere else. Who are you? Where do you get the money from? And you're driving a fancy car. So there are many signs that we might have neglected as management of the police that we saw that we should have paid attention on. So I feel the way we're doing in terms of complaining, it's all what we could do, but there was limitation on that. Investigate when the information comes before you, but even that investigation doesn't take you far. But that's all we could do at the time.
No, thanks, General. I'm left with just two questions now. The last one, I'm going to be following up on your observation that part of the frustration is that things are being raised with the relevant authorities in terms of what needs to be done to, you know, to deal with problems within the police, and they are not acted upon. I'm going to come back on that issue because there is a matter I want to raise in relation to your boss, the National Commissioner, exactly around that issue. But I want to start with this one, which is I'm saying is the one before last. The cartel and the Big Five. Whether they are going to be confirmed at whatever point, who are they, but how do we defeat them? Because these are people that we have to defeat, given what we are told they are engaged on. From what we have heard, there is nothing that they are involved in which has got to do with our national interest. It's more about self-preservation and about their own personal interest, the advancements of those. How do we defeat them? Because at some point, we can't allow a group like that. We've got to find a way to defeat it.
Honourable members, there are a few things that they're involved in. And I feel the other two are something that maybe we might want to do something easy. I don't know about the third one, which might be a bit complicated. The third one, maybe if I might start with it, is the tenders of government. The process of how these tenders are issued and stuff like that is something that government must look at. Once a person is spoiled of always getting tenders every other place where they apply for, and they become rich, it becomes clear that for them getting these tenders is not because of exceptional things that they do that justifies it, but it's the connections they have. Or maybe the envelopes that are crossing floors that leads into them getting these tenders. But that's a difficult part to address because it does not only involve the cartel squad, but majority of business people that are involved in tenders. They are benefiting from that or even affected by it. The other two environments that are more of a problem, and the second one in my list of priorities is cash in transit heist. And I would wish government can come up with a policy once and for all that's going to regulate the movements of money in the country. That is going to regulate the cash, the utilization of cash in our country. The lesser we use cash, the better. And I don't want to hear anyone telling me that in the rural areas there's no connectivities. People in the rural areas have got phones. If they can talk on the phone, that means they can pay you on the phone. So I'm not saying totally you can get rid of cash. There's always going to be cash there. Not everyone else has got a bank account. There will be cash. But limit that to the most vulnerable areas where there's not large sum of cash is used. In the urban areas, here where we're at in Cape Town, we just have no reason to pay cash in any of the shops in the Mokarong. There's not poor people that stays here. Yes, there are people sleeping on the street, but you and me can afford to pay with a card. So the moment you start introducing that, there's going to be less amount of cash that must be picked up here. A vehicle drives in the morning to come and load up ATMs. A vehicle drives in the morning and come and pick up money from the shops because we bought cash. So they have these in their drop safes. They must give it to these companies to go and bank them. So that's the second part in terms of cash in transit. And one of them, when you regulate the movement, we have suggested some typical examples that if the money is in the bag, that bag is taken from the shop to the car, or the money is in the car and this car is driving from point A to point B, there must be mandatory, at least, devices that are put into that vehicle so that there will be a robber. The moment it interferes with that truck, with that money is destroyed, cannot be used. A lot of things been tried. Ink is put into the paper. They take this paper with the ink, they get chemicals, they dump this money in the bucket overnight. The following day, that chemical is gone. They take the money and go and gamble with it. So if you can't use the money gets destroyed. There won't be need for you to even bomb the car. And explosives is a dangerous thing. So these criminals, they use it recklessly, and they're part of these drug dealers, this cartel, because it's easy money. So they blast these cars with the inside job, because they don't blast an empty car. People within, they will tell them this car's got so much money. Either the companies themselves or the clients where they pick up the money from. They will tell you, we've put so much money into this car, as it moves, get it. And they're going to get it on the road. And that increases the risk to society. It makes our country look like we're at war zone because there's bombing everywhere on this cash in transit. So the reforms on cash in transit and the use of cash in our country, I think is very urgent, especially on transportation of money, very urgent, something that government must look at. The last one and most important one, our borders. If we don't do anything about the control on the movement of our borders, we're not going to stop these drugs. Regardless of what we do with the cartel, we will not stop the drugs. I said when I presented that it is not only the big five that we have a problem with. They happen to be closer to the government officials, senior government officials, and take control of the entire security cluster. These five. But there's big dogs out there that are sitting and smiling, that are making billions of friends on bringing these drugs into the country and packaging them and reselling them. So until we control our borders, a typical example, police officers we have in the borders, they've been there for ages. The employment condition of a police officer is not easy for you to say You are here on a contract for 1 year, and after 1 year, you must move. We go through all the labor process to try and remove a person after we've placed a person in one spot, because there's no flexibility in terms of our labor laws, employment condition in the police. It must be looked at. It doesn't matter how good I might be about KZN, but the moment I'm so used to the port of entry on Durban and I'm so immense into corruption, whether it's taxis, whether it's CITs, whether it's stock theft, whatever it is, I might need to move from that province and go to another province. Take me and say, now go to Limpopo. You become a provincial commissioner and see you can do what you're doing here as a civil servant. But we don't do that. We become so used to the environment where you're working, and then the criminality then start cropping in, because these criminals either threaten us or they're going to bribe us, either way. So that's what we see happening in the borders. And I must say, it's not only the police in the border. Almost everyone that works there gets involved with the syndicate from all different departments, different entities in the border. They get involved with syndicates that are working there. So unless we do something about those border controls, we're not going to stop this. So that is the number one priority for me on the borders. Cash in transit, secondly, and the third one, we must start looking at the tenders. That's how we're going to stop this cartel. If we don't do that, you close the borders, they have cash in transit highs. You close that, they still run tenders because they're controlling some of the procurements that are happening, and they still enjoy life.
No, thanks, General. That was important because my own view is that it's not enough to identify the problem. We have to find a way in which we can address the conditions through which they thrive. And I think your suggestions are intended to deal with that. Let me say, General, I think we might have never said this in your first meeting with us here, some of us. But I think I agree with the assertion that that we should applaud you for your courage. And I want you to understand me very well. In this case, applauding you for your courage is not necessarily agreeing with everything you said on that press conference. But the courage to stand up for something that you believe in, articulate it, and be willing to face consequences is what I think you must be applauded for. History will judge and time will judge as we conclude our work as ad hoc committee, as the Commission of Inquiry also concludes its work as to whether there was any value bigger than what you might have observed on the decision you took on that day to stand up and say something is not right and somebody has to do something. Why it's important that that courage is important to be applauded is because, and I'm saying, I'm not dealing with the merits. I'm dealing with because that is how our country was liberated. Some people had to take a decision that no matter what happens to me, but in this case, I am taking a particular position. And of course, if you take a position like the one you took, there are consequences. Like the one they took, those who liberated our country, there were consequences. Others were imprisoned, others died. But there's no way, even today, the country is going to succeed in terms of its development and reconstruction without men and women who are willing to take difficult position. And if it means they die and become martyrs because they acted in the best interest of the country. Now, with that being said, I asked your boss when he was here yesterday. I asked him, and I think I must ask you this question. And I know you might answer this question by saying we don't operate in the same way. And he said that when he was explaining to me that it's Mkhwanazi's way of doing things. I've got my way of doing things. But I asked him this question because at the level where you are, a provincial commissioner, and at the level at where he is, a national commissioner, I think it should be expected, at least by ordinary South Africans, that once you arise to that level, you must be a person that can be depended upon to sacrifice, including himself or herself, for national interest. And I asked this question to General Masemula. If you did not go out in July, was he not going to proceed and implement the directive that he subsequently told us, now that you went out in public, he believed was not in the purview or in the domain or in the authority of the minister? I asked him that question and I said to him, I wanted him to do something that is not easy to do, which is to divorce Fanima Semula from the National Commissioner. Because a National Commissioner must be a National Commissioner, who may not be exactly Fanima Semula, in a true sense of what Fanima Semula is, when he's not the occupants of that particular office. And I asked that question because, and I'm asking it to you now, do you think that he would have acted differently? Do you think that he would have acted differently had you not gone out in July?
Chief Whip, your time is up. May you respond, General. His time is up.
Thank you so much.
But Skosana has also agreed to give me a minute.
Yeah, you're right, Honorable Member, we're not the same. The National Commission is a different person than me. And the truth is, what I'm saying this with respect to my boss, if, from what I'm told, Sbia and Kabinde did not oppose to the proposal, this team would be gone today. Because it seems like there was an agreement reached on the 6th of March with some amendments, but they already agreed that, no, we're going to wind this thing down. So we are shutting down in a way. Had that follow-up meeting that was held in Pretoria concluded, they would have signed that deal without Mkhwanazi in a way. And they were going to implement it. I'm saying this with that respect that it was Nkabinde's behavior and Sibia's behavior that led into the minister to say, I'm no longer going to have this meeting anymore. I think that kind of stalled everything. When I look at after the arrest of the members of crime intelligence that were responsible for the counter-intelligence investigation that was happening in Gauteng, members are kept in safe houses. They are operating with resources from intelligence. This management of intelligence is arrested, and they are told not to enter facilities of crime intelligence. I fly to Pretoria, and I challenge management the second day after they were released that the bail condition does not say they must not work. It says they must not enter the premises. They can still do this job elsewhere. The management disagreed with me. They said they must not. So they did not. Departmental investigation was conducted. They were cleared. After they were cleared, they were still barred from doing the work. There were meetings after meetings after meetings. I had to again travel to Pretoria and sit with my boss and say, let us be serious now. Do we want to kill this investigation yourself? Or you want these members to investigate? So you must decide, then the boss. It was that day when he eventually signed the letters that reinstate these members to do the work. I didn't travel back. Then the members that are doing the job started getting support. For the good almost 5 months, they were not getting support. So there was no energy coming from the management to make sure that these junior members that are doing the work, they continue with their job. I had to again go from KZN to make that done, to make that happen. We were talking here, it still pains me today, that despite of the sacrifice that these members have made over time, the commitment from the boss to say, we're going to acknowledge these members of PKTT for the work they've done, the president applauding these members. They are in the line of receiving awards. They are invited, they start buying suits and stuff like that. On the Day after this letter is written, a decision is taken by management, my boss, that they are no longer getting anything because he doesn't want to upset the minister. To date, they've never received in a single paper a certificate that says, thank you for what you've done. To date, those members are sitting with sore hearts. To date. And I could see this pain in their faces. Fast forward to the GCI ops that uncovered all this corruption in Gauteng. To date, they remain in those junior ranks without any form of recognition, a certificate to say, come here, thank you, medal of bravery, we appreciate. We have not done that today as an organization. I don't have authority over that. But again, the boss sees it in his own way. If it was me in his position, I've dealt with it differently. So when I assess all this behavior that has happened in management in the organization, it tells me that the shutting down of the PKTT was going to happen had the agreement been reached on the proposal. If Khumalo had proposed in his own way, maybe they would have gone with this one. He proposed in this fashion of winding it down, and the document that was submitted, presented, they would have implemented it. The reason why I did not even make it public, because I was still not 100% sure whether my boss will back me up. That's why when he said, no, you can do this press briefing, I said, I want to do this press briefing about the PKTT, where people are going to ask me things. But part of the problem of this briefing are the dockets that are sitting in Pretoria. Did you allow them to go there or not? He says, no, no. I said a statement. So for me to update on the PKTT,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
was
General.
that.
Thank you so much.
Sorry? Hey.
Thank you so much.
Asiyeke lapho.
Squasan, Honorable Squasan.
School wait. How's the school wait? Dankie. Sizokuhlala la namhlanje sindawo. Yalala la. Shamasi.
Hlonishwa.
The time is 23:37. I'll be finishing at what time, Chair? 15 after 12.
0020.
53. I'm not counting the other benevolent, Chair. I'm not counting the 15 minutes in case I need an extra time.
Yeah, it's 12, it's a 00:13.
00:13. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chamas, ngiyakuthokoza.
Hlonishwa.
Ngesikhethu ngizokubetha ngisindebele nesizulu. Ngesikhethu sithi uyikakaramba, uyikutani. Ngesizulu bathi uyinkunzi, uyisikhokho. Ngifuna ukuthi nje kuwena into yenzileko irare iphasi mazombe. Mangithi irare iphasi mazombe ngesizulu kuthiwa iyenze umhlaba uphuke into enye engaziwako eSouth Africa neAfrica mazombe. Ngicabanga ukuthi namanye amazwe abomakhelwane abala iduzane bayabafuna abantu abanesibindi esifana naleso naso. Ngithi abantu emakhaya njengoba ngikhuluma nawe nje ngalesikhathi ebusuku kangaka bathokoza into oyenzileko, whether into ositshele yona ngezi-6 zangoJuly, ngoba thina njengekomiti yamapolisa ngezi-5 zangoMarch weza wazokupresenta, azange sayithathele ehloko ni. Ngamanye amagama ngifuna ukuphakamisa isandla ukuthi chebe senza mhlambe saphosisa. Baza ngixolela abanye ngoba ngitshelwe ukuthi ama-interpreter akekho akhambela ukulala. Akulalwa la, siyabereka thina la. Siyabereka la. No. Ngizoyibamba nje ngelimi lesiyeni. Ngizokuthoma ngithi, in the year 2024, wathola, you received the request from Gauteng Organized Crime Investigation Unit, ukuthi bakusize, ubasize, to assist them with investigation to dismantle the organized crime syndicate operating in the country and controlled in Gauteng province. General Nkhwanazi came here. He was very clear to say whether the percentage we might not agree that Ampura amapolisa sanawo eGauteng in particular. He said most of the police, I don't want to use the word corruption, they are not doing their work. Ngabe uyavumelana nalokho?
Yeah, there's a serious problem that we have in Gauteng, especially.
In Gauteng in particular. Now, you took the decision to deploy 10 of your members for this political killing task team to support Gauteng Organized Crime Unit, am I right?
That's correct.
Now, this investigation has unmasked the syndicate which involves politicians, law enforcement agencies like SAPS, Metro, correctional services, prosecutors, judiciary, and controlled by drug cartel as well as business people. Do you still stand by those words?
That's correct.
Now, I think we let the country down when it comes to the issue, in particular of these correctional service matters, which we are going to traverse on that at a later stage, because you submitted to us the issue of Germany Prim, am I right?
That's correct.
But I want to start with this PKTT issue because the president as well has responded. And the president agrees with you and the National Commissioner. I'm going to go to that, but I want us to finish this first. In your belief, because we had some prosecutors here, whether they were suspended, some have left, because of the issues of this, I mean, the law allows that. You've got IDEC, which is intimidating people. And I'm still going to repeat that again. There's an allegation that is an Indian cabal in IDEC. There's I think, I'm going to repeat that, Perumal, Sunesh, Belochone, or whatever the surname is. I might be wrong, I'm sorry on that. And I think, yeah, it's Perumal, Sulen Penesh, and Badiache, if I remember well. Are those the one who arrested the team of General Nkhwanazi?
Well, I think there's two of them, of the names that we mentioned, that were part of the arrest.
The other one, there was an allegation, which with the case number, I guess, which was they submitted to us that one of those investigation officers has a minor rape case, but is still working. And Chetty came here last week, he claimed that as well, that the mother of the victim is crying, that there's no law in this country. You might not know about that, but I'm saying that was the evidence given to us and information. Let me not say evidence. That's the information we got from here. In short, I know that the IDEC, they've got all the powers. They can arrest, prosecute, which for me, as lawmakers, we need to look at that. I don't think it's correct to have a referee and a player. What's your take on that?
Well, when the government took a decision to reestablish IDEC, we began to ask ourselves a question: why did the government shut down Scorpions? Because what government has literally done is to resuscitate or reestablish Scorpion with a different name. And it still remains a question to date.
Yeah. Now,
And a matter of fact, may to add on it, honorable member, the former head of TPCI, General Nhlanhla, he questioned that if you give IDEC the prosecution powers, why don't you give TPCI the same thing? So it remains a question. You shut down one unit, you re-establish it with the same mandate, but with a different name.
Yeah. Now, let's come to the issue, because when you were here, when we started, there was the issue of Brown Mkhwanazi sending a WhatsApp message to you regarding the allegation on the defeating the end of justice, which were publicized and which involved the Department of Correctional Service at Mpangeni in KwaZulu-Natal. Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi is also sent a screenshot of a presentation that was made on the 30th of September 2024, titled 2024-2025 Division Crime Intelligence Policy to you. Now, I just want to say to you that the second of events here, where I'm leading you to, the Brown Mkhwanazi I'm talking about, the minister in parliament denied knowing him. However, the minister confirmed that he knows Brown Mkhwanazi during a telephone conversation which was posted by Ed Londi Care at 3:30, where he confirmed that this was his comrade from the Northwest Province. Now, the association between Mkhwanazi, because I want us to clear this matter. In your view, the minister misled us by saying he doesn't know Mkhwanazi, and later stage he agreed that he knows Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Well, I believe that because it's on record. I don't know what you said.
So in a simple term, he lied. Now, the president has responded. In his response to our question, because we asked him to appear before the committee, but unfortunately, he's not appearing to this committee. But he has responded. In his response, I'm going to take you along on that, which I think you are a bit vindicated, Shamaza, on this matter. You are vindicated. The president here we sent question to the president, and the president responded simply and, in one sentence. It's not complicated. The question was, did the president approve or support the decision to disband PKTT? And the reason provided by Minister Mkhunu to disband the PKTT, the president, in his response, he says, I did not approve of the decision. And kindly see my answer above, question 2526 on page 10. And I will read that as well. Now, Minister Mkhunu's decision to disband the PKTT, in the respective statement, both the National Commissioner, General Masemula, and the minister indicated that the president was informed of the decision to disband the PKTT. We said he must confirm the date, whether the president was informed of the decision and the date. Now, simply, the president came back to us. He said to us, I'm going to read that before we transverse on the matter which you presented to us as well today. I was informed by the National Commissioner of Police that he has been instructed by the Minister of Police, then Minister Mkhunu, to disband the PKTT. He made it clear that he disagreed with the decision. He furthermore assured the President that notwithstanding this instruction, a disbandment could not be effected immediately, as this will negatively affect the pending investigation. On receiving this information, I asked to meet with the Minister. I met the Minister on about 13 February. And remember that the PKTT, the letter from the Minister, it disbanded the PKTT on the 1st of on the 31st. Whilst we were enjoying, the last day, but the President only met him on the 13th. On that meeting, the Minister informed the President that he has given instruction to disband the task scheme, and his reason for doing so. I convey my dissatisfaction of and not having been consulted prior to the decision being taken. I furthermore indicated that, in my view, this was a decision for the National Commissioner to make. I made it clear my desire to keep abreast of any further decision that will impact the work to be done in relation to the political killings. It was in my understanding that the steps to be taken fell within the purview of the National Commissioner's authority. I had understood from the National Commissioner that the PKTT will not be disbanded and this work will continue. The directive notwithstanding, and I expected to be brief and has been normally in a normal course in the previous years on any political killing cases, arrest or prosecution going forward. Now, hence I'm saying to you, you are vindicated on this matter. The Minister Mkhunu was completely wrong. The President, when he established IMC, he said not even a single minister will have taken a decision to disband that alone, because it didn't belong to one department. There was ministers, and there's no handover like, in the administration. If there's a new administration, the status quo remain. So I want to say to you, General, that there's nothing wrong which we have done on this matter. Hence, we are saying whatever you said on the 6th of July, maybe some other issues, as you said yourself, there's no one who's perfect. You might, the information which you had might not be correct, but hence we are here again to correct what you think perhaps when you came here for the first time, you were a bit misled by people who gave you information. But what I'm getting here as well, in terms of this PKTT, which has made us to be here, you were spot on. Now, let's come to the issue now, General. You brought in a statement here about which you said, Honorable Member Nhlanhla, who's here, fortunately, the father, I think when you explained that, how did you get this message? This message from one prisoner called Jemani Prim.
It's a cousin of mine that brought it to me.
Or your cousin brought it to you?
Yeah, I believe because he was with someone. I'm not sure whether that's a gentleman that picked it up from the prison. I cannot remember. But it's my cousin that was communicating with.
Are you comfortable to traverse on this matter?
Very much so.
Thank you. This morning you said you read the statement and then further confirmed that you verified the information in the written statement which you confirm are true and correct. Am I right?
I said I read the statement, and majority of the things that came out of this statement, they collaborate to the things that was already been presented before this committee and the Mandlanga Commission.
And in the Mandlanga Commission. If so, does mean that when he says in paragraph 7 that Honorable Gayton McKenzie made sure that he is put in CMEX because he has a voice recording which links Honorable Gayton with drug dealers and drug money. That's paragraph 7.
Yes, Honorable Member, my reading and understanding on this, if I may, almost all the paragraphs is narrating the stories of what he was told by Ket Matlana. But on paragraph 7 only, he is then expressing his own frustration. So the people he talks about on this paragraph is him telling Ket Matlana. That's when then the minister's name and other names are coming in. But the rest of the statement is what Matlala told him. What is relevant to me in the main was the statement that the minister brought here that came from prison, how it was obtained. That was the main thing. Of course, majority of the things that are written here, they are worrying. They need to be looked at. And some of things that he mentions here are things that has happened, like the meeting at Umhlanga between me and him. He's the one who was telling this guy. This guy would not have known about that meeting. Surely, I had no reason not to trust most of the things that he said.
Let me make a disclaimer, Chair, as well, that I've received a call from 011942 and whatever name. The guy called himself the same prim. He says it's a public phone. I ignored the call 3 times because we have to protect the integrity of this parliament. If there's allegation as strong as what you submitted here, because that statement, they've sent that statement to the Honorable Taibosh and Honorable Ndlela. And I deposited that affidavit here in this core committee. Unfortunately, because of time, this is our last day. But I'm going to ask you, in your view of what you have read, whether it's true or not true, it will be tested because we are here to probe the truth. In the light of this revelation by Jemani in the letter to Nhlamolo, that an ad hoc committee should have called Jemani to testify before this committee, and that the people mentioned have perhaps been given a chance to answer for themselves. What's your view on that? Especially when it involves an executive in the cabinet, because the name Honorable Minister Gayton McKenzie is a minister. What's your view on that?
Well, when this whole commission was announced, both Mandlanga and I believe the ad hoc committee, Minister Gayton McKenzie was one of the vocal ones who said he's going to testify about the things he knows, which seems to suggest, and there's a record out of his own mouth, which made me believe that he knows things that perhaps might also assist that are related to what we are raising, which is drug related. So when his name comes like this and he has not testified, it might perhaps leave a question mark as to what does he know that could assist with what we are talking about. So when this man mentioned his name here, perhaps it might be a different investigation altogether that might need to be investigated.
Maybe perhaps it's us who have made that mistake. I'm not sure whether it's us or the people who were receiving these submissions. Maybe never submitted anything, but perhaps, as you said, he mentioned himself that he wanted to come. Yeah, but I think Mandlanga Commission is got an extension. Maybe it's the right place to do because this is our last day, General. Because, yeah, in paragraph 8 as well, I'm going to ask about it. There's a name mentioned, KT Mulife, that supplies Kenigunene and Gayton McKenzie with Stapil, I don't know what's that, matrix drugs from South America into the Western Cape. So all these things you said, he had it from Ket Matlala. That's what he alleged, Mr. Jemin. Are they in prison both at Sisimex?
They are both in correctional services, but in different facilities.
Now, so who said that if Jemeni exposed this, it will end in tears? And if he has family outside, what does this mean in your view?
Where is that honorable member you're talking about? Is it quoted on this statement?
Yes.
Where exactly?
Because there's no paper. Where he says, if Germany, I mean, this Germany exposed, this will end in tears. If he has a family outside, what does this mean?
I'm trying to get a reference on the statement itself.
Oh. A paragraph, okay. I'll do this. Why is my colleague is checking the paragraph? Yeah. No, we will get there. Yeah. It says that. So he also said that if Germany exposes this, it will end in tears. And if he has a family outside, that was a question mark. So the question is, what does this mean? Was it a threat that if he exposes this matter between themselves, fighting among themselves, I guess?
Although now I'm not able to reference. I think I read something like that where someone was advising someone between the two of them not to expose things. I cannot remember who was advising who, but I think I read it somewhere. We must just be assisted with a specific paragraph.
Now, General, do you know of the late Farouk? And if so, are you aware that it's alleged that Honorable Gayton Mackenzie called Germany looking for Farouk where's about, at which point he confirmed that he was at the same location where he was found shot and killed, the same way DJ somebody was killed. It's on this statement.
Yeah, no, I think, honorable member, if I don't know where is it, I cannot.
Yeah, they are
remember
helping us now.
Can you repeat maybe that comment again?
That Farouk, there's a guy called Farouk who was killed. And he was killed almost the same way as DJ somebody.
Sorry.
Germany, perhaps he believes in that, but hence I'm saying they are busy because, it's written, it's not typed. But my colleagues are helping me.
Can also the evidence leaders assist us on this person? I also see the members are also lost. They have been looking.
No, they are lost as well. And hence I'm saying my team is helping me here. Quick. At the meantime, I'll move to another.
To the handwritten statement.
Yes, the handwritten statement.
Okay.
We'll come back to it. It's fine. Because it's long. My team here, they were helping me on that. Okay. It's on. It's written, Okay, it's here. I can't see now. Yeah, it's in the middle there. Down here. It's in fact it's 8, almost the last paragraph.
Okay, I think I read the statement at the end of paragraph 8.
Yes.
About the threat, the relationship between the minister and KT Malif. I'm not sure if that's the one the old members talking about.
Can I continue, General?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm fine with that. Did you get it there?
No, I'm trying to, because I'm trying to scan through the statement. I'm not sure exactly where we are at.
Yeah, it's just before paragraph 9. Okay, let me reread it again.
Yeah, I see that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that did he hear from as well from Ket Matlala, or was it his own statement? Because you say other statements are from him, other statement he heard it from Matlala.
Yeah, well, there's a line from the reading of this, there's a specific line that I feel it's him that is telling Matlala something.
Okay.
But the rest of the things is what then the conversations between him and Matlala are having. He would have introduced things about the Minister Kirsten Mackenzie, and then the two of them start discussing Minister Kirsten Mackenzie. And one of them, Kat tells him that this man is close to Mlife, and the importing of the drugs from Brazil and so forth, the name of pills that they are using and so forth. And the warning is that if he were to expose this thing, is going to compromise the business that himself, Kat, is part of. I think that's why he was warning him that he must not do that.
Must do, okay. And on paragraph 14, the last sentences where it say, I know that when I reveal everything, they will try to have me killed or move me to Kokstad. Very few people can be trusted. There are people like Gaten and Ellen James who will do anything to prevent will prevent me from talking and going in depth about everything because they are involved in many things. However, I find it difficult to be silent due to the people trying to force me into silence whilst they cause such great havoc and destruction. They have ruined lives. I will, through other means, give all the details involving the criminal cases and how South Africa is truly captured. I will also explain how Brown was used as a middleman. Voos explained that most of the ministers use middlemen for payment so that there's no direct link to others. That was paragraph 414. Now, my question, General, the authenticity of this, the veracity of this statement, in your view, can we probe it further? Or call, because this is our end. I'm not sure whether because the portfolio committee chairperson is with us here, or the justice portfolio committee as well, or the correctional service, because this matter is really a very serious case. We cannot ignore it.
Yeah, no, that's why I said initially this is a person who was recording what Matlala was telling him. And when the issues of the minister came to the picture, and the two of them started engaging about the minister. So that's why the rest of these other discussions is related to the issues that involve the minister and possible what Matlala knows about the minister as well. So it is him that tells the story, and I'd like to believe that perhaps he will have evidence. There's somewhere where he said he has got a recording, which I don't have. So I'm sure such things can be made available when this information is probed further.
Yeah, because he reveals that the plan was to either have you fired so that he doesn't have a task force protection any longer, and he can be easily have him killed. Now, did you ever been threatened in your life, General?
I can put on record before all those that are watching that I'm not moving around with task force for protection. I move alone. When I'm at work, yes, I move with the team. But when I'm not at work, I move alone. Yes, they're on speed dial, of course, but I don't necessarily need to have protectors to move around. I still live my life the way I live it.
You are a brave man, I must say. You know, my colleague next to me here was kidnapped, Honorable Chongwe. And we are getting threats, serious threats, General.
Was kidnapped?
Was kidnapped, yes. Honorable Chongwe.
I'm not aware of that.
Yes.
I hope not in KZN.
No, it was in Gauteng after we visited prison.
Wow.
And I mean, that was before. Yes, before Khosi Mampuru. Now, yeah, it's a scary stuff, General, I must say. And to all the members who are here, it's not an easy thing. Hence, I'm saying when you say you are moving alone, when you are not at work, it's a scary stuff, I must say. But ke General njoba ngikhe ngatsho ngicabanga ukuthi ngizoyivala ke ngesikhethu nangesizulu. This matter which we have transversed now, I think the HOC Committee will make a decision about this submission you submitted before us as well, about the matter of Germany Prim. And because, you know, when members, honorable members are being mentioned, we are very sensitive that if a prisoner is mentioning some of us here in this core committee, we can't just ignore that. And I think some members will feel the same. Now, imbuzo eminingi uyitholile ngendaba and wayichaza angifuni ukubuyela emva ngendaba ye relationship yakho no General Khumalo, because there were a lot of allegations that mhlambe abanye kulama, I'm not sure whether I must say factions, babona ngathi ubereka kakhulu no General Khumalo. Ungathini ngalokho?
Yeah, well, I did work with him. I've worked with many police officers, so General Khumalo is one of the people I worked with. But that does not necessarily mean that we form a faction. There are many generals in the police that I can name that I work very close with. But I suspect that when people find it that, in this case, those that started dealing with Khumalo, and they thought they can get away with it, when people like us started standing up,
yes,
they didn't like it. That's why they're going to start associating.
Because Paul O'Sullivan, ukhuluma into enye ethusako la, I'm not sure ukuthi uyayenza KZN na. Uthi uvula ama-docket. Then afike e-police station, ipolice aligcwalise lisayine, and then umuntu uyakhanja iyakhamba iya ku-NPA, umuntu uyakhanja yokubotshwa. Ngokwazi kwakho kusemthethweni ngiloko ngoba uPaul O'Sullivan akasilipolisa.
Well, in the province where I'm in charge, you will not dare do such. It's not supposed to be done. There's no case dockets that goes to court without it going via the police station. He can come with information to a police station.
Yes.
And present it before the police officer for the case to be registered. Once a case docket is open, it belongs to the police station. The docket gets registered at the police station. He's got no powers to do anything on the docket. His is to just bring information and demand the case to be open. That's all.
Mara wamuzwa musila ku commission ashindo leyo angimsukela ngithi.
Well, I did not watch all the things that he was talking in this committee because there's a lot of things that he was saying. But if he did say something like that, that would be against the law.
Ya ngoba into mhlambe ayikhulume khulu issue le ekuthiwa kuyabangwa mhlambe ukubuza wena indaba ye slush fund, because I think uke wasitshela ukuthi awukho responsible khulu for crime intelligence. Mara ngokuzwa kwakho ngoba ukhona esipoliseni, ngabe liqiniso ukuthi into ebangwa khulu eyenza ukuthi kube nokuhlanga esipoliseni into ye crime intelligence slush fund?
I remember, I'm going to plead again and I'm going to plead all of you. Please stop using the word slush fund.
Yes.
Because it is not a slush fund.
Secret account.
It's a secret service account.
Yes.
The Paul O'Sullivan to talk about that, it tells you that he's got access to what's happening in that account. That's why I can tell you about the budget and everything else. And you ask yourself, a foreigner as he is, how does he get to know about what's happening in that account of South Africa? Yes, he's a citizen in South Africa, but he's also a foreigner at the same time. It's a concern. The use of the funds, abuse or otherwise, does happen. I cannot say that it's not happening. But to what extent does it happen? I cannot sit here and say, I know that this money is used, so much money has been used, so much money has been used. But the authority over crime intelligence, both the secret fund account and the resources of crime intelligence, such as these grabber machines we're talking about, surveillance equipment, amongst others, all their tools that they use and their methodologies that they use to gather information and do infiltration, do counterintelligence, surveillance and stuff like that. It is the control of those that people are interested in.
Thank you.
Some of them might not be interested in money, but some might be interested in money.
My last question, but one, General. We had Sergeant Mlojwa. Sergeant Mlojwa, when he came here, he alleged that you participated in his torture. And the issue of Neji and the kidnapping of a person who was not found, I'm sorry, when the police went to their house in Komati Port or Matsulu. What is your knowledge on that?
Well, I denied my involvement in the torture. That's a first. But secondly, I believe that he had opened a case that needs to be investigated. I hope it does get investigated so that we can be able to get the truth. But the man, the fact that the team was told that he ran away with a kidnapped person to Mozambique, which was later confirmed by Border Management Agency that he crossed to Mozambique illegally. So it confirms that he might have participated in the crime of kidnapping.
Now, the issue of their house, because there's a contradiction statement, he alleged that their house was burned when the police arrived there. If I remember well, in your knowledge, was the house burned before they went to his house? He said their house is straight to, I think, a Pakistani shop. There's cameras. If I may ask, do we have a footage on that?
Yes, we do. The investigation team gave me the footage. The one that he said was destroyed. I've shared it with evidence leaders. You can play it here if you so wish.
And the case, he opened two cases, if I remember. Is it the same person?
I wanted to correct that. I think Orum member did ask earlier about the case number of Cape Town. I was under the impression that the case, he came to open a case in Cape Town because he had a press briefing with Orum Adams, I think about a week before he appeared here. But the station did confirm, the Provincial Commission said they didn't register a case at the time. They just spoke about it, but they didn't go to the police station to open a case. So I like to believe that it remains the case in Johannesburg.
So are you saying he was accompanied or his travel was paid by Honorable Adams?
No. He had a press briefing with him. Honorable Adams introduced him to the media.
Here in Cape Town?
Yeah, where the newsroom camera was there waiting for them. And they ran that interview where he presented his accusation. Here in Cape Town, a week before he sat here to testify.
And is he still a policeman in your view?
On our records, he has booked off sick, but he was here.
For how long was he sick?
More than a year now.
Yeah, so we have a serious problem in the police service.
We have a serious problem in the country.
My last one, Chair. Ukuthi-ke siye phambili ke General ngento engike ngakhuluma ngazo nge-correctional service ne-judiciary. Ucabanga ukuthi mhlambe ngoba sikhulu la sibereke khulu ngamapopolisa ngani. I-judiciary ambulance akayitouch. Kunamajaji as we speak, some of them are on bail. Basebhailini as I'm talking to you. I-correctional service, the issues zakhona asikakazithindi nokuzithinda la. Ungas-advise uthini mhlambe njenge-portfolio committee yamapolisa ne-justice ne-correctional services. Don't you think perhaps we need to have another ad hoc committee before the end of the year? No, hence I'm saying, General, I know there's something coming here. We'll have only members of those portfolio committees. We won't have abantu abecelako ngoba baningi abeceleko ngapha masiza la. Which ukuthi I'm just asking you to say judicial asakayithindi, and my members can agree on that. Honorable members can agree on that. We've done nothing in terms of there's no judge who came in here. There's no magistrate who came in here. There's no warder who came in here. Zero. And we need to go to the bottom of this issue of the infiltration which we've spoken about on the 6th of July.
You give the members from TCS immunity from protection from coming to tell the things that happen within. I'm sure they will bring it through the portfolio committee. Perhaps they will come and talk about what's happening in that space. But for the judiciary and some of the things that I've always been pondering about, that the judges have so much powers that either making or breaking justice. The judges. So then I ask myself a question as to how to make sure that the exercise of these powers are under close supervision. And I look at what I see in other countries, the US, one of them. I don't know the system exactly how it works, but I always see that you see it on TV, the juries and the likes, how they function, I don't know. But there ought to be some controls that the judge cannot independently decide on a matter. When you have a full bench, a group of 3 judges, the outcome at least is somehow satisfactory. But when a presiding officer does decision alone, then that's where we have a problem. Because any unhappiness with that, you have to now appeal. The appeal that he might not approve, the very same person, so appeal to the same person. That's our system. And he says, no, I'm not granting you this. And now we must go through another process. And it takes time, all these things. So I think if we have to look at those, same with sentences. One person as a presiding officer can decide. We've seen it. Oscar Pistorius, one case. It doesn't matter how much of a crime you've committed. If the judge feels, yeah, no, I feel for you, I'll give you 5 years. We've had cases where murder weapons were discovered, people arrested. People are given suspended sentence of 5 years, being found in the possession of a handgun, unlicensed. How do you justify such? And he walks.
General, I'm sorry you said earlier that there's somebody who was, I think he murdered about 5 people, am I right? And he's been given bail by different judges, am I right?
Yeah. Yeah. Katiso Molefe.
Or is that Katiso Molefe?
A person found guilty in overseas, foreign country, for having been there illegally so, is arrested here for murder, is granted bail. Oh, the magistrate refuses based on this risk, but the judge gave him bail, judge president for that matter. And he get arrested again for another 4 murders. Another judge gives him bail again. So it is those that we have that makes us to ask questions. Where are we going with this? Is it about the size of your pocket that can get you free, like Mlife is? He's on 500,000 rand bail, a salary that is more than a government employee. You paid it on bail, he's out.
So General, in your last word, do you agree when I say perhaps we need to dig deeper? We've only scratched the surface here.
As I said again, we have a problem in the country. Honorable members, at correctional service, and I'll keep saying this, the money that you are authorizing to be allocated to correctional services can go a long way to lift up the livelihood of our citizens. Those people in prison must go and work in the garden to eat. They must work out there to make furniture to sleep on. They must work to stay alive inside, not to get freebies like they do. Because we're encouraging the culture of people committing crime, knowing that behind bars, life is better than to be in a shack. Life is better than to sleep in the street. It's a bad culture that we are creating.
Siyakuthokoza ngifuna wehlisa isigqoko sithi uyikakaramba, isikhokho, uyikutane. Angazi ukuthi ama-adjectives ayangiphelela na wesixhosa anginawo. I-standing ovation siyakunikela thina namhlanje. Ngiyabonga. Xolesho. Thank you.
Chair, does he agree that who is Koko? Do you agree, General? Who is Koko? Do you agree?
What is kutane, Chair?
Tauya Maria. You are the buffer between us and adjournment.
I thought it was Honorable Skosana's monologue, Chair.
Honorable Cameron, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, General. I'm not gonna ask unnecessary questions. General, I want to go straight to the incident regarding the escort of Mr. Adams during his visit to the Westville Correctional Facility. I want to understand from you, first of all, just briefly, what are the prescribed protocols for providing escorts or support to members of Parliament, particularly in relation to visits to correctional facilities?
The movement of the members of Parliament can be assisted in providing escort if they're on duty. They're exercising their parliamentarians' oversight and they feel that they're not safe in going to a certain place. So that is provided, but obviously they must ask from the police management or, well, the local police to assist them with that. But if the members of Parliament are doing that on their private capacity, then it's a no.
So I want to understand, let's maybe ask that first. So did Mr. Adams travel in his private capacity?
Well, from the investigation, it appears that he was on his private capacity. However, he will have indicated that he's on an official capacity when he signed into the registers of correctional services. He did not say he was there in private capacity.
So is there any indication from what you know who mandated him from Parliament? It was certainly not the Police Portfolio Committee. So is there any indication?
We don't know exactly, Honorable Member. What the team picked up as one of the gray areas that allow such things to happen are these flights, privileges that are afforded to the members of Parliament, which sometimes they use it for official business and sometimes they use it for private business, but being paid for by Parliament. So we suspect he might have used one of those flights, maybe, or someone else paid for his flight. I do not know, or he paid for himself. But he traveled to KZN. But what we know is that in his arrival, he made use of the state resources that he's not entitled to. And when he arrived at correctional services, he presented himself as a member of Parliament on duty so that he can get a privilege of an MP when he arrives there. And yet he was busy with his own private thing.
This is very interesting. I would love to, as the investigation goes on, understand who mandated him. Again, I can confirm it's not the Police Portfolio Committee. General, would the access or the way that he received escorts or was provided, would it require formal written authorization or coordination with correctional services, the way that he was, not correctional services, apologies, with the police, the way that he was escorted?
Yeah, no, definitely it needs authorization, a request that must be formally submitted and be authorized. The SAPS members were used. The Metro Police officers were used in this operation or that visit that he made. And earlier, Honorable Member read out a statement or a case that has been registered by one of the police officers that was involved. The one that I said is a cousin, if I'm not mistaken, of Mr. Robert Makurati. The movement from the word go of Cape Town until he lands into correctional services, surely it was organized. He had communicated with someone to facilitate those movements. Obviously did not declare that, we like to believe. Now that we know, the head of Metro Police did not know about that. Hence, when I asked about it, he checked out with the team, and the team confirmed they were requested. The member that requested were junior members that got involved in facilitating that movement. None of the seniors were involved. He's an honorable member from the Portfolio Committee on Police. So he did not bother calling me. And I'd like to know, I believe he did not call me because part of the trip was against me in his own eyes. And he did not think of talking to any senior member, at least in KZN. There are many senior members, even if he doesn't talk to me. I don't think he engaged with any senior member. But he engaged with one that coincidentally is a relative of Robert McBride. So it brings the question about the role that Robert McBride has in the behavior of Mr. Adams. Yes, we know they're close to each other. We see them on photos.
Maybe it's a rhetorical question, or one we may not need an answer, but do you really think it is coincidental? Would we not have any indication that Mr. McBride played a role in assisting to coordinate or help arrange such an escort?
Oh, well, there's a big possibility for that. The member who coordinated this and the case that he subsequently now has gone to open, that case is currently circulating at Patricia Marshall's group, the WhatsApp group. They are talking about that matter. So when you start having the Marshalls talking about these things that are happening, then it tells you that it's part of the syndicate that is operating.
I was about to call it the Patricia de Haas group. General, if we move to General Khan, I'm trying to prioritize it because I'm scared the chair, well, I see the chair's left already. Just in terms of General Khan, Minister Mkhwanazi told me just after he had become the minister, he said to me that General Khan was one of the first people to congratulate him on his appointment as the Minister of Police, even before it was announced. So he allegedly had a meeting with the president, and when he walked out, General Khan was waiting outside and he congratulated him already. We don't need to confirm whether that is the case or not. That is what Minister Mkhwanazi told me. What I would like to know is would this indicate that I mean, how far does General Khan's reach go? Because for him for an allegation to be made that he would know something like this, it obviously is very concerning.
That is what Minister Mkhulu told you.
Yeah.
What General Khumalo told me is that General Khan and the suspended Inspector General of Intelligence had gone to see the acting Minister of Police before he was even appointed as a minister, and gave him documents that talks about crime intelligence and so forth against Khumalo and the team. So this is an indication of the influence and the access that General Khan has in politicians. So he bragged about it when he told me. To what extent, I did not know. But as you receive information and you get to realize that this man, he is indeed connected to many politicians. I said the lead of EFF, for the first time for me to sit with him is because it's Khan that took me to go and meet with him. Well, obviously, he had his concerns about the rallies and everything they were going to have there, which he would have met me in any way via Khan. But for whatever reason, Khan arranged that meeting so that we could meet and talk about the concern that they were having as a party. But that was an indication, according to what I observed, that the man is very close to politicians. So as we see these and we hear what is happening, it's obvious that he is connected. I mean, we see him attending political parties, and the claim is on duty, undercover.
I know at some stage you mentioned the leader of the EFF, but I know at one stage there were allegations that General Khan approved some sort of security privilege to the leader of the EFF. Do you know if there's any truth to that? I just have it as an allegation at that stage. It was quite some time ago.
No, I don't know that. I was not informed about such, so I don't know.
General, for just purpose of the record, the Honorable James touched on it earlier. Do you believe General Sibiya acted as a conduit for protecting General Khan within the organization?
Yeah, well, I don't have much of the evidence about the protection against Khan per se. I did get information from General Khumalo that at one stage Sibiya wanted Khan to be charged about cases. But the one that Khan was facing, I don't think SBI had blocked it in any way, because it came from IPID to the National Commission. I like to believe it will have passed SBI until it landed in Khumalo. So that case was held. So I don't know about any other cases beyond that. If there's anything that SBI had a role to play, but I don't know.
Is there any indication, and this leads to the question about that specific political leader as well, but is there any indication that General Khan has a relationship with Adriano Mazzotti?
Yeah, well, except being with him at that political party rally, which was physical that one could see. But other than that, I don't have any evidence to prove. Yes, there was a gentleman that is within Mazzotti, I don't know if it was his manager or something like that, who once called me complaining about the issues involving Khan and the ex-wife. The wife was the relationship issues, which I find it strange. Why the man phones me about it? What must I do about it? So I discovered, and I approached Khan, I said, what's going on with this man? And he said, oh, well, it's an issue about that man's ex-wife, that he was having issues with Khan, and is in that business of Mazzotti, that guy, I'm told. But to what extent is involved there, I don't know. But I know he's got a relationship with them.
So we touched on it earlier, the relationship between General Sibiya and Mr. Ismail. What is that relation? Is there a relationship between General Khan and Mr. Ismail?
Well, from the investigation that has been conducted, I've not been presented with anything specific that shows that relationship. However, Mr. Ismail is involved in investigation of kidnapping cases. General Khan is leading a team in the police that is involved in criminal cases within crime intelligence. So I like to believe they've been exchanging notes in between throughout the time when they were dealing with cases. So from that, I would like to believe perhaps they know each other, but I don't have any evidence to prove that they know each other.
We've touched on the payments. I know Honorable James touched on it earlier, and the allegations around Mr. Nangi and Mr. Ismail. But with regards to General Khan, the kidnapping issue, Mr. Ismail and General Sibiya, does General Khan have access to a grabber?
Yeah, well, that's some of the things that that keeps them at crime intelligence, and that's mainly of the things that keeps him within the investigation part of the police. And I think his post is maybe within that space. But I know now Jaro Khumalo arrived and he has moved that away from him. I think Jaro Madondo is supervising that. Could be part of the reason why Madondo is in the firing line.
Okay.
Because it's a very strategic tool that they, I think at the time, Khan had access to.
Well, this is the reason why I'm asking, because isn't it true that General Khan also has some kind of influence on cross-border operations or intelligence, or had at some stage played some kind of a role in that?
Well, there's still an operation Khan that got involved with that happened across the border, which was not authorized.
You see, so my reason for asking that is that now we've got an alleged rogue border cop, the one that was here that had the so-called press briefing outside with Mr. Adams. We've got General Khan that did an unauthorized operation cross-border as well. We've got a funeral parlor that seems to not necessarily just be transporting the deceased. And then we've got cigarette smugglers in the mix as well, whether it's links to political parties or some. So it's just for the record, I think in the absence of the chair, maybe to the evidence leader and the team, something for the record for the report. It is something that could and should potentially be followed up. My last question on General Khan. Wouldn't you say, when it comes to what I've just said about border control, you've mentioned it earlier as well, doesn't this pose a significant threat to already weak border control?
Yeah, no, definitely. The people that knows about weaknesses in the system usually are police officers. That's why those have access to the strategic areas that are risk to the country, they need to be monitored very strong. So there must always be this counterintelligence against them to monitor their behavior because they can easily be corrupted.
Okay. General, I want to move to just, I think, more general comments. After today, we've seen positive comments regarding Parliament role. We've seen some scrutiny as well regarding Parliament role. And I think part of the reporting of this committee would include that. What I want to share and then ask for your advice is a few things. Today I spent some time listing things that we've really tried to address. Individuals like General Fani, you know, when he appeared last year, there's no doubt that there is, whether criminal or poor discipline, there are significant discrepancies in the whole story surrounding General Fani. He's still in his position. All the noise around General Khan, same thing. Yesterday I mentioned to the National Commissioner, General Patrick Mboto. I mean, both the National Commissioner knew before Mboto was moved to the Hawks. General Labia really defended him. The Philippi Training Academy, something the Portfolio Committee has touched on. Taxi operators in the police. Use an example with a lack of action from the Minister of Police. Both the acting minister as well as the former Minister Mkhunu is the CIRA CEO and CFO. And mind you, just for the record, I think Honorable James touched on it, but just to tell you for the record of the committee that we checked today, Mr. Ismail himself is not registered with CIRA and there's no business registered with CIRA. So he's operating illegally with the police, or was. We touched on the UIF corruption within CIRA, where the CEO and CFO of CIRA are aware. You know, we keep pushing for these things. We keep calling people to Parliament. The last round with the Auditor General, we actually asked everyone to leave because the National Commissioner and the Minister weren't there. What's next? How do we get them to actually take action? There's no individual part of this committee that wouldn't agree with me that we want to see a lot of them fired and we want to see a lot of them behind bars. Maybe you can advise us, because I think my closing comment before you answer that, you know, in the last 2 weeks, we made quite a few people in this group in the Portfolio Committee and the Joint Standing Committee on Defence made really positive input on how the deployment of the SANDF could really have a positive impact if approached in the right way. A lot of red flags were raised and proposals on joint training. And respectfully, General, both the police, the SANDF, and unfortunately the presidency ignored it. So at that point, I must ask, what's the use of constantly recommending it? What would you propose?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing because the executive operates separately from Parliament. So how do you hold the executive accountable within the legislation? You might need to find that in as far as maybe the presidency is concerned. But the officials that are employed, and I'm talking about the head of departments, like in this case, the National Commission, not the executive. You then might find a ways to make sure that that which is regarded as a performance agreement, that contract, that the National Commission or the head of the department has with the president. You have insight of the contract, and perhaps you might also have input into such a contract, so that you are able to do the monitoring, because I don't think the presidency as a boss of these heads of department is able to monitor like you do on the work that they do in giving input of the assessment of the performance of the head of the department. So that's a question mark. And I think if we can improve on that and try and place yourself in that space might assist, because that will then eventually lead into the time where a period where you could then make these recommendations in your assessment that is going to influence the performance assessment to the president who employs this person to say, this person might not be fit for a job anymore. And you make recommendation. Once we all as head of departments know the power of the portfolio committee that might terminate our contract, we will start respecting them. When you call us, we're going to come. When you ask us questions, we're going to be transparent in accounting. But if you are just calling us as you're doing now, and you scream and you scream and you scream and we go back, but we have no impact on our employment contract, it doesn't necessarily help much. So find a way as committees of parliament to hold the heads of these departments accountable for the work they do. Because when you do oversight, it is them that must execute. But on parallel to that, as committees, what is your role and authority that you have over the appointed cabinet member to that department? If we don't have, that's why I was saying that how do you, as cabinet, parliament, hold a cabinet member responsible, because they are part of the executive authority and they are a different arm of government with you. I don't know how you navigate that to hold them accountable, because you are almost seen as equals. We've seen ministers here who ignores the portfolio committee. We've seen it. We are citizens. We watch it. And that makes us realize it means the committees really don't have powers over them. But what about the head of departments? It might be the similar thing. The head of department that says, you can't do anything to me anyway. So they just ignore you. But there are citizens out there that brings you in parliament that they want service, and the service is not rendered. So you might want to reconfigure yourself how you then play this role. For us, I'll pray that I shouldn't be invited before yourself, your committee, and then be held to account on things because I might be found wanting. So if I'm found wanting and I'm not able to fix things, I might lose my job. So there must always be that fear amongst us so that we are kept on our toes to do what we're supposed to do. But until that is done, things will always continue the way they are.
Thank you, General. I think one comment that we made at the committee said previously, specifically regarding the private security regulator, was that we would actually not welcome the CEO and the CFO of CIRO again until we see some kind of action. You know, that we need to force a deadlock because there's just no action from the minister's office. General, I want to close. I've got one or two short questions. The first one is, the president has now indicated that he was not briefed, as Minister Mkhwanazi indicated before or consulted before the closing of or disbanding of the PKTT or the instruction thereof. Do you think he should be removed immediately as the minister? When do we get to a point where we actually resolve it now? Because it's been months on end where we're paying two ministers to do the same job.
Yeah, well, I'm an official. For me to start talking about decisions that the president must take might not be fair. However, having seen what we have seen and having read and listened to what has been presented before these two structures, it's clear that Minister Mkhunu is no longer fit to run this department of police.
Okay.
I don't know about other departments.
Fair enough. Fair enough. General, I'm gonna close there, even though the chair is not here. I don't want to labor unnecessary questions. So Honorable Mola might need to. Yeah. Thank you, General. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron. I think before the round, the chair has promised of you members for the last testimony. Let's take the SC. You, political parties are great. Let's take the SC to do a final yeah, the SC says he has got a few questions, so you can proceed this.
General,
Yes, sir.
the allegations you will agree made by Nagi, Mlochwa, and also the one referenced by Honorable Wessels, this chap Thomas. Those allegations, they are serious. They involve assault, kidnapping. But your response, that's why I'm asking you this question, is a response in respect of all three of them. They come from IPID, the charges. And you must correct me if I'm wrong, but my sense is that there's some kind of a conspiracy within IPID against you in particular. And perhaps taking it a bit further, that it may be inspired by McBride. So can one, as someone, I think, put a question to the National Commissioner yesterday, that is it true that SAPS is still ruled from the grave by Minister Taylor? Is it a case that the same applies to IPID and McBride, that despite him being out of the system, I think since 2020, that he still looms large within IPID?
SC, I cannot remember the name of the other people that you mentioned. I remember the case Nangi. I don't know who said the other one. Mlochwa.
You spoke about it a lot today.
It is Mlochwa.
And you responded.
That was the first
And
one?
today, Thomas, the one that was mentioned by Honorable Wessel.
Oh, the one of kidnapping.
Yes.
Okay, who's the third one?
No, those three, Thomas, Nagi, and Malochwa.
Oh, okay. If we are making reference to those, I cannot blame IPID. These are private individuals that approach the police station to open cases against what they perceive to have been the abuse of power by the police. So when those cases are opened, the IPID must be informed by the very same police, because that's what the law says. So if IPID takes over those dockets, they did not initiate those things. They are referred to them by the SAPS. So you can't blame IPID for being in position of such. We cannot blame them for that. Where IPID gets to be blamed is when they initiate cases themselves, or the complaint that came to them, they are hiding. One of them is the Mpangeni matter, that they wrote me a letter and said it's a minister. The following week, they wrote me another letter that said it's not a minister. That begins to be question marks on IPID. To date, they've not finalized that investigation, by the way, of Mpangeni. They've told the acting minister that they've finalized it, but to date, they've not, from what I know. So it then brings question marks about IPID in that regard. The cases that I'm told that my name are included on cases that IPID opened that resulted into the blockage of my security clearance. it would have been IP that initiated that. Those cases would have been done by McBride back in the days that to date still have not been approached by a single person. As far as I know, there's no case against me. But when I hear that the secret clearance is not released because of these cases that IPID says, it then makes me believe that IPID indeed are still. Whether McBride is still ruling from the grave, I cannot give an evidence of the ruling, but I know that the people that he might have placed at IPID are still there, some of them. The people that Sisoko placed at IPID are still there. So to what extent do they have an influence over how they work?
I think Sisoko is now at IDEC.
To the extent that a case docket that is open at the police station for IDEC purpose is taken from, for IPID purpose is taken from IPID and moved to IDEC, it then brings question marks as to why IPID is keeping quiet, allowing such to happen. So it's that connection that becomes a worry.
Yeah, no, yeah. Thank you for it's late. The reason why I ask is we also need to look into how, for this honorable committee, which terms of reference, amongst other things, is to see how, what can they do, what remedial action can be proposed to restore trust and confidence in our law enforcement agencies, SAPS, IPID, IDEC. So what confidence can we have as members of the public in IPID and IDEC when it comes to alleged misconduct against SAPS members, when SAPS clearly on the evidence, your evidence very much today, even the General's evidence yesterday, that there's divisions, there's factions, there's differences, there are vacancies in important positions. What kind of confidence can it inspire in the public when they hear this?
The only sad part is that we're in institutions that a small mistake done or irregularities that done, it paints the entire institution bad. And it takes a while for that to be corrected. But the men and women out there, both from the SAPS, IPID and IDEC, that are working very hard, dedicated, given an opportunity, getting the support that they need, they will make you proud for the efforts that they are putting in. So I want to encourage South Africans not to judge everyone at once. Yes, we have done them wrong amongst us, some of us, but there are many of us that are trying to do what is right. So for those that are trying to do what is right from all different levels in all these institutions I'm talking about, must be given an opportunity to do that. So when you see the figures of crime stats being released and the picture that we see in the country, when you get briefing from time to time about the state of policing, the people being arrested, the court processes, the number of people who've been taken into correctional services, it should give you courage that the wheels of justice are indeed moving. There are men and women that are doing that which is supposed to be done, because if they were not, the likelihood is that the prison would be empty. And to the extent that the prison are full, it's an indication that something is happening. We have good judges, presiding officers that are convicting people. We have good prosecutors that are making sure that we have successful prosecution. We have good police officers that are finalizing their investigations ethically and they present good cases in court. Both IPID, IDEC, and the SAPS. But the bad apples remain, like any other institutions. We must together work towards cleaning that. The public must be involved.
So let me then end on that positive note. My next question may have attracted a negative response. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Advocate Arendse. Thank you so much, General Mkhwanazi. Can we start Honorable Sangweni.
May I, Honorable Chair, maybe before you close, there were some few things that I wanted to respond on before that were pending, if you allow me, sir.
Okay.
It will be less than 5 minutes. One of them was the issues of the person that was said to be a private investigator. We did respond to that. That is Rashad Ismail. That name was given already. The issue of Sergeant Mlotro, I think I've responded to that. There's no case open in Cape Town. The matter of Namhla case of the Eastern Cape, the communication I received was that, yes, indeed, after the decision, when the dockets were in Pretoria, the decision was taken at the head office that the docket will go back to Eastern Cape, the ones in KZN will go to KZN. But the National Commission looks like the family had complained about the progress on that investigation. National Commission has taken a decision that the docket will then go back to the PKTT. So I'm sure the status on that will be provided. There was, Honorable Chair and members, a matter that you did not probe, which I felt that I wanted to raise it, not in details, the issue of the SIU reports. SIU they keep on giving reports, and some of them that were given, which the members start touching on, not directly, about the PPEs, you know, these personal protective equipment that were bought during the COVID-19. I think Gerald Vuma came here and spoke about those. It is my understanding that SIU had issued a report. I don't know if it's SIU, but there was an investigation that was conducted that implicate both the police supply chain and Treasury. And to some degree, it looks like Gerald Fani was the head of procurement at the National Treasury. And that came to the police. That played a role at the time when these PPE issues came into light. I'm not sure to what extent has that been implemented. I know of the SIU report, it was presented to all members, which was called 9/11. The SIU report that indicated the irregularities with the procurement of the police headquarters, which is Vach Ace building in Pretoria. It is that SIU report that influenced the purchase of a telecom towers. I was the person charged with the responsibility of procuring telecom towers. I have never been asked about the telecom towers. I just heard the talks that were happening here. We bought it through Public Works. We are not the primary to buy. We are looking for facilities. Treasury was approached by Public Works because Telkom are making the space available. Treasury said, the place is too big for us. We must share with SARS. SARS refused to move. And then there were other departments that could be accommodated. Treasury said, no, we don't share with anyone else except SARS. So Treasury remained in what was called at the time, I don't know now, it was called the most expensive lease of government that we had in Pretoria. But they continue staying in that building. And as a result, Public Works approached the police, and the police came there. We said, our needs are bigger than this facility. However, we will do with this facility to ease the lease budget. At that time, our lease budget was sitting at 1.5 billion rand. And we were paying, not renting to own. We were just dishing out the money, making people rich with nothing in return. And so we then decided to agree with Public Works that we're going to take the building. We had to pay deposit, which we did. And towards the end of the year, we paid another balance and we got the building secured. When we bought that building, Honorable Chair and members, it was, as you see, this chamber, furniture, carpet, cameras, lights, everything as this. Only thing we did was to come with cabling, electronic equipment for our computers, we plugged it in. The only thing that Telkom was supposed to do in Public Works was to fix the aircon system that they've switched off because it was a central system. They were going to pay 20 million rand to get that fixed themselves. That was part of the deal. Then Public Works were supposed to employ a space planner to allocate spaces of offices to the staff that are coming from other buildings. That was the project. I left that project like that. I went to HRT. The CFO at the time, Gerald Skede, took that file. He kept it in a safe. There was no movement from that day. Then the building was then vandalized. More things were stolen in the building. The furniture that was there was stolen. There was equipment in the gym that is even bigger than what you have in some of these gyms that that was in that building. That building was that good for the police to occupy, but it was frustrated by our own members who were against us moving out of our leased buildings. And it was frustrated by members from Public Works who made sure that we don't go in there. So that delay caused that building to be vandalized. And later, when they started talking about the renovations and so forth, it was after effect. Today, we hear about the structural issues of the building that is not safe. I don't know how many years that building has been standing there. It's been standing for years. Suddenly, when the police must move in, it's got structural defect. It's going to collapse. It's dangerous. I'd like to put it here before this ad hoc committee that building, it's something that need to be investigated. The entire lease portfolio of the police must be investigated. I believe over R1 billion spent in a building that today stands as a white elephant cannot just go unchallenged like that. We were involved. We must be held to account for that, because I'm one of them. But nobody bothers to involve me in that, because I was there when this whole project started. But I don't know what happened thereafter. Nobody bothers to talk to me about it. So but in closing, is to say that when the SIU reports are produced, we might need to be checking to what extent are these reports being followed, be it Tembisa Hospital or many other things. They point to the wrong, but they're not an investigation arm of government, so they don't enforce whatever the recommendations they put in place. So that's what I thought I must highlight here, Chair. I would have wanted to talk more about these telecom towers, but I cannot. Maybe as a summary from my side, I must thank all the members. I remain a civil servant, not a politician. You are all leaders, and I appreciate the role that you play in society. You lead us, guide us, and make us to account where we have to account. You represent the people of South Africa. We are employed to service the people of South Africa. So hold us accountable for what we're supposed to do, but also give us guidance and support where we need. When we point out deficiencies in our system, help us to change that. If it's legislation, help us to change that. If it's a policy, help us to change that. And if we can all work in working together like that, I'm sure we can achieve a lot. There is so many wrong in our country. What we did was not to undermine any of the leaders, deliberately or otherwise, was to point out the systematic failures. And we've said there earlier, some of the parliamentarians, politicians, they themselves fall victim. We still believe Minister Mkhwanazi is a victim of the members of the police that made him to do things that he ended up doing. That brings us here today. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, General. Chief Whip.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I think first and foremost, we must convey our appreciation to you as the chair of the ad hoc committee. I have no doubt in my mind that this has been a very difficult journey. We started at a time when I suppose some among us may have doubts about the extent to which all of us will be committed to a genuine undertaking to search for the truth. But I think time since we began up to today has to a very large extent exonerated all of us. And I think it's important. One must also thank the colleagues. Of course, we still have a big responsibility led by our legal team to put together a report with a set of recommendations that are practically implementable. But I think it has been a very good lesson, Chairperson. We have every reason to be proud of the work we've done. We could not have met everybody we wanted to meet, but I think the ground we've covered is sufficient for us to make an informed a contribution for Parliament to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to you. And when we say to you, we are not exaggerating. We are saying this from the bottom of our heart for your leadership, the leadership that you have provided here. This has not been an easy platform. It has been a dynamic platform because it consists of members who come from different organizations. But your logic has always prevailed and has always reigned supreme. Even during difficult times, you have been a glue. We've never felt that you are the chair of the ANC. We felt that you are the chair of the committee, not a chair of a particular political party. So for your leadership, Chairperson, we commend you, and we want to give assurance that there's so much that we have learned from this committee. Within the very, I won't say it has been a short period because we started last year, I think in August, but we've learned so much. We've learned collectivism. We've learned a new challenge, and we believe that we've done justice to South Africans by rising to the challenge. We also want to thank members of this committee for rising to the occasion and for treating this committee as a convergence of ideas. We also want to thank witnesses who have appeared. Even though we had reservations with some witnesses who have appeared here, some became honest to the oath that they took here. Some told lies, peddled lies, but we believe that lies have short legs. They run faster, but they never finish the race. So the work that we are going to do here during deliberations and during consolidating the report is going to separate lies from the truth. We also want to thank the staff members with whom we always sympathize for working beyond their normal hours. The work that they have done is quite amazing. And they must know that they have not only been doing the work that they've done for members here, but they have been doing this work for the entire country, for the entire South Africa. I once had a conversation, Chair, with the Secretary. We met on the streets of Parliament. The Secretary of Parliament, Mr. Xolile George, he was commending the work that is being done by this committee. And he was saying, we have also improved the viewership for Parliament. People are now watching Parliament because of this committee. So there's so much work that has been done by this committee. People are now having a renewed sense of hope, because people had lost confidence in Parliament because it appeared to be a ceremonial reign which pursues a certain political and factional interest. But because of dynamism and impartiality and objectivity that we have displayed here, the hopes of the people of South Africa have been renewed. We also want to thank our organization, the MK Party, for giving us an opportunity to represent it here, and members of the MK Party at large for giving us support that they've given to us. We believe that even though we're human beings, we might have committed mistakes here and there, but we have done everything in our power to represent their views and their aspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. In particular, Chair, thank you to you. I never thought I would utter those words, but there we go. Thank you for the manner in which you've chaired this committee. Your, let's call it your calmness, has settled the waters on many an occasion. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the committee for their hard work and dedication from all the parties, and more particularly my own colleagues who have worked really hard. The evidence leaders, the researchers, and the staff have done a phenomenal job, more so than any of us, Chair. They've worked longer, harder, and their work is now starting. They have to help us finalize the report and deal with the determination, so I thank them. The evidence leaders, the parliamentary legal advisors have done an outstanding job, and we thank them. And also the press, Chair, who have covered this committee with great professionalism and made it possible for everyone in South Africa to, I hesitate to use the word enjoy, but to watch this committee. And then to the people who appeared, Chair, the witnesses, some were honest, some weren't, but some came at great risk to themselves, and so I thank them for coming. Thank you.
Honorable Matthys.
Where do I start? Thank you, Chair. I thought it's a bit premature because we still have to go into deliberations and our final report, so we don't know how we're going to emerge on the other side. But so far, in terms of the proceedings, we do appreciate it. We are grateful for how you've handled and how you've chaired the committee. We have fought with you, we have fought with each other, but I think we have all displayed as members of parliament a level of maturity that it didn't tiptoe or spill over into how we were able to do our work. I echo what my colleagues have said, say thank you to the staff of parliament, the cleaners, the catering team, the media as well. It's been a great pleasure to be in this environment, so we appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, Chair, and let's see how we emerge on the other side after our report. Thank you, Chair.
Ngazitha.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Well, firstly, one wants to express a word of appreciation to you, Honorable Chairperson, for your exceptional leadership of this committee and the manner in which you actually, led us. It was indeed very professional and exemplary in the sense that there will actually be lessons that we will learn from the manner in which you conducted yourself in the leadership of this committee. We thank you for that. And do want also to thank our colleagues, the honorable members, for their incisive cross-examination of witnesses that had appeared before us. Although sometimes there would be robust your engagements that had to be expected. We are all politicians from different political backgrounds. But all the same, I do want to thank honorable colleagues for the sterling work that we actually have done. Thank you also to the witnesses out there who actually came to give us some information that we were looking for in order to be able to do our work. Thank you to the support staff. And colleagues, we yet have a tall task ahead of us. This was the first leg of our task, and I think the biggest task is what then do we do with all the evidence that we have collected? I know that the real work is yet to begin, where we would actually put together a report and make recommendations. I'm saying this because I know for a fact that people out there have very high expectations about the outcome of this process. So they are pinning their hopes on the outcome of this process. So we dare not disappoint. So thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Souls.
Honorable Chairperson, maybe I should start by thanking you for your benevolence that is sometimes unequally extended, but we thank you anyway. To my fellow colleagues in the committee, every single one of you, thank you very much for the robust engagements at times. And to the evidence leaders, more specifically the feminine side of the evidence leaders, and our SC, looks like it's close to pension. But very vibrant in his work. And so we want to thank you. We had very great time within the media. Our caterers, the food was very nice. Very, very nice. We even had prawns. No? To our staff, every one of our staff, especially the ladies at the door, every morning, they never lack smiles, and we want to say thank you to them. And to South Africa, especially the patriots in South Africa, our general, I want to say thank you for, especially for admitting that you too have shortcomings and you have holes. We obviously chose to focus on your heroism tonight, and that was intentional and not your holes. To preserve the integrity of our committee, because we are also still verifying some issues around your holes. We decided tonight we must focus on genuinely your heroism. You know, we take the lesson from you that oftentimes the right information in the wrong room is dangerous. So I want to speak to every patriot tonight. What you saw tonight, just recently, was a display of what I call the art of politics, where a handwritten letter by a fraudster in prison was sent to an MKP member and came to our national hero via his cousin. MKP and our national hero saw it fit to read untested and unverified allegation on the last day of the sitting of this committee. And that information implicates, obviously, our president and our deputy president in the Patriotic Alliance. Now, to every patriot in South Africa, this is our last day. I want to say to all of you who knows us, who knows me, it's going to get worse. The fire will be turned 7 times hotter. We're going to see more. But the God we serve is going to ensure that what is meant for evil will turn out for our good. Honorable Gayton Mackenzie and Honorable Kenny Kunene are honorable. They are not part of drug cartels. Crime is their past, and presidency is their future. How do we know? God gave us victory tonight in Ward 7 in Beyers Nodia. Patriots, Moni Baizane. God has entered the ring. When the room is right and the facts are verified, we will deal even with the general's holes. But today, we continue to celebrate you, General, as our national hero. We are very genuine about that tonight. A lion doesn't roar whilst hunting. It only roars after the kill. We love you, South Africa. Once again, Moni Baizane. Moni Baizane. In English, don't be sad. Away.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me also start by thanking you for taking up the difficult task of leading these proceedings and chairing this committee. It was definitely not an easy task, but it is very easy for someone to sit on the pavilion and criticize what's going on the field. But it's much more difficult to be on the field and make the decisions. And that's what you had to do. Let me thank you for the calmness as well with how you dealt with difficult situations and volatile situations in the committee. Let me also thank the evidence leaders and the team, the support staff for all the hard work. Without them, this would not have been possible. And also all the other parliamentary staff that also have to be here every evening or till in the morning, hours of the morning, working behind the scenes and taking care of the important aspects. Also to the members of the media and also all the colleagues, the members of the committee for the robust debates, but also the way that we could have conducted ourselves in the interest of getting the work done. Chairperson, the important work starts now, and that is to produce findings and recommendations that will bring about change and contribute to fixing the criminal justice system to the benefit of South Africans, to assist in bringing about a safer South Africa for all. Thank you very much.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Jay. Fresh off the streets of Eldorado Park, first term MP, alternate member, the least amount of time. Thank you to Action SA for entrusting me with this mammoth task. I've learned so much. Gee, when I stepped into this committee, I questioned ANC chairperson met al hierdie ANC goede nooit nie. But today I want to say to you, if I must choose again, I will choose you. There are definitely still good people in this party.
Thank you so much.
You have made me proud. I will always remember. My kids now use that line on me. Do not breathe down the witness necks when I speak to them. Thank you so much for the many lessons. Thank you for the growth. I've learned so much from you. I've matured. We end this committee here. I'm a better person, I feel, because of the contribution you and many of my colleagues here has made in my life. To the research team, Action SA research team, near Mensa, ek moet sê, they are the best. Thank you so much for all you've done, the extra hours, the running around. You know, I like to run to police stations and run to get evidence. Thank you so much for never complaining, for going the extra mile. I think they knew that a part of this ad hoc, what was happening here, was very personal to me. So they went the extra mile. I appreciate them. To my family, it wasn't easy, but thank you so much for your support and sitting up with me and just being there. South Africans, thank you so much for the many memes, made me laugh. Thank you so much for the criticism. I found growth in it. Thank you so much for the motivation, stopping me wherever, encouraging us. It really meant a lot. Thank you for the questions. It helped guide us. Evidence leaders, well done, I'm proud. Thank you so much for leading us and guiding us as well. The staff of Parliament, the media in the corner. Thank you so much to you as well. Most importantly, to God, every morning when I woke up, I said, God, guide my footsteps, guide my mouth. All about you, nothing about me. And he surely did that, I believe. Whenever I spoke, I was so nervous. Like I said, it was my first time. It was so overwhelming knowing that the entire South Africa is watching. Thank you for reminding us of the young girls that was looking while we were having our days now and again. Thank you to everyone. Finally, it's time to get back to the real work. Something that I've been looking forward to is that report to South Africans. I cannot wait to make them proud. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Arendse.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair, for your leadership, your guidance, your advice in many private discussions we had on various things. Thank you to the committee members over the past few months. We have struck up relationships with all the parties, and we thank them for their support. Of course, thank you to the Speaker and to our Parliament for giving us the privilege of serving the country and serving the people of this country. Thank you to my colleagues, Advocate Mkhize, Advocate Mkhwanazi, Advocate Zingumalo, who unfortunately left us towards the end of last year, for their extremely hard work and what they've done behind the scenes to make all of this possible. And then, of course, to Andile, Etiana, and his parliamentary legal team for all the hard work. The witnesses, all of them, ranging from Mandlanga and Paul O'Sullivan, and of course, most recently, General Mkhwanazi. What a combination. But I must say that with all of them, and I think it assisted in at least bringing them forward. I know some of the witnesses were not as truthful as others, but we got on and consulted with them and ensured that they turned up and they gave their evidence in the best way they could. Their lawyers, almost all the witnesses that came before this committee had lawyers, a team of lawyers, so we've had to engage with them on many issues. So having said all of that, everything worked out well. I think the committee presented the issues that arise from General Mkhwanazi's 6th of July press conference. I think the people of this country have a much better idea, maybe not all the answers, but they have a much better idea of how the law enforcement agencies' work, the police in particular, which is so key to their lives, especially our poorer communities that engage with the police on a daily basis. And hopefully they will be encouraged by what has happened over the past few months, and that this committee will be guided by doing the right thing when it comes to recommending to the National Assembly the remedial measures that clearly needs to be taken to correct a lot of the wrongs that we've heard from various witnesses. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Let me thank you for the messages that you have given to the people of South Africa. Indeed, we must thank them for having afforded us an opportunity at their homes to be with them every day. South Africans have not been eating, they have not been sleeping. They have been watching this committee all the time. Even now, they are still watching us. They hear you when you give this beautiful closing remarks. I want to thank you, honorable members, for your attitude. I have been taught that the word attitude is the only word in the English dictionary that gives you 100%. If you take the letters that make the word and put equivalent numbers against those letters, A will be 1 and T will be the number it becomes. When you get to the sum total of those letters, it gives you 100. That is the only word that gives you 100 in the English dictionary. And that is why they will summarize it by saying that your attitude determines your altitude. And that for you to be tall, you can never be tall unless you know who is tall around you. So you are the tall people who have made your chairperson to be tall. And for that, I want to thank you so much. We did not always have easy moments, but because we had the right attitude, we have been able to take each other by the hand and walk the road, honorable souls, from the day the Lord has made to this day that the Lord has made. And for that, I want to thank you so much. And I heard honorable members reiterate and say we still have work to do. We must go and do that work and ultimately adopt the report that we will present before the National Assembly. I want to thank the evidence leaders for the sterling work that they have done until we conclude business with the last witness today. Thank you so much, Advocate Arendse. And once again, thank you so much for bringing these women. When they came here before us, they were young. but today they are fully grown women who can go out and fend for themselves. We want to thank you and thank them for growing under your tutelage. We thank the staff of Parliament. We thank Mr. Tejana. We have not always agreed with him when he was presenting legal opinions before our meetings. But he did a brilliant job, and for that we must thank him so much. Dr. Thuli, thank you so much. Gentlemen, Ramano and Pilot, you have been sitting here with me every day, ensuring that there is proper coordination for the work of the committee, and we want to thank you so much. Thank you, Delana, Ms. Silkstone. We want to thank you so much. You must go and tell Fanzail Nicolette that we are very appreciative of the work that she has done. There are members of staff who always sit behind those equipments there from the communications section of Parliament. We want to thank them so much for making sure that South Africans are able to follow the proceedings happening here. Raja, for always releasing statements every week informing the people about the proceedings here. We want to thank you so much, the staff of Parliament, the staff of political caucuses. Your principals have always come to these meetings prepared because of the work that you have done. I remember one day when there were honorable members who joined the proceedings late, they were still able to contribute relevantly in the proceedings because of the work that you have done and the support that you gave them. And we want to thank you so much. Honorable Breitenbach has thanked the members of the media for their professional reporting. I reiterate that statement. There is a team here, honorable members, which is still here. It's a team of cleaners. Every time we use this venue, we come out, they get in immediately to clean this venue so that if there is any committee or any activity of Parliament which is going to happen the following day, they find the venue ready. And we must thank them for that. Babalwa, thank you so much. We want to thank you for the support that you have given us in this committee, working ably with Ramano and Pilot to ensure that the committee activities are properly coordinated. And every time we come here, we find everything in order. There is no more time, honorable members, to call you one by one. There is no more time. We have come to the end of the proceedings. What will happen is that tomorrow, today and tomorrow, there will be no committee activities. And then members will be informed about the next activity. Do you want to say something, Honorable Matthys? Okay. General Mkhwanazi, we want to thank you so much. We release you from your oath. Honorable members, you may stand up and leave the chambers.